Hey everyone, welcome back to Paranormal M. Thanks for being here tonight. Before we get into it, if you haven't subscribed yet, please subscribe to the channel. And if you end up liking the stories in this video, don't forget to leave a like. The first story is from someone who had been trying to fall asleep for hours, finally drifted off, and then experienced something so strange it still didn't feel over after they woke up. Let's get started, and I hope you can relax, enjoy the video, and sleep well tonight. You're not going to believe this, but one of the strangest things I've experienced in years happened to me the other night. I've been trying to fall asleep for almost 2 hours. I was overheated, restless, and nothing felt right. My blankets felt too heavy, my pillow was lumpy, and I just could not get comfortable. Eventually, though, I drifted off. Then I had this incredibly vivid dream. In the dream, I was at this little gas station in my hometown. It was late, and there were maybe 9 or 10 people standing around in the parking lot. A couple of them were friends of mine, and the rest were people I didn't know. At first, everything seemed normal. We were all just talking, hanging out, and then I started noticing something was off. Every time my attention shifted, something would be gone. First, it was the people walking along the road nearby. Then the music and the background street noise faded out. Then the cars were gone. Then even some of the people in our group started disappearing too, one by one, like they'd never been there at all. And somehow, once it got down to maybe 5 of us, we all seemed to understand what was happening without anyone saying it out loud. It was this eerie feeling, like we had always known something was there with us, something hidden in plain sight, but we had never fully noticed it until that moment. It felt like some kind of alien presence. What made it even stranger was that it could communicate with people individually. It was like it could be having several separate conversations at once, even while all of us were staring right at the same space. Some people could hear it clearly, and some of us couldn't. I was one of the ones who couldn't understand it unless it came closer. There was almost this resistance, like whatever connected it to people didn't work the same on everyone. The people who disappeared didn't fade out or run off. They were just there, and then they were gone in an instant. Once there were only 4 of us left, we panicked and ran inside a small back room. One of the strangers decided he was going to confront whatever was out there. He rushed toward the chain-link fence near the side of the building, and then he vanished right at the corner. That part was horrifying. You know how someone disappears behind a wall when they turn a corner? It looked like that, except there was no solid wall there, just a fence you could see through. It made no sense at all. But that's exactly what happened. A second later, music started playing outside. Then the guy's car came rolling around the side of the building by itself. Its headlights were on at first, then they cut out. Right after that, there was this loud pounding at the door. The door was locked with a deadbolt, but then, just like everything else outside, it was suddenly gone. Ty opened the door. Standing there was this creature, around 6 feet tall, with slick greenish-yellow scales that looked almost oily under the light. Its eyes were deep-set and black, and its head was wide and almost square-shaped, broader at the sides than it should have been. But the body was thin and awkward, almost like a teenage boy's frame. And for some reason, it was dressed like a person. It had on a pale blue t-shirt and tan cargo shorts. It was moving its mouth and pointing at us like it was angry, like it was trying to tell us something urgently, but none of us could understand a word. Then I woke up. But when I did, I could still see my room. That's the part that really gets me. I could see everything, even with my eyes closed, except now there was this black cloud hovering above me. It looked almost alive, like one of those dark, shifting smoke-like forms from a supernatural TV show, except darker and heavier somehow. It wasn't drifting around randomly. It was holding itself in place. Then it slowly moved to my right and disappeared straight into the wall. I opened and closed my eyes again. This time there were several of them, maybe 5, hanging above me in a loose circle, like dark storm clouds. They didn't rush me or touch me or do anything dramatic. They just hovered there. So I finally got up, went to the bathroom, washed my face, and tried to make sense of what had just happened. The strangest part of all is that I never felt terrified. I wasn't panicking. I wasn't even really anxious. Through all of it, I felt weirdly calm, almost comforted, like whatever was there was only watching me and didn't mean me any harm. Except for that one shadow that slipped into the wall. That one felt different. It felt irritated, maybe even angry, but also like it either wouldn't or couldn't do anything. I still can't explain any of it. I just know it was one of the most unsettling, vivid, and unexplainable nights I've had in a very long time. Hey, I'm Mia, and I want to tell you about a few things that happened to me that I still can't properly explain. I grew up in a pretty new apartment building in Australia with my grandma and grandpa, and back then, my uncle lived with us too. We were way up on the 26th floor. You needed a key card just to use the elevator, and our front door was one of those heavy ones that made a very clear click whenever it opened or shut. So that's part of why all of this has stayed with me. Nothing about our place ever felt easy to get into unnoticed. The first thing happened when I was around 8 or 9. At the time, we had one cat, and because it was only a 2-bedroom apartment, I usually slept on the couch. But whenever my uncle stayed out late, I got to sleep in his room, which felt like a huge upgrade to me as a kid. One night, he'd gone out partying, and I remember being ridiculously pleased with myself because I was trying to pull an all-nighter. It had to be around midnight, maybe a little after, and I was lying there watching some random YouTube videos with the bedroom door open. Everything felt normal. Then I started hearing this sound from the kitchen. It was slow, steady, and sharp, like a knife hitting a chopping board over and over again. Not fast, not messy, just deliberate. Chop, chop, chop. At first, I wasn't scared. I told myself it had to be the TV, or maybe the cat messing with something. But then I looked beside me, and my cat was curled up right there. That's when my stomach dropped a bit. I called out to my grandparents, but neither of them answered. So I turned the TV volume all the way down, thinking maybe the sound was coming from the video, and I just hadn't noticed properly. But it kept going, clear as anything. That chopping sound stayed for several seconds, even after the room had gone quiet. I remember freezing completely. I'd heard people talk about sleep paralysis before, and for a second, I wondered if that was what was happening, except I knew I was awake. I could feel everything. I was just terrified. Then I turned the TV back up again, almost like I was trying to hide from the silence. The chopping seemed to fade behind it. A few moments later, I turned it down again, forced myself out of bed, and crept to the doorway. I looked straight into the kitchen. There was no one there, nothing moving, no sign anyone had been up. Just the kitchen bench, the dark apartment, and a knife sitting on the chopping board. I slammed the bedroom door, jumped back into bed, and stayed under the covers until I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I went straight to my grandparents and asked if either of them had been in the kitchen, making food in the middle of the night. They looked confused and said no. Then they asked why on earth I'd been awake at that hour. I never had an answer that made sense, and I still don't. The second thing happened years later, after my uncle had moved out and that room had become mine. By then we had 2 cats, and I was older, old enough to tell myself I was too rational to get worked up over strange noises. My room had this huge wall of windows looking out over the city. Beautiful in the daytime, honestly a little unsettling at night. One evening, my grandparents were asleep, and I was sitting on my bed gaming on my laptop, just minding my own business. Then I heard knocking. Not from the door, from the window. I panicked, fully panicked. I ran out of the room with tears in my eyes, called a friend, and hid in the bathroom while trying to explain what was happening. This friend did not believe in paranormal stuff at all, and even they couldn't come up with a decent explanation. They just kept saying they didn't know. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to go back into my room. Everything looked completely normal. The knocking had stopped. The room was still. But there was a handprint on the window. I hadn't put it there. I stayed on that call for ages because I was too scared to be alone with it. I barely slept that night. Then there was the last thing, which honestly shook me in a different way because it happened so casually. I was on the phone with a friend, reading scary stories online late at night. I was near the end of one story when suddenly my bedroom light and fan switched off at the same time. The weird part was my TV stayed on, and I could still see light coming from under my door, so the rest of the apartment still had power. I walked out to the living room and saw my grandpa watching TV like normal, and my grandma had only just come home. A few weeks earlier, there'd been some issue where our room lights were weirdly connected after a remote got replaced, so I asked her if that was still happening. She said no, that problem had already been fixed, and she'd only just walked in anyway. She suggested maybe it was some odd power issue, but that didn't explain why only my light and fan went out while everything else in my room kept working. And afterward, both the light and fan worked perfectly fine like nothing had happened. So that's it. Those are the things that happened to me. I still get chills thinking about them, not because I want to believe something paranormal was there, but because I can't neatly explain any of it away. And maybe the strangest part is this. I never felt like whatever it was meant me harm. It felt unsettling, definitely. It frightened me badly, but it never felt hateful. Just present. That said, I have woken up before with long scratches across my body that weren't there when I went to sleep. I always tried to brush that off because we have cats, and cats are tiny chaos machines with claws, but I lock them out of my room at night. So even that never sat quite right with me. I still don't know what to make of any of it. I just know I was there. I remember how it felt, and some things stay with you long after the sound stops. I've had a handful of experiences in my life that I still can't explain, and even now, telling you about them makes my skin crawl a little. The first one happened when I was a kid. Back then, my brothers, my younger sister Lila, my grandmother, and I all slept together in this huge bed. I was lying near the foot of it, facing an old slatted closet door across the room. I remember staring into the dark when I saw this shape ease its way out from that closet, like it had been hiding there the whole time. It had this strange outline, almost cartoonish in a creepy way, like a twisted little creature with long arms and a hunched back. It moved quietly at first, almost like it was trying not to be noticed. Then it stopped. Slowly, it turned and looked right at me. I froze. I was terrified. I grabbed for the covers and yanked them over myself, and I remember my sister pulling back because she was just as scared, though I didn't know that then. Years later, when we talked about it, she described that same night to me without me giving her details first. She remembered the figure, the way I snatched the blanket, even the panic between us. That was the moment that really shook me, because it meant I hadn't imagined it alone. The second time was much more recent. I was trying to fall asleep on my cousin's couch, facing a glass patio door. I opened my eyes for just a second, and there was a dark figure standing there, completely blocking the moonlight coming through the glass. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping it would be gone when I looked again. But when I opened them, it was closer. Not by much, maybe a step or two, but enough to make my heart drop. I turned away so fast I thought I might be sick. When I finally worked up the nerve to look back, it was gone. That same figure, or something like it, was seen again later by my sister. She glanced down the hallway while walking past, stopped, looked again, and asked if anyone else had seen it. Nobody had, but the look on her face said enough. Then there was tonight. Honestly, this one nearly broke me. I was so scared I felt like I was right on the edge of a panic attack. I'd stepped out of the living room and gone into the camper to use the bathroom and check a spot on my forehead in the mirror. A minute later, my sister came rushing over, pulled open the camper door, and told me I needed to come with her right away. She was pale, visibly rattled. She said she'd heard a noise from the direction I'd gone, and when she checked, the door hadn't even been shut yet. Then, after she went back inside, she heard a voice. She couldn't make out words, just the unmistakable sound of someone, or something, speaking. That hit me hard, because I've heard things like that in that same place before. She also reminded me that earlier in the evening, she'd heard scratching at the bottom of the door and assumed it was the dog wanting in. Except the dog had been shut in the bedroom for hours. I know that for a fact because I'd been sitting at my computer near the dining area and there was no way the dog could have gotten there without passing right by me. And that wasn't even the first strange thing in that camper. Another night, I was in the bathroom when I heard footsteps coming toward the door. They stopped right outside. I waited, expecting to hear whoever it was walk away, but I didn't. Then a few moments later, I heard the footsteps coming toward the door again, like they were repeating the same approach all over. When I finally opened the door, no one was there. I ran out of there so fast, it didn't even feel like thinking, just pure fear. Stuff like this has happened around us more times than I can count. Maybe there's an explanation for it. Maybe there isn't. I just know what it felt like in those moments. Real, immediate, and terrifying. And once you've felt that kind of fear more than once, it stays with you. I need to tell you about what's been happening, because I can't quite shake the feeling that something in that house has been wrong for a long time. From the very beginning, even before my granddaughter Marin really settled into that room, I never liked being in there by myself. It always felt off. Not in some dramatic movie way, just little things. Tiny noises when nothing had moved. Quick shadows slipping past the corner of my eye. The kind of thing you try to explain away because, frankly, life is already exhausting enough without wondering if your house is haunted. Marin was around 3 when they moved in, and maybe a year later, when she was 4, something happened that still sits with me. She was in her room playing while I was picking up toys, and she had this little toy mirror, one of those pretend vanity ones. She was staring straight into it and saying, in this low, strange voice, "I'm a demon. I'm a demon. I'm a demon." Over and over. I froze. Then, just like that, she stopped and acted completely normal, like she had no idea what she'd just said. I asked her where she heard it, who told her to say that, whether she was copying something from a show or a game. She just kept saying, "I don't know. I don't know." And she really seemed like she didn't know. Later I looked online, thinking maybe it was some silly mirror game kids had picked up somewhere, but I found nothing that matched it. Just the usual creepy stories people post online now. None of that makes me feel better, obviously. And it wasn't just Marin. My daughter's mother-in-law lived downstairs in the front bedroom because she was disabled, and she used to say she heard things too. Sometimes she'd hear what sounded like a baby crying or an animal yelping, even when there was absolutely nothing there. People blamed it on her memory getting worse, and maybe some of it was, but I'd seen enough little shadows and heard enough odd sounds myself that I couldn't dismiss it so easily. Then there was the projector. Marin had one that showed holiday pictures on the wall. One winter evening, she asked me to look at the Christmas images dancing around her room. So I looked up, expecting snowflakes and reindeer and all that cheerful nonsense. But what I saw were Halloween pictures. Gravestones, spiders, dark, creepy little shapes. I looked again because I honestly thought I must have mistaken it, but it was wrong. Completely wrong. I know how that sounds. I know I can't prove it. Still, I know what I saw. Now she's 7, and a couple nights ago she and her little sister were in the bathroom while I was nearby. The washer and dryer sit across from the toilet, and Marin suddenly asked me, "Grandma, what's that light that keeps coming on? The one that looks like a happy face, then a sad face." I turned around and asked her where. She pointed to the dark little display window on top of the dryer. The thing is, the dryer wasn't running. There was no reason for any light to be on at all, and it definitely doesn't make smiley faces or frowny faces. She said she saw it twice, but every time I turned to look, it was gone. I checked for reflections, checked the room, checked everything I could think of. Nothing. Then the next morning, when they went to check on my daughter's mother-in-law, she had passed away. She had been on hospice, so it wasn't a surprise exactly. We knew it was coming. But with the strange lights, the nightmares, the tension in the house, and everything all piling up at once, it felt like too much. Like all of it was somehow tangled together. And one more thing that's been bothering me. The last couple of days, Marin has been asking me where her heart is in her chest. Not once, not casually, several times, just out of nowhere. So I'm sitting here trying to make sense of it. Years ago, when they first moved into that house, my daughter was under an incredible amount of stress and started drinking heavily for a while. She eventually stopped, and not long after that, she got pregnant with my younger granddaughter. Then her husband started smoking marijuana constantly, morning to night, every single day. People love to argue about whether that counts as addiction, because humans will debate literally anything except the obvious. But when something becomes all day, every day, I pay attention. Someone told me addiction can draw dark things in, that it's like opening a door and letting something linger around a person or a home. I don't know what I believe. I don't know if this is grief, stress, bad dreams, a child picking up on adult tension, or something I can't explain. I just know that house has never felt right to me, and lately it feels heavier than ever. I still think about this sometimes, and even now, I cannot fully explain it. This happened in 2016, when I was 16. My parents had split up not long before that, and my dad had not found a permanent place yet, so he was staying at this little mobile home park near the water. It was the kind of place that got crowded with tourists and weekend visitors, especially in the warmer months. My older sister had stopped speaking to him after the divorce, so whenever I went to visit every other weekend, it was always just me. My dad had been struggling with alcohol for a long time, and that was a big part of why my parents separated. So when I stayed with him, it was pretty common for him to invite friends over at night. I dreaded those evenings. Nothing especially dramatic usually happened, but the whole place would fill up with drunk adults talking over each other, laughing too loudly, singing, arguing, smoking inside. The air felt heavy, and the whole place smelled like beer and cigarettes. Whenever that happened, I would just hide out in the bedroom and wait for it to be over. I would play games, keep the volume low, and count down the hours until everyone finally left. One night, I realized I had made a mistake. I had not eaten before people started showing up, and by the time the party finally died down, it had to be around 1:30 in the morning. I was starving. So I cracked open my door and listened the way I always did, just to make sure the apartment had gone quiet. There was nothing. No voices, no music, no movement. So I went to the kitchen to get something to eat, and that is when I saw him. There was a man sitting alone at the kitchen table. He was dressed like he had only just arrived, wearing a dark coat and a flat cap, and he was sitting completely still. That was the part that unsettled me most. He was not slouched over like someone passed out drunk. He was upright, motionless, silent. I froze for a second, then said something nervous like, "I thought everybody already left." I even gave this awkward little laugh, just trying to make it normal. But he did not answer. He did not look at me. He did not react at all. It was like he either had not heard me or did not care that I was there. I grabbed whatever food I could as fast as possible and went straight back to the bedroom. At the time, I convinced myself it was nothing. I figured maybe he was just completely wasted, too drunk to even process that I had spoken to him. So I let it go and went to sleep. The next morning, though, I brought it up to my dad. I asked him, "Who was that guy still in the kitchen after everyone left?" He looked at me and said, "What guy?" I told him, "The one sitting at the table. He had a coat on and a cap." My dad looked genuinely confused. Then he told me everyone had left together, and after that he had gone straight to bed. He said nobody stayed behind. I tried describing the man again, but he had no idea who I was talking about. He swore it was not one of his friends, and he has stuck to that ever since. And that is really it. Maybe it was nothing supernatural. Maybe there is some completely ordinary explanation, and I just never found out what it was. But the whole thing felt wrong in a way I still remember clearly. Nothing was missing. Nothing else happened. I never saw that man again. But even now, when I picture that kitchen, I can still see him sitting there in total silence, like he had been waiting for something I was never meant to understand. I want to tell you about something that happened to me a few years ago, and honestly, even now, I still don't know what to make of it. For a long time, I kept it to myself because I felt embarrassed, confused, and, if I'm being honest, a little scared. I'm not someone who usually jumps to paranormal explanations. I've always been skeptical about ghosts and things like that. But this experience has stayed with me, and I still can't fully explain it away. This happened when I was pregnant with my first baby, sometime around late 2021. Back then, my husband, Daniel, used to take me out all the time because I had this constant craving for pasta and breadsticks. It became our little ritual. But one day, I was already in a fragile place before we even got to the restaurant. At a recent appointment, my doctor had made a comment about my weight gain that hit me harder than she probably realized. I had already put on some weight by the third trimester, and she said something along the lines of, "The baby only accounts for so much of that." It might not sound like much to someone else, but to me, it cracked open something old and painful. I'd struggled with bulimia in the past. My husband was the only person who truly knew how bad it had once been. He understood how sensitive that subject was for me, and he was upset for me after the appointment. So we went out to eat, trying to salvage the day a little. After we ordered, I told him I needed to use the restroom. I'd already eaten earlier, and I remember standing there in the bathroom feeling overwhelmed by guilt and disgust with myself. The restroom was small, just a few stalls, quiet enough that every little sound seemed amplified. I checked around quickly, like I used to, making sure no one else was in there. I went into the first stall, closed the door, and after a moment, I started thinking about purging. I hate admitting that, but that's the truth. Then I heard the main restroom door open. I froze. I saw the shadow of someone's feet move past my stall and stop at the one beside me. I heard the stall door close. I remember staring at the floor, watching those shadows, thinking maybe I could still be quiet enough that no one would notice. And then, just as I turned back toward the toilet, I heard a woman's voice say, very clearly, "No." Not loud, not screamed, just firm, clear, direct. It startled me so badly, I stopped cold. My first thought was that somehow she knew exactly what I was about to do. Then I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she was on the phone. Maybe she was talking to someone else. Maybe it was just strange timing. Still, something about it shook me enough that I didn't go through with it. I stepped out of the stall, washed my hands, and tried to calm myself down. But while I was standing there drying my hands, something started to bother me. I hadn't heard a lock click. I hadn't heard anyone sit down. I hadn't heard any movement at all after that voice. So I turned around. The stall next to mine was open. I just stood there staring at it. Then I checked the larger stall too. Empty. I even pushed the door wider, just to make sure I wasn't missing something obvious. There was no one there. No one. I remember this rush of cold going through me, and I got out of that bathroom as fast as I could. When I sat back down, my husband looked at me and immediately asked if I was okay. He said I looked pale. I told him I was just feeling nauseous and didn't say anything more. I wasn't ready. I was ashamed of why I'd gone in there in the first place, and I didn't know how to explain what had happened, but none of them ever fit perfectly. It wasn't until much later, nearly 2 years after it happened, that I finally told my husband the full story. I admitted why I'd gone into the bathroom, and I told him about the voice. And here's the strangest part. I never tried to purge again after that. Fear stopped me. Or maybe something else did. I still don't know whether what happened was paranormal, psychological, or just one of those moments in life that refuses to make sense. But whatever it was, it stopped me in that moment when I needed to be stopped. And somehow, that's the part I keep coming back to. I moved into a new apartment not long ago, right across from a cemetery. Honestly, at first I kind of loved it. The neighborhood is quiet, peaceful, and so close to my job that I can leave barely 10 minutes before my shift and still make it on time. In this economy, that almost feels supernatural by itself. But not long after I settled in, little things started happening around the apartment, and at first I kept brushing them off. The main one was my closet door. I'd noticed it standing open when I was sure I had shut it. At first, I told myself I was probably just forgetting, or rushing around and not closing it all the way. My partner, Mason, has a couple of pets, so I even thought maybe they were somehow getting into the room and nudging it open. I asked him to keep an eye on it too, and we made a point of closing the bedroom off so the animals couldn't get in. But even after that, we'd still wake up and find one side of the closet wide open. I know I shut it before bed. I even started saying it out loud to myself, like that would somehow make it stick. I kept telling myself it had to be the hinges. Old apartment, old doors, old problems. Fine. Then there was the lamp on my vanity. It sits right beside the closet, and every so often it would switch on by itself. I'd turn it off, and a few minutes later it would be glowing again. It happened enough times that it became this dumb little running joke every time I thought about the electric bill. Eventually, I unplugged it completely because I figured maybe the wiring was bad, and I didn't want to risk something more serious. Then one day I came home from work and found this white powdery stuff on my pillow. Just my pillow. The other side of the bed was completely clean. I stood there trying to make sense of it, It wasn't dandruff, and I hadn't spilled anything. We don't let the pets in the bedroom, so it couldn't have been litter. I even wondered if maybe dust or paint had somehow drifted in from outside, if someone nearby was doing repairs. None of it really made sense. It bothered me more than it probably should have, mostly because it felt like every strange thing in that apartment somehow ended up happening on my side, to my things. I stripped the bed and washed everything, and during all of this, I wasn't sleeping well. I started having these awful nightmares, the kind that stay with you after you wake up. They were always about people I love getting hurt, or dying, or me not making it in time to say goodbye. I tried to be rational about that too. I live overseas, far from my family, and I recently lost my grandfather. I couldn't be there for the funeral, and I know that guilt has been sitting in me heavier than I want to admit. So I kept telling myself the nightmares were grief, or stress, or homesickness, or work burnout. Something explainable, something human. But then today happened, and now I don't know what to think. I was standing in my bedroom, looking out the window, and I saw a bird on the sill. It looked terribly sick, barely holding itself up. I felt so bad for it. It's been really hot lately, and I thought maybe it was overheated from the sun beating down on the metal outside. I went over to check on it, hoping maybe I could do something, anything. But before I could help, it died right there on the windowsill. And of all places, it happened beside the same window near my vanity, near that lamp, near the closet door that won't stay shut. So I guess I'm asking because I genuinely don't know. Has anyone ever gone through something like this? Am I just overwhelmed and reading too much into a bunch of unrelated things? Or does this sound wrong to you too? If I'm being honest with you, I know this sounds like the kind of story people roll their eyes at. Every time I've told it, someone tries to explain it away, like there has to be a neat little answer for everything. Maybe there usually is. But that night still sits with me. A few years ago, my cousin Mason, my former boyfriend, and I decided to try randonauting. It was our first time doing it. We'd seen all these stories online about people setting an intention, saying it out loud, and then the app sending them to coordinates that somehow connected to what they were looking for. It sounded strange, but also kind of exciting, so we figured we'd give it a shot. We started with something harmless. I think we asked to find money or something lucky, just to keep it light. The coordinates led us into this really upscale neighborhood with huge homes and iron gates. The GPS kept trying to direct us right up to a gated driveway on private property, and there was no way we were going to cross onto someone's land, so we just laughed it off and moved on. For the second one, we asked to see something beautiful. This time it brought us to another large property out in a quieter area. We stayed on the road, of course, but from where we were, we could see this wide stretch of open land behind the house. There were deer all across it, more than I'd ever seen in one place before, many of them tagged. The whole scene was glowing in the late evening light, and for a minute it really did feel beautiful, calm, almost unreal in a peaceful way. By then, the sun was dropping and everything was getting dimmer, so naturally, because human beings love making bad choices for entertainment, we decided to ask for something creepy. The next location took us to a house maybe 15 minutes away. When we pulled up, the front porch was covered in dolls. Not just one or two. There were old cloth dolls, porcelain ones, little cracked faces staring out from chairs and tables, some hanging oddly from the porch like decorations no sane person would choose. I remember feeling this cold little twist in my stomach. I told my ex to keep driving because I didn't want to stick around long enough for someone to come outside and explain why their porch looked like a nightmare. That should have been the end of it. It really should have. But Mason wanted to do one last round before heading home, and once again we asked for something spooky. The app sent us toward a lake. To get there, we had to drive down this long, lonely road with woods on both sides. It was one of those places where the trees feel too close, like they're leaning in. The coordinates stopped at a patch on the side of the road and directed us to get out and walk into the woods at a very specific point. So we did. When we stepped up to where the app was pointing, the first thing I noticed was the grass. It was tall everywhere else, but right there it was flattened, like something had been standing there or moving through it. It lined up almost perfectly with the coordinates. That alone made my skin crawl. I remember standing there and feeling my whole body tense up while Mason, trying to act brave, stepped farther in. Then we heard voices. My ex pulled off fast, and because of the road layout, we had to keep going toward the lake to turn around. I happened to look back through the rear window, and that's when I saw it. There was a figure standing near the edge of the woods. Tall, dark, unmistakably shaped like a person, but something about it felt wrong. There were fireflies all around that stretch of road, flickering in the trees and over the brush, which actually made the outline of it easier to see. And then I saw it shift, like it turned to face us. That's the part I can still picture so clearly. Where its face should have been, I saw what looked like eyes. Not like the fireflies, not blinking in and out, not drifting. Steady, fixed, watching us. I grew up in church, so I was raised believing there are things in this world we don't fully understand. Spirits, darkness, whatever name you want to give it. But I had never seen anything myself that made me feel that kind of fear. Not movie fear, not jump scare fear. I mean the kind that hits you all at once and makes your chest lock up. I started crying right there in the car. Mason was shaking too, and he kept saying he saw it, that he saw it too. It's been years now, and I still think about it sometimes. Usually when I'm driving down a dark road at night and the trees are too close to the shoulder. Friends have told me it was probably just the fireflies messing with my eyes, and I understand why they say that. I really do. But what I remember is different. I remember that those lights didn't flicker like the others. I remember the way the head seemed to turn, and the way the eyes became visible the same way a real person's eyes do when they angle their face toward you. Maybe people can explain every part of it. Maybe they can't. I just know what I saw, and I've never forgotten it. This happened when I was about 20, and now I'm in my late 40s. Even after all this time, I still find myself coming back to that night and wondering what exactly I experienced. I've told this story to a lot of people over the years, and no one has ever told me they went through anything quite like it. If you have, I'd honestly love to know. When I was younger, I used to spend a lot of nights at my mother's parents' house. It was much closer to the center of town, which made life easier whenever I was out late with friends instead of heading all the way back to my parents' place on the edge of the city. One night, when I was around 20, I got back to my grandparents' house after watching a match with a few friends. Nothing felt unusual. I got ready for bed, brushed my teeth, and lay down flat on my back, just letting my mind drift. I wasn't half asleep, and I wasn't dreaming. I was fully awake. A few minutes later, I heard something from the basement. At first, I couldn't make sense of it. Then, it became unmistakable. It sounded like a woman screaming, not creaking pipes, not the wind, not the house settling. It was loud, raw, and human. I sat straight up in bed and listened. Within maybe half a minute, the sound started moving. It seemed to travel from the basement up to the main floor, then up the staircase toward the second floor where I was. It kept getting closer, fast enough to make my stomach drop. Then it stopped right outside my bedroom door. My door was shut, so I never saw anything. But the screaming was right there, just beyond the door. It was unbelievably loud, and it went on for what felt like 30 seconds, maybe a little less. Then it moved away. I heard it retreat down the stairs, back toward the basement, and then it was gone. Just like that, and I never heard it again. I know how this sounds. My family and friends figured I must have been dreaming, and honestly, I understand why they thought that. I probably would have said the same thing if I were hearing this from someone else. But I wasn't asleep. That's the part I've never been able to shake. I was awake the whole time, sitting there in bed, listening as it unfolded. The only woman in the house that night was my grandmother, and she was already quite old then. She could still manage the stairs, but not quickly, and definitely not at the speed this sound seemed to move. The house itself was old too, with a long staircase that curved between floors. There's no way she could have gone from the basement to outside my room that fast. The next morning, I asked both of my grandparents whether they'd heard anything during the night. Neither of them had. So over time, I narrowed it down to two possibilities, neither of them very comforting. Either I experienced some kind of episode and heard something that wasn't there, or I heard something I can't explain. Whatever it was, it stayed with me. Even now, decades later, I still think about that night. It changed something in me. It made life and death feel a little less certain, a little less neatly explained than I'd assumed. I know I'll probably never get a real answer, but if you've ever gone through something similar, I'd truly like to hear about it. You know, I still think about that place sometimes. It was at Watuba Heights in Fall River, Massachusetts. Back then, I used to think of Fall River as this strange little city that carried ghosts in its bones. Even the Lizzie Borden house sat there like some warning at the edge of town. The housing complex is gone now, by the way. I went back years later while visiting my mom near Boston, and it had all been cleared out. Just an empty field. That almost felt creepier somehow. When I was about 8 or 9, I spent most of my time at my cousin's place. Her name was Serena, and she was my best friend. We were together constantly, especially in the summer. We'd stay outside with the neighborhood kids until midnight, sometimes even later, playing manhunt, cops and robbers, kick the can. All those games kids used to play when people still left their doors unlocked and trusted the night a little more than they should have. But that house had stories. Serena had told me for a long time that strange things happened there. Not just to her, but to her sister Yolanda and her brother Donnie too. The place was set up with 2 floors. You walked in, and the stairs were right in front of you leading upstairs. The living room was off to the left, and beyond that was the kitchen. Upstairs there was a bathroom and 2 bedrooms. In her parents' room, there was supposed to be the spirit of a child in the closet, and Serena believed he showed himself to her sometimes to protect her. In Donnie's room, there was something else. A woman in white. My family was always into horror and paranormal stuff. Honestly, we were the kind of people who swapped ghost stories at dinner like it was normal conversation. And for me, it always felt a little too real. I've always been sensitive to things like that. I can sense things sometimes, and every now and then I see them too. Even now, as an adult, I still get sleep paralysis pretty regularly. So this one night, Serena was acting off. Snappy, irritated. She kept getting on the other kids for little things during the game. At first, I didn't think much of it because kids argue. That's just what happens. We were playing cops and robbers across the whole housing area, and I was one of the robbers. When the cops started counting, we all scattered. I ran down a little hill behind Serena's building. I was always scared of that area at night because I already believed it was haunted. I had seen enough weird things out there before. So even when I hid, I stayed close to her house, thinking if I got scared, I could run inside. Which, honestly, makes no sense now. Like somehow ghosts would respect property lines. Human logic is amazing. Anyway, when I got near the back of the house, I saw one of the girls, Vanessa. We called her Vanna sometimes, but I'll call her Vanessa here. She was on my team, so I relaxed for a second, but then I noticed how oddly she was standing. Just out in the open, not even trying to hide. Her back was stiff, her head tilted a little, and she looked blank. I ran up to her and said, "You have to move. They're going to find you." I tugged her arm, but she barely reacted. Then suddenly, it was like she snapped back into herself. She looked at me in this strange way, like she had something important to say. So I asked her, "What is it?" And she said, kind of hoarse, "Have you talked to your cousin? I think something's wrong." I remember blinking at her and saying, "What do you mean?" I told her I talked to Serena. But right then, the air changed. It got colder. Not just cooler, but cold in that heavy, unnatural way that makes your skin tighten. And my eyes drifted up to the second floor of Serena's house. I got this awful feeling in my stomach. Without even thinking, I said, "Since she's a cop, I'll let her catch me and talk to her." I turned back toward where Vanessa had been standing. She was gone. Just gone. No footsteps, no rustling, no sound at all. I spun around looking everywhere, but there was nobody there. And it was so dark and so still, and I suddenly had that horrible feeling that I was not alone. Then I heard one of the boys, Mickey, yell, "I see one! Guys, over here!" I jumped and bolted in the opposite direction. As I rounded the side of Serena's building, somebody grabbed my sweater and yanked me behind a little shack. I almost screamed, but it was Serena. I let out the biggest breath of relief and said, "It's you." She laughed and said, "Gotcha. You're way too easy to find." I was still trying to catch my breath, but then I told her, "I ran into Vanessa. She said something seemed wrong with you." Serena looked confused right away. "When did you see Vanessa?" I said, "Just now. She was standing out in the field." And then Serena got very serious. She used my Cambodian nickname, the way she only did when something really mattered. She said, "Kamau, Vanessa went home at the start of the game. Her mom called her in. You saw her leave." And I swear my whole body went cold. I started stuttering. No, I talked to her. She asked me to check on you." Serena looked scared, and then she said quietly, "It's happening more now." I asked her what she meant, and she told me that that very morning she had been in the bathroom when she heard someone calling her in Khmer, softly, gently, like her mother would, telling her to come out. But her mother wasn't home. She was at the store. Serena said the voice kept calling for her, and she almost opened the door until she heard the real front door downstairs and her mother's actual voice calling her to help bring in groceries. That shook me. It shook both of us. I just hugged her. She started crying, and that scared me more than the story did because Serena was tough. She didn't cry easily. She told me she didn't even want to sleep in the house that night. Normally she slept on the couch anyway, with the TV on, because she didn't want to bother her older sister. And since I was sleeping over, I told her I'd stay with her. I said, "It's okay. I'm here. We'll stay up as long as we can." She gave me this weak little smile. Not long after that, the other kids wanted to stop playing and go home. Later we found out some of them had seen long, dark shadows moving around, and a few swore something had chased them. So Serena and I went inside. We'd completely forgotten about dinner, but my aunt had left rice and beef stir-fry on the stove for us, and we were starving. We piled food onto plates, grabbed juice from the fridge, and ate in the kitchen like everything was normal. Kids are weird like that. You can be one breath away from terror and still think, well, at least there's food. Afterward, we sat on the couch watching TV. From the couch, we had a clear view of the stairs going up to the second floor. Her parents were at work. Yolanda and Donnie were out for the night with my older sister. It was just the two of us in the apartment, close to 1 in the morning. At some point, I started drifting off. Then I felt Serena's hand on my knee, gently shaking me awake. My heart dropped so hard it felt like it hit the floor. I looked toward the stairs without fully turning, just enough to see the top landing where the ceiling met the staircase. And there she was. A woman crouched at the top of the stairs. She had long dark hair hanging over most of her face, but I could see one eye, just one, watching us. Her hands were on her knees, and her head was tilted in this unnatural way, like she was studying us. I froze. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Then, all at once, she slammed her hand against the railing. The sound cracked through the room. Serena squeezed my knee so hard it hurt, but I barely felt it. I was too busy staring because I could not make myself look away. And then the woman started to stand. Serena whispered, "She's coming down." And she did, one step at a time. The stairs creaked under her weight. Her hand dragged and struck the railing as she moved, and every sound made us flinch. It was slow, deliberate, like she wanted us to feel every second of it. Then Serena jumped up and told me to close my eyes. I tried, I really did, but I was so terrified that after only a second or two, I opened them again. Serena had run to the front door and flipped on the light switch. And just like that, the woman was gone. Serena ran back, grabbed me off the couch, and dragged me into Yolanda's bedroom. She slammed the door behind us, and we stayed in there the rest of the night. We didn't sleep at all. We waited for her parents to come home, and when they did, we told them everything. Later, her mom had a monk come bless the house. For a little while, things got quieter, calmer, but it never stayed gone for good. And the next day, we found out Vanessa had gotten really sick that same night. High fever, hospital, the whole thing. She was out for several days. Not too long after that, once the lease ended, Serena's family moved to another housing unit in a different part of the city. But I never forgot that night. Even now, when I think about Watupa Heights being just an empty field, I wonder what's really gone and what's only hiding. Some places don't let go of what happened there. And some nights, I still feel like that woman is standing at the top of the stairs, waiting for someone to look up. When I think back on the strange things that have followed me through life, I always end up in the same place, my childhood home. That's where it all seemed to begin. My name's Mara, and I was the oldest of 3. My younger sister was a few years behind me, and my little brother was younger still. Back then, my sister and I shared a room at the very end of a long hallway, and my brother slept in the room just beyond the wall, both rooms facing out toward the backyard. I never liked being alone in that bedroom. I couldn't explain it then, and honestly, I still can't explain it now. But almost every time I stepped out into that hallway at night, I had this awful feeling that someone was right behind me, so close I could almost feel their breath on the back of my neck. I'd bolt down the hall and run straight into the living room like my life depended on it. My family thought I was dramatic, maybe a little odd, and eventually nobody even asked why. We just never talked about it. At night, after the lights were out and my sister had drifted off, something even stranger would happen. Between the 2 closet doors across from my bed, this tiny ball of light would appear. At first it was no bigger than a marble, but then it would stretch and widen into this glowing bluish-white oval, tall enough to reach nearly halfway up the wall. The only way I've ever known how to describe it is this. It looked like what a doorway to somewhere else might look like. I'd pull the blanket over my head and stay there until I either fell asleep or it was gone. My sister never saw it. I asked her once while it was happening, and she mumbled at me to be quiet and let her sleep. A few years later, I moved into my own room at the front of the house, and for a while, things felt normal again. But then my little brother started coming into my room at night. He'd stand there half asleep, scared out of his mind, telling me there was a man in his closet, or sometimes outside his window, just staring in and refusing to leave. Our parents brushed it off, but I could tell he was terrified. So I stopped questioning it. I'd just move over and let him crawl into bed beside me. Then came the night that changed everything. I was about 18, maybe 19, and my parents were heading out of town for the weekend. They asked me to stay at the house with my brother and sister to make sure nobody got into trouble, which, honestly, was funny to me because I was hardly the picture of responsibility. Still, we ended up having a quiet night. No party, no chaos, nothing like that. We were all in the living room watching a movie when the dog went to the door. He needed to go out, and beside the front door there was this big window that looked toward the side gate leading into the backyard. The backyard was fully fenced in with tall wooden panels, and that gate was the only way in or out. The second I opened the door, the dog completely lost it. He started barking, growling, then shrinking back behind my legs like he wanted no part of whatever was out there. I looked up, and at the far end of the walkway stood a man. He was tall, broad-shouldered, older. He had on worn denim overalls over a pale shirt, and there was a red handkerchief hanging from his chest pocket. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, staring straight at me. When we finally came back inside, shaken and trying to decide whether to call the police, my brother asked me what the man looked like. I described him as best I could, and I watched all the color drain from my brother's face. He got very still, looked right at me, and said, "That's the man I used to see in my closet." I can still feel the chill that went through me when he said it. That night, all three of us slept in the living room with every light in the house turned on. Years later, when we were all adults, I brought it up again. My brother and sister both claimed they didn't remember any of it. I never believed that. Some things leave too deep a mark to just vanish. Then, years after that, my son was born. He was a big baby from the start and just kept growing. His father and I aren't especially tall, and neither side of the family is full of giants. So one day I asked my mom where in the world all that height came from. She told me my grandfather's side had some very tall men in it. Then she mentioned that one of my grandfather's brothers, who had died long before I was born, had been well over 7 feet tall. The second she said that, my mind went right back to the man standing by that gate. We never found a photograph of him, but when I asked my mom what he looked like, every detail lined up. The height, the build, the clothes. And in that moment, I had this deep, unmistakable feeling that the man I saw that night wasn't a stranger at all. I think he was family. I think he came to keep watch over us, or maybe just to make sure we stayed in line while our parents were gone. And honestly, whether that's true or not, it worked. We behaved. I've wanted to tell you this story for a long time because it happened to my Aunt Rosita when she was very young, maybe 5 or 6 years old, and it stayed with her for the rest of her life. My family has a piece of land up in the mountains outside a little town in Honduras, a place that's been there since the 1800s. It's the kind of land where fruit grows wild, especially guavas, and back then the children would wander around picking them straight from the trees. One afternoon, Rosita was out there with her brothers and sisters looking for guavas when she spotted one that caught her eye immediately. She always described it as the most beautiful guava she had ever seen. Huge, golden, perfectly ripe. Naturally, she went after it. but every time she reached for it, it seemed to be just beyond her fingers. So she kept walking toward it, thinking she was only taking a few more steps, then a few more, then a few more after that. Before she realized it, the fruit was gone. She looked around, and everything had changed. It had been bright midday just moments before, but suddenly it felt dark around her, almost like evening had fallen without warning. She didn't recognize the trees, the brush was thick, and the path she'd been on had completely disappeared. She was just standing there alone in the middle of dense foliage, confused and frightened. Then, out from the bushes, a small man appeared. She said he was short, with a large pointed hat that looked too big for his body, and she could never clearly see his face. In that area, people call a being like that El Duende, a goblin or forest spirit. Rosita always believed that was exactly what she saw. She said it kept jumping in and out of hiding, tugging at her dress, brushing against her, trying to startle her. It didn't attack her outright, but it felt like it wanted to frighten her, to keep her upset and disoriented. Then she noticed it reaching toward the crucifix she wore around her neck. My family was deeply Catholic, and the children all wore crosses. The moment Rosita realized this little figure was trying to snatch hers, she grabbed the crucifix in both hands, squeezed it tightly against her chest, shut her eyes, and began to pray as hard as she could. When she finally opened her eyes, everything was different again. It was daylight, clear daylight, and right in front of her was a narrow path that hadn't been there before. On that path stood 2 white doves. She said they were very close to her, close enough that she felt she should have been able to reach out and touch them, but somehow she never could. Still, they stayed just ahead of her, and she followed them. Step by step, they led her through the brush and back toward the cabin where her parents and siblings were staying. When she arrived, the whole family was in a panic. She had not been gone for an hour, or even just the afternoon. She had been missing for a full day. Everyone had been searching for her, calling her name, looking through the land for any sign of her. What terrified them most was that she couldn't have wandered very far, and yet somehow she had heard none of them. Rosita was exhausted when she got back. She went straight to bed, and afterward she came down with a high fever. She turned pale, broke out in cold sweats, and stayed weak for days. What makes the story even stranger is that people in that region have told similar stories for generations. Usually it's about little girls, often around 5 to 8 years old, who go missing and later return saying they saw a small man wearing a tall, pointed hat. That's why this story has stayed with me. It isn't just one odd family memory. It's part of a much larger pattern people there still talk about. I still don't know what to make of it completely. Maybe it was something supernatural. Maybe it was something no one could explain. But for Rosita, it was absolutely real, and she carried that certainty with her forever. I was 19 that summer, freshly holding my driver's license like it was some kind of golden ticket. In Mongolia, family road trips during the warm months are a whole production. Grandparents, cousins, aunts, siblings, too many bags, not enough space. And somehow, everybody still insists on bringing more. Since my parents had split up years earlier and my mom couldn't come, she asked me to drive my father's old car and take my little brother along with the rest of the family. Honestly, I wasn't nervous. I was thrilled. It felt like freedom. That evening, we all gathered at my grandmother's place to load everything up. There were several cars, plus a porter packed with supplies, blankets, cooking gear, all the usual things people swear they absolutely need. My brother and I ended up stuffing extra bags into our car, the things that wouldn't fit anywhere else. We finally pulled out around sunset, maybe a little after 7. A couple of hours later, we stopped at a big supermarket on the edge of the city to buy last-minute supplies. For some reason, every family seems to do this before a long trip, like it's part of the ritual. After that, we kept driving deep into the night. I was having the best time. Loud music, energy drinks, the windows cracked open, feeling like I owned the road. Then my phone rang. It was my grandmother. One of the cars had broken down, so we turned back and found the others pulled off near the main road. Since it was already so late, we set up tents and slept there for the night. I still remember how bitterly cold it felt, even though it was the middle of summer. The next morning, I woke up to kids running around, older relatives talking over hot tea, and the whole camp slowly coming back to life. Later in the day, one of my grandmother's relatives arrived with a spare tire. The men fixed the car while the rest of us cleaned up and got everything packed again. By late afternoon, we were moving. The road after that was long and rough. Dirt tracks, open land, no bathrooms, no real landmarks, just occasional stops for fuel and quick breaks out in the open. One of the older men told me a trick about offline maps. He said if you load the route while you still have signal, it stays usable even after you lose service, and then updates again when you reconnect. At the time, that felt like expert wisdom. We drove until nearly midnight, following one of the other vehicles and trusting a map that only half made sense. At one point, my brother needed to pee, and honestly, I did too, so we pulled over. We took care of it, got back into the car, and started driving again. But the others were gone. At first, I wasn't worried. I thought I was still on the right path, and maybe they had just gone farther ahead than I realized. I kept driving, figuring I'd eventually catch up or get close enough to a signal and call. My brother had fallen asleep in the back. About an hour later, around 1:30 in the morning, I pulled over again. I wanted to step outside, clear my head, have a cigarette, and figure out what to do next. I switched on the hazard lights in case the others came up behind me. That was when I smelled it. It hit me all at once. Sharp, rotten, heavy, like something spoiled and sick and deeply wrong. The sky was bright with moonlight, and there was nothing around me. No trees, no buildings. Just empty desert stretching in every direction. I looked around, trying to find where the smell was coming from, and then I saw something a short distance away. It looked like a pale pink blanket, rolled up and left in the dirt. Without really thinking, I walked toward it, and what I saw there has never left me. It was the body of a small child. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw movement. A dark shape. I didn't turn around. I don't know why, but every part of me was screaming the same thing. Do not look back. I felt, with absolute certainty, that something was behind me. Something close. I ran. I got into the car, slammed the door shut, and drove like a madman. I don't remember much about that stretch of road. I can't tell you clearly what I saw, or whether anything was truly following me. What I do remember perfectly is the fear. It was total. It felt like being hunted, like something had noticed me. I didn't stop until I reached the main road. When I finally got a signal, it was around 2:50 in the morning. I called the police. They told me to wait, and later, 2 officers brought me to the station. They asked me everything: where I was, what I saw, what landmarks I remembered, how far off the road I had been. I told them as much as I could. My brother slept through all of it. I never woke him up. I didn't want him frightened. When he stirred later, I just told him we had stopped for gas. I called my family, found out I'd gone the wrong direction, and eventually caught up with them. We finished the trip, and on the surface, everything after that was normal. But I wasn't. For months, I barely slept. A few weeks later, the police called me back. They told me they had found the pink blanket I described, but there was no body. They asked if I had seen blood, drag marks, another person, anything that could help. I told them the truth. I wasn't even completely sure what I had seen beyond that terrible image and the shadow I caught in the corner of my eye. It wasn't enough to give them anything useful. Years passed. Then more recently, I heard there had been multiple kidnappings in that region around the same time we had been traveling there. I still don't know whether what I saw was connected to any of that. I don't know what happened to that child, or where the body went, or what that shadow really was. But the police finding that blanket told me one thing for certain. I hadn't imagined it. And somehow, that truth has always been more frightening than if it had all been a hallucination. Even now, what stays with me most is not just what I saw, but the feeling. That pure, overwhelming terror. The certainty that something was behind me in the dark, and that if I looked back, something terrible would happen. Hello everyone, welcome to Paranormal M. Thanks for being here tonight. Before we begin, please subscribe to the channel if you want to hear more stories like these. Also, turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. And if you've had your own unexplained experience, feel free to send it to me. So the first story tonight is about someone alone in their apartment late at night, just trying to make a cup of tea because they couldn't sleep. At first, it seemed like nothing, but then the kitchen started feeling like they weren't alone in it. Hope you enjoy the video and sleep well tonight. You know, something happened not too long ago that still gets under my skin whenever the apartment goes quiet at night. It was sometime after midnight. I live alone in a pretty small apartment, and I couldn't sleep, so I figured I'd make myself some tea and try again. My kitchen is tiny, nothing special. There's an old gas stove, a little table with a few chairs, and these worn-out cabinets that creak every time you touch them, like they've been hanging on for decades out of pure stubbornness. I turned on the stove, set the kettle down, and leaned against the counter while I looked at my phone. Everything was still. Just the low hum of the refrigerator, that kind of late-night silence that makes every little sound feel bigger than it should. Then I heard this soft click behind me. It sounded exactly like a cabinet door easing shut. The strange part was, I hadn't opened any cabinets. I remember pausing for a second and trying to explain it away. Old apartment, old wood, things shift, that kind of thing. But then I noticed the kettle wasn't making any sound at all. No faint rattle, no steam, nothing. So I looked over, and the stove had gone out. Not only that, but the knob was turned all the way to off. I just stood there staring at it, because I knew I hadn't touched it. And then I noticed one of the chairs by the table. It was pulled out. Not a lot, but enough to be obvious. Slightly angled too, like someone had been sitting there a moment earlier and had just gotten up. I always keep the chairs pushed in because there's barely enough room to move around in that kitchen as it is. I would have noticed if I'd bumped it. By then, my chest was already tightening up. I kept trying to be rational, telling myself maybe I'd moved it without thinking. Maybe I was just tired. You know how people do that, trying to make everything make sense when it very clearly doesn't. So I turned the stove back on, mostly because I didn't know what else to do, and reached for my favorite mug from the cabinet. It's this old, dark blue mug with a little crack near the handle. I use it all the time. Except it wasn't in the cabinet. It was already sitting on the counter beside the kettle, and when I touched it, it was warm. Not just room temperature, warm, like someone had been holding it in their hands only seconds before. That was the moment I really started to panic. I froze. I didn't want to turn around, but I also felt like I had to. And while I was just standing there, I felt this sudden cold draft move right behind my legs. Not like air from a window. It felt more like someone passing close behind me. And then I heard it. A whisper. Very low, very faint, like someone murmuring something I couldn't quite make out from right over my shoulder. I spun around so fast I nearly stumbled into the chair. There was nothing there. Just the kitchen, the refrigerator humming, the dim light over the stove, and me standing there with my heart pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my whole body. I didn't finish making the tea. I turned the stove off, left the mug exactly where it was, and went straight back to my room. I kept every light on for the rest of the night. And honestly, I still think about it. More than I want to. Because I know how it sounds. I do. But I also know what I saw, what I felt, and what I heard. And I've never gone into that kitchen after midnight the same way again. This happened around 5 years ago, and even now, I still get chills when I think about it. My aunt had just moved into a new apartment in this quiet residential complex, and it was during the summer, right before I started high school. I went to stay with her for a couple of weeks. The apartment had 2 bedrooms. My aunt slept in one, and I stayed in the other with my older cousin, who was about 8 years older than me. The room was pretty cramped, so we had to share a bed. The outlets were in such awkward spots, one near the headboard and one down by the foot of the bed, that we ended up sleeping in opposite directions. My cousin slept with her head near the top of the bed, and I slept with mine near the bottom. Right above her side of the bed, there was this big window that looked out toward another apartment building in the same complex. From where I was lying, I could see directly into one of the apartments across from us. My cousin always fell asleep early, but I've always been the kind of person who stays up way too late. Back then, I'd often still be awake until almost dawn. And that's when I started noticing something strange. Every single night, at exactly 4:03 in the morning, the light in that apartment would switch on. Always the same room, always the same light. Then, at exactly 4:06, it would turn off. Not 4:02, not 4:04, always 4:03 to 4:06. 3 minutes every night, without fail. At first, I tried to ignore it. I told myself it had to be nothing. But after seeing it happen again and again with that same eerie precision, I couldn't stop thinking about it. One night, I asked my cousin to stay up and watch it with me. She didn't really believe me at first, but she agreed. And sure enough, at 4:03, the light came on. At 4:06, it went off. The look on her face told me everything. She was completely shaken. The next morning, she told my aunt, and after that, all 3 of us couldn't stop talking about it. We were unsettled, obviously, but more than anything, we wanted to understand what was going on. A few days later, we worked up the nerve to go over there and ask. A woman, probably in her 40s, opened the door. She seemed gentle and soft-spoken, but exhausted in a way that was hard to miss. She explained that she was the daytime caregiver for the woman who lived there, an elderly lady in her 80s who had been left completely paralyzed after a stroke. She said the woman could only move her eyes and mouth. She had no husband, no children, no close family around. Just a very small pension that barely covered basic care. The caregiver could only stay from 6 in the morning until 11 at night because there simply wasn't enough money for overnight help. So every night, from 11 p.m. until 6 a.m., that woman was alone. Then the caregiver told us something that made the whole thing even harder to process. The elderly woman had a serious condition with her eyes. She was extremely sensitive to light, so much so that she had begged the caregiver never to turn on the lights inside the apartment unless it was absolutely necessary, especially not during the night. But we had watched that light turn on night after night, and according to the caregiver, the woman never even left her bedroom. I remember all of us going quiet after that. We thanked her, probably a little too quickly, and just left. I still can't explain what we saw. It was the consistency that got to me. the exact timing, every single night. And then the strangest part of all, it stopped completely not long after the old woman passed away. To this day, my aunt, my cousin, and I still talk about it sometimes, trying to make sense of it, and none of us ever can. But whatever it was, I've never forgotten it. I honestly do not know whether this falls under the paranormal or whether life was just being deeply weird with me, which, frankly, it often is. But it is one of the strangest things I have ever experienced. There has been this same person, or at least someone who looked exactly like him, showing up at different points in my life, always in different places, always just for a moment. The first time I remember seeing him was at a high school football game during the first few weeks of my freshman year. It was one of those big school nights where everyone was out walking around during halftime, heading to the snack bar or the restrooms, talking with friends. Out of nowhere, this guy ran right up to me and called out my name like he knew me well. Then he hugged me and said he was really happy to see me. And the strange part was, he looked familiar to me too. I remember standing there thinking, I know this face, but from where? I was raised by a single mom, and growing up I spent a lot of time in after-school programs, day camps, summer activities, that kind of thing. So I figured maybe we knew each other from one of those places years earlier, and I just couldn't place him. I didn't want to be awkward and ask who he was, especially since he seemed so sure he knew me. Before I could even say much, he smiled, said something like, I have to run, and disappeared. The whole thing lasted maybe 10 seconds. After that, I never saw him at school. Not once. So I assumed maybe he had been there with another school, or just happened to be visiting. Then, the next year, during spring break, my family took a trip to Cancun. It was crowded, loud, full of tourists, and while I was walking along the beach with my family, I caught a glimpse of someone in the crowd who looked exactly like him. He didn't look at me. He just passed through the sea of people and was gone. It happened so fast that I even questioned myself afterward, but I remember thinking, that looked like the same guy from the game. Then the summer before my junior year, we went to visit relatives in California. It was my first time there. One evening, I was sitting outside a restaurant with my family when he walked right past us. This time I saw him clearly. No question in my mind, it was him. He didn't stop, didn't speak, didn't even glance my way. He just kept walking and vanished into the crowd. That was the moment it started to really get under my skin. After that, I noticed a pattern. I would go somewhere new, and somehow, somewhere in the middle of a crowd, I would see him. Always briefly, always just out of reach. During spring break of my senior year, my family took a trip through parts of New England. We stopped in Boston, Newport, Vermont, and Maine. And in every one of those places, the same thing happened. I would be out with people, look up, and there he was, walking past like he belonged there. And then, seconds later, gone. I saw him again during my first year of college, in a completely different state from where I had grown up. It was at a huge welcome ceremony for new students. I was sitting there among this massive crowd, and somehow I spotted him sitting off in the distance. I never saw him anywhere else on campus after that. The last time I saw him was years later, during my junior year of college, when a group of friends and I went to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. Same kind of moment. Busy street, packed crowd, noise everywhere, and then, suddenly there he was, just walking by. Before I could react, he disappeared again. I still don't know who he was. I don't know whether it was really the same person every time, or someone who somehow looked unbelievably similar. but his appearance was distinct enough that I've never been able to shake the feeling that it truly was him. What unsettles me most is that I've only ever seen him when I was with other people, never when I was alone and could actually go after him or ask him who he was. And after all these years, I still wouldn't even know what I'd say. I just know that, for a stretch of my life, there was this familiar stranger who kept appearing wherever I went, only long enough for me to notice him and wonder what on earth it meant. I want to tell you about the house across the street from us, because even now, I still can't make sense of it. When we moved into this neighborhood about 4 years ago, I honestly thought that place was empty. The driveway was half blocked by this huge old tree, like someone wanted to keep people out on purpose. There were no trespassing signs everywhere, and every window, even the garage windows, was covered with something. Black plastic, foil, heavy curtains, whatever they could use to keep the inside hidden. No car, no porch light, no movement, nothing. It just looked dead. A few nights after we moved in, my dog Nola took off while we were outside. She wandered toward that house, and I followed her up to the edge of the driveway, calling for her. I heard rustling in the leaves and figured it was just her messing around. But then I heard this sound coming from the garage. It sounded like barking at first, or maybe crying. I couldn't really tell. So I stepped a little closer, trying to listen. And then, out of nowhere, something slammed hard against the inside of the garage door. Not once, but over and over, loud and angry. Right after that, someone shouted from inside. I couldn't understand a word, just this muffled voice through the door. I panicked. I turned around and ran. A second later, Nola came flying back after me like she'd been spooked too. To this day, I still have no idea where she had actually gone. After a while, we realized somebody really did live there. A man, probably in his 40s or 50s, always by himself. We never had a real conversation with him. Just one moment, one afternoon, and it still burned into my mind because it was the only time I'd ever seen him out in daylight. He was walking his bike past our house, and Nola barked and trotted toward him. He didn't flinch. He just looked over calmly and said, "She bites, doesn't she?" Then he kept going like that was the most normal thing in the world. After that, I started noticing his routine. He'd leave the house around 10:30 or 11 every night. He always rode this bike with no lights on it, completely in the dark. Then he'd come back around 6:30 or 7 in the morning, just before sunrise. And the strangest part was, he never turned on a single light. Not once. That house stayed sealed up and blacked out all the time. Over the years, it almost turned into this creepy little joke in our family. We called it the ghost house. It was unsettling, sure, but it was predictable. And after a while, predictable starts to feel normal. Then last night happened. I was upstairs in my little girl's room, rocking her to sleep, and it was sometime around 11. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed this bright flashing light outside. At first I thought maybe it was a car, or somebody working on something, so I ignored it. But when I stood up and looked through the window, I saw it was coming from that house. It was flashing from inside, sharp bursts of light, almost like welding or some kind of strobe. But that wasn't even the part that got to me most. Above the roof, in the sky just over that house, there was this strange flickering glow in the clouds. It looked almost like heat lightning, but it was only there, only above his roof. The rest of the sky was dark and still. No storm, no thunder, nothing else around it. Just that strange, restless light. The house itself stayed dark except for those flashes from inside. After a while, the flashing stopped. Then I could see one thin strip of light through whatever was covering one of the windows, probably from a lamp in a back room. I could make out someone moving behind it. And then that light went out too. I went downstairs and told my husband because I needed somebody else to see that I wasn't imagining this. We stood there at the window together, just staring across the street, trying to make sense of it. Then suddenly I saw movement. Someone came tearing away from the side of the house so fast I thought, for one awful second, that somebody was running for their life. I nearly screamed. Then I realized it was him. He was on his bike, already gliding down the street in total silence. No light, no sound, just gone into the dark like he always does. And that's what gets me. I've been watching that house for years. Never once saw a light on inside. Never once saw visitors. Never once saw anything that felt ordinary. Then, all at once, in one night, something happens that feels so wrong and so deliberate that I still can't shake it. I know how this sounds. I do. But whatever I saw, it didn't feel random. It felt like I caught a glimpse of something private, something I was never meant to witness. And the strangest part of all, my baby was restless the whole night after that. Tossing, waking, fussing, like she could feel that something was off too. Maybe that part is just me being scared. But I'm telling you, that house does not feel the same anymore. I've had strange experiences for as long as I can remember. I'm 21 now, and over the years I've learned to explain some of it away. Anxiety, an overactive imagination, too many late-night horror videos. All the usual things people lean on when something doesn't make sense. And honestly, sometimes that probably is the answer. But there are a few moments in my life that never stopped feeling real. This is one of them. When I was in middle school, maybe 7th grade, I had 2 friends over for a sleepover at my house. My bedroom was small, so back then we had rearranged everything to make it work. My bed was partly tucked into the closet space because the closet doors had been taken off, and across the room I had this old pull-out sofa where one of my friends was supposed to sleep. We were all into ghost stories at the time, the way kids are when they want to be scared but also kind of love it. So that night, we decided to play the red book game. We grabbed a red book from my parents' room, sat together in the dark, and tried to do it properly with all the seriousness we could manage. We were supposed to light a candle, but of course we forgot that part, because apparently even summoning spirits has a learning curve. We put our hands on the book, closed our eyes, said the words, asked questions, and opened the pages, tracing along until we felt like we should stop. Nothing really happened at first. No answers, no eerie message, nothing dramatic. But one of my friends, Marcy, had been sitting on a stool near my bed, and after a while she started getting annoyed. She kept insisting that someone was touching her, brushing against her, trying to freak her out. At first, none of us had done anything, but once she got worked up, we started teasing her the way girls at sleepovers do. She got fed up, stopped playing, and since we hadn't ended the game the right way, we just kind of dropped it altogether. The part that stayed with me was what happened after. For the rest of the night, Marcy sat on the sofa and kept staring at one exact spot on my bed. She barely looked anywhere else. At the time, I thought she was just trying to keep the mood creepy. But later, that detail started to matter a lot more. A while after that, I was home alone one afternoon, standing in the bathroom next to my bedroom, brushing my hair. If both doors were open, you could see from the bathroom mirror straight into my room. By then, I'd moved the furniture around, so the sofa was sitting where my friend had stared that night. And while I was brushing my hair, I got this sudden, heavy feeling that I needed to look at one specific place in the mirror. You know those moments where your body reacts before your mind can catch up? It was like that. I looked. Sitting on the sofa, reflected in the mirror behind me, was a little girl. She had pale blonde curls, almost like ringlets, and she was wearing clothes that looked old-fashioned, like church clothes that had been dragged through dirt. Not torn exactly, just grimy, worn, wrong somehow. She was just sitting there, still, like she belonged in that room. I screamed and dropped my brush. I turned around instantly and there was nothing there. No one. I was alone. Even now, I still get nervous sometimes when I'm brushing my hair and I feel that same pull to look in the mirror. It's like part of me is afraid I'll see her again. Then she told me that when she was a girl, she also used to see an army soldier standing at the foot of her bed, and one night, beside him, there was a little girl. I froze. I didn't say anything at first. I just listened. Then my mom started describing what the girl looked like. Blonde curls, young, old-fashioned clothes. I broke down crying right there. I hadn't told her what I'd seen before she described it. I made sure not to lead her, because I needed to know whether this was really the same thing or whether my mind was trying to connect dots that weren't there. But the way she described that little girl was too close, too exact. It shook me in a way I still can't fully explain. Since then, more things have happened in this new house, too. The area has a violent history, with old battles fought nearby, and sometimes the atmosphere here feels heavy in a way that's hard to put into words. There's one experience in particular I could tell separately because it deserves its own story. But after hearing everything, my grandfather told me something that unsettled me even more. He said that on my mother's side of the family, people have always seen more than most. He said it goes back generations. Seances, spirit boards, trying to contact whatever's on the other side. People in the family apparently did all of that. I'm a devout Catholic, so hearing that didn't sit well with me at all. Not even a little. I don't know what to make of any of this. Part of me wonders whether there's some strange pattern in the way people imagine things. Like maybe when fear takes shape, it often becomes a little girl. But another part of me can't ignore how specific this was, or the fact that I wasn't the only one who saw her. That's the part that stays with me. If it had only been me, maybe I could have dismissed it. But it wasn't. And honestly, that's what still sends chills through me when I tell this story now. Hey, I need to tell you about something that's been weighing on me, because this past week in our new house has felt off in a way I can't quite explain. My husband and I moved in just over a week ago, and ever since then, there have been all these strange little things happening that keep piling up in my mind. The house itself has a history. It was custom built years ago by the original owner, an older woman named Vera, who passed away sometime around 2015. From what we heard, she was a great-grandmother, and people seemed to remember her warmly. We ended up buying the house from an older man who was moving into assisted living. He was still healthy enough to drive himself to closing, and while we were waiting on paperwork, we sat and talked with him for a while. He was unusual. I'll call him Alan. He had this odd habit of laughing at moments that really didn't fit the conversation, like at things that weren't funny at all. Maybe it was nerves, maybe just his personality, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't unsettle me. He told us he'd lived there alone for more than 20 years. Never married, no kids, just him in this big 3-bedroom house with a huge yard he never really used. Before closing, there had been an estate sale at the house. My daughter is learning piano, and there was this beautiful piano in the room that would eventually become hers, so I went by to see it. We bought it, and while I was there, I noticed people were coming in from all over, some from out of town, and they were practically scrambling to buy up Alan's old sound equipment. Not just a speaker or two either. I'm talking serious vintage gear, tall speakers, microphones, instruments, recording equipment. At closing, I mentioned how much interest there had been and asked if he'd worked in audio or music. He told me he'd been a computer scientist and that sound was just a hobby. So I asked what he meant by that, and he casually said he liked doing jigsaw puzzles while listening to music. That answer just didn't match what I'd seen. You don't usually collect that kind of equipment just to do puzzles in the background. But I let it go. Some people don't like explaining themselves, and that's their business. What made everything feel even stranger was the condition of the house. He sold it to us below asking price, even though it was in excellent shape. But then there were these little odd details everywhere. There was a shed out back that he claimed he had never opened. A spotless oven that looked brand new, like it had never been cooked in. The original microwave and dishwasher from the 80s, which he also said he'd never used. And then there were these old zippered bank bags full of personal papers, family photos, and even death certificates that he just left behind. It felt like stepping into a life that had been quietly sealed up and abandoned in pieces. Then a few nights ago, something happened that I still can't make sense of. My 14-year-old daughter and I were standing in the hallway when we both saw my husband walk into our bedroom. I had a question for him, so I went after him, and my daughter followed right behind me. We both watched him go into the bathroom connected to our bedroom. I called out to him, but he didn't answer. So I stepped into the bathroom, and it was empty. Completely empty. I turned to my daughter and asked, "Did you see him go in there too?" And she immediately said, "Yes." That's the whole reason she came with me. We searched the house, confused and honestly a little shaken, and finally found my husband downstairs in the basement doing laundry. He had never gone into the bedroom at all, and that's not even all of it. I've also seen what looked like a person standing in the stairwell. Not a shadow, not a quick flicker, but a full figure. I looked away for a second, and when I looked back, it was gone. My daughter said she's experienced something similar too. More than once, one of us has felt certain someone was in the house, only to realize nobody was there. At this point, we're all rattled. Even the dog seems on edge. We've gotten so unsettled that we called a local priest to come bless the house, and now I'm sitting here wondering whether I should actually tell him everything we've seen. Part of me feels ridiculous even saying it out loud, and another part of me knows we're not imagining how deeply uneasy this has all made us feel. I don't know what's going on in this house. I don't know whether these things are connected, or whether there's some explanation we just haven't found yet. I only know that something about this place doesn't feel right, and right now, my whole family feels it. Let me tell you something that's been sitting heavy on my mind. I grew up in South Asia, where people talk a lot about jinn, black magic, and things hidden just beyond what we can explain. Most of my life, I brushed it all aside. I always figured people were scared, grieving, unwell, or trying to make sense of something painful. Even when I heard stories inside my own family, I kept holding on to logic. I never really let myself believe. But something happened the other night, and I haven't felt settled since. It was close to 1 a.m. My internet had gone down, and I called my neighbor and friend Samir to ask if he could come over and help me out with his hotspot for a bit. He came by, sat near me while I was trying to fix things on my laptop, and then, without warning, he just went completely still. I don't mean quiet. I mean frozen. He was staring ahead, not blinking, not reacting, nothing. I said his name a few times. I even touched his shoulder and tried to shake him out of it, but it was like he wasn't really there anymore. Those couple of minutes felt stretched out and wrong in a way I can't properly explain. Then suddenly, he moved. He turned and looked straight at me, but something about him felt different. His face was calm, almost too calm, and his voice sounded lower than usual, steadier somehow. He said, "Come with me. We need to take something out." And the strange part is, I didn't feel panic. I should have, probably, but I didn't. I just felt this deep pull of curiosity, like I needed to see where this was going. So I followed him. He walked straight toward this old storage room behind his house. It's the kind of place everyone ignores. Dusty, half-broken, with a sagging roof made of wooden beams and packed mud. It smells stale in there, like damp earth and years of neglect. Nobody really uses it anymore. Samir didn't pause or look around like he was searching. He went directly to one corner and told me to hold my phone light there. Then he reached down and pulled out a small bundle wrapped in faded fabric. Inside was a folded paper charm, a tawiz. Before I could even process that, he went to another spot and pulled out a second one, then another, then one more. 4 in total. What shook me most was that he didn't hunt for them. He didn't guess. He knew exactly where each one had been hidden, like he'd been shown. After that, he came back with me, washed his hands and face, and then handed the tawiz to me. His expression was unreadable. He just said, "Get rid of these, burn them, and let the ashes go." He wouldn't touch them again. I tried right away. I grabbed a lighter, but it wouldn't work. I found another one, and that one lit, but the papers still refused to catch. They darkened a little at the edges, but they just would not burn properly. And that's the moment something cold settled in my chest. Up until then, I'd been trying to explain everything away. But standing there with those papers in my hand, I felt, for the first time, that I was dealing with something I didn't understand. In the end, I panicked and threw them out. Then Samir suddenly dropped into prostration on the floor. He stayed there quietly for a long time, completely silent, while I just stood there watching, too stunned to move. When he finally sat up, he looked normal again. Tired maybe, but normal. I asked him what had happened. No memory. None at all. And that's what's been bothering me ever since. I'm still someone who believes in reason. I still think most things have an explanation, even when we don't know it yet. But that night cracked something open in me. I can't dismiss it the way I used to. I saw what I saw. I felt what I felt. Maybe there's an answer for it. Maybe there isn't. All I know is that something real happened that night, and I haven't been able to think about the world in quite the same way since. I need to tell you something that's been weighing on me, because I can't shake the feeling that something is deeply wrong where I live. When I was growing up, my mom used to tell me these eerie stories about things she swore she experienced, like an old man standing quietly at the foot of her bed, or a spirit that used to play harmless little games with my younger sister until one day it suddenly turned mean. Those stories terrified me as a kid, but honestly, I never really believed any of it. I always assumed there had to be some other explanation. Now, I'm not so sure. I'm 22, and about a year ago, I moved out of the tiny town I grew up in, one of those blink and you miss it places, and into a bigger town that still feels incredibly isolated. It's the kind of place with old streets, towering trees, and these beautiful, worn-down Victorian houses scattered everywhere. I ended up renting a small apartment inside one of those huge old homes that had been divided into several units. It's gorgeous, full of character, and it's only a few blocks from my job, so at first, it felt perfect. For the first couple of months, nothing seemed off. Then little things started happening. I'd walk into the kitchen and find cupboard doors hanging open, even though I'm the type of person who notices everything and always closes them. A few times I found my apartment door unlocked, which genuinely rattled me because I'm obsessive about checking locks. I don't forget things like that. One night, I was sitting in my room gaming, headphones on, no sound anywhere except what was in my ears, when both my cat and I reacted at the exact same moment to the sound of a doorknob turning. It was so clear, so deliberate, that I immediately got up and checked both the front door and the back door. thinking maybe someone was trying to get in, but neither one sounded right. Then I turned the knob on my bedroom door, and the second I heard it, I knew. That was the sound. My cat's fur literally puffed up. I laughed about it afterward when I told a friend, because that felt easier than admitting how unsettled I was. I even joked that if there really was something here, it seemed harmless, and that I just told it to leave me alone when it got too creepy. My mom used to say that when I was little, as if spirits could be reasoned with. But things didn't stay harmless. The only thing that happened directly to me that I still can't explain was one night when I was just about to fall asleep. I was in that half-dreaming state, almost gone, when I felt someone lean in close to my ear and whisper one word. "Listen." It was a woman's voice. Soft, clear, right beside me. I froze. I didn't sleep much after that. Then this past week, 2 other things came to light, and together they've shaken me more than I want to admit. A while back, I had texted my landlady about something minor, and that was when I found out she'd been admitted to the hospital. I wished her well and assumed she'd recover. I didn't hear anything else after that. Then recently, her husband came by the property to talk with tenants because they were planning to repaint the outside of the building. We got to talking, and he mentioned her again. That's when he told me she had died. Suddenly. Horribly. He didn't go into every detail, but the way he said it made my stomach drop. It had happened not long after that hospital visit. That was unsettling enough. But a couple of days later, my neighbor from the house next door, the one fixing it up himself, walked over to me with a bruise around his eye so bad it barely looked real. I asked him what happened, and he gave this dry little laugh and said, "Try not to fall off ladders." Then he got serious. Not stumbles, not slips, falls. Face first, like his body just gave out. He said it felt as if something hit him or pulled him off balance. Watching it made me sick. He ended up with a fractured bone around his eye and some kind of injury near his heart, but somehow he survived. I haven't been able to stop thinking about any of this. I'm scared in a way I can't really joke away anymore. I don't know whether I'm connecting random tragedies because I'm frightened, or whether there's actually some kind of pattern here. I can't afford to move, so I feel stuck, and that makes it worse. And the strangest part is that now I keep thinking about the woman who lived in the apartment below mine for a few weeks. I barely knew her, but one day I saw her hauling boxes out, and when I asked if she was leaving, all she said was, "I just can't stay here." At the time, I didn't think much of it. Now I do. So that's where I'm at. I live in this beautiful old house on Hawthorne Lane, and every day it feels a little less like a home and a little more like something is watching, waiting, or maybe trying to be noticed. I don't know whether this is grief, coincidence, old house paranoia, or something genuinely wrong. I just know I don't feel alone here anymore. Back in the late 1990s, my family and I moved into this beautiful old farmhouse near Hopkins, Michigan. It had the kind of charm that pulls you in right away, even though people around town kept whispering that the place was haunted. I didn't pay much attention to that. I'd had strange experiences before, and I figured whatever stories people were telling, I could handle it. For the first year, honestly, life there felt pretty normal. My 2 kids were still little, 8 and 11 at the time, and the house was usually full of noise and energy. But even then, the stories about the place never really stopped. Neighbors told us the last family had been so frightened they'd run out to the porch in the middle of the night. And one year, when my son wanted friends over for his birthday, a few parents refused to let their kids come because they were nervous about the house. Then one Friday night, everything changed. It was around 10 o'clock, and I was on the phone with a friend, telling her about this weird thing that had happened earlier. A glass bottle had suddenly burst on top of the refrigerator for no reason I could explain. While I was talking, I heard this heavy thump upstairs. It sounded exactly like one of my kids had fallen out of bed. I hung up immediately and ran upstairs, completely panicked. But when I got there, both of them were asleep, tucked in tight, peaceful as could be. That stopped me cold. I just stood there for a second, trying to make sense of it. Then, as I started back down the stairs, I heard another sound. This one came from the basement. We had our wood furnace down there, so I knew I couldn't just ignore it. I opened the basement door, and right away the air felt different, colder somehow, heavier. I reached toward the light switch, and just before I touched it, I saw something move. It was a girl. She was dressed in white, with long hair and this flowing gown, and she drifted past the bottom of the stairs so quickly I almost questioned whether I'd really seen her. But I had. I know I had. I jumped back and slammed the door shut. My whole body was shaking. I remember standing there, trying to decide what to do, torn between fear and this feeling that I needed to go back down. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen, more for comfort than anything, and stood there with my phone in one hand and my heart pounding. When I opened the door again, it felt like the darkness itself was warning me not to come down. I flipped on the light, and there she was again, just at the far edge of it, almost out of sight. I forced myself down the steps. I called my husband at work, but it was too late and no one answered. Then I called a friend, and she told me to check the furnace. At first, everything looked normal, but then I noticed something strange. The thimble cover had been thrown several feet away from the chimney, and the heavy ash cleanout cover had somehow been shoved across the floor. It had left black streaks behind it. That was not something that could have happened on its own. When my husband got home close to midnight, he checked everything and couldn't immediately find the cause. But the next morning, he got up on the roof and found a major buildup of creosote in the chimney. We were dangerously close to a fire. If I hadn't gone down to that basement when I did, we might have lost the house, or worse. A couple of months later, I had a friend over with her kids, and I happened to overhear my son telling them something that made my blood run cold. He said a girl in white had come to see him twice. I can still remember the feeling that came over me when I heard that. It was fear, yes, but it was something else too. Gratitude. Because suddenly, all the pieces fit together. The spirit I had seen in the basement, the one that should have terrified me, hadn't been there to harm us. She was warning us. She was protecting us. That changed the way I thought about everything. We tend to assume that if something is unexplained, it must be dangerous. But that experience taught me something I've never forgotten. Not every spirit comes with darkness. Some, somehow, seem to come with mercy. And that night in that old farmhouse, I truly believe one of them was watching over us. I've wanted to tell you this story for years, mostly because it stayed with me in a way I can't really explain. Even now, thinking back on it gives me that same strange feeling I had as a kid, standing there, not fully understanding what was happening, but knowing it was something I'd never forget. This happened on Christmas Eve in 1986, when I was about 8 years old. That night, I was staying over at my cousin Mara's house. She was living with her mom and sisters at her grandmother's place across town from us, in a suburb near the San Francisco Bay Area. At that point, I was still an only child, so being in a house full of kids and adults already felt exciting and a little overwhelming. Her grandmother's house had a very particular feel to it. It was always dim, crowded with furniture and decorations, and full of shadows in a way that made everything seem older than it was. I remember this glowing oil lamp in the dining room, the kind with the slow bubbles drifting up inside, and a den with a giant entertainment center packed with stacks of VHS tapes. There was also this big aquarium glowing in the corner, and between the tank light and the TV, the whole room always had this quiet, eerie kind of warmth to it. My family usually did most of our Christmas celebrating on Christmas Eve, so we'd already opened presents earlier that night. I remember bringing some of my new action figures with me, fantasy characters and little vehicles, and Mara and I stayed up playing with them before bed. It felt like one of those perfect childhood holiday nights. There were probably 4 kids in the house altogether, and I think around 7 or 8 adults. Then, sometime in the middle of the night, everything changed. I woke up to Mara's grandmother screaming, not calling out, not startled for a second, but truly screaming for help in this panicked, desperate way that made everybody in the house jump up at once. Doors opened, people rushed down the hallway, and within seconds all the adults were crowding into the back bedroom. Mara and I followed and stopped in the doorway. We were small, and with all the adults packed in there, we couldn't really see much. The room was dark except for the hallway light spilling in. Her grandparents were sitting up in bed, facing toward us, and her grandmother was absolutely terrified. She kept crying and shaking and saying, "Oh my God," over and over again. The adults were all talking at once. Some were near the foot of the bed, some along the side, and everyone sounded confused, frightened, and loud in that way people get when they're trying to make sense of something impossible. I remember hearing them shout things like, "What is that?" and "Do you see that?" and "It's moving." Those words have never really left me. I kept trying to look past them, trying to see whatever they were seeing, but I couldn't. From where I stood, all I could make out was the dark wall beside the bed and the shapes of people blocking my view. I remember feeling frozen there, more confused than anything at first, and then scared because every adult in that room seemed genuinely shaken. A little while later, Mara's grandmother was helped out into the living room, and everyone gathered there. The kids were kept back, of course, but my mom later explained what had happened as best she could. She said Mara's grandmother had woken up and seen the face of her own mother on the wall beside the bed. Not a vague shape, not a shadow, but a face she recognized clearly. She said it didn't make any sound, but it was there, and it was real enough to send the whole room into panic. I asked my mom about it years later, hoping maybe time had made it seem less strange, or that she'd tell me there was some explanation. But from what I remember, she never really had one. She believed something happened in that room. My mom passed away 10 years ago, and one of the things that still gets to me is knowing I can't ask her about it again. I can't go back and hear the details one more time, or ask the questions I didn't know to ask when I was younger. So that's the story. It's the only experience like that I've ever had, at least directly. My mom and her brothers had their own stories from growing up, but nothing quite like this. And even though I never saw what the others claimed to see, that night has stayed with me all my life. I can still picture myself in that doorway, looking into that dark little room, trying to understand why every grown-up around me was suddenly afraid of something I couldn't see. Let me tell you about something that happened to me back in late 2021. Because even now, I still can't fully explain it. I was home with my sisters and my little brother, who was about 5 at the time, and everything had felt normal at first. Then my phone suddenly died, even though it still had some battery left, and right after that, my charger quit working too. On its own, that wouldn't have meant much. Annoying, sure, but not scary. What scared me was the feeling that hit me next. Out of nowhere, I felt this awful wave of dread. My heart started pounding, I got nauseous, and I had this deep, unmistakable sense that something was wrong. Not in a dramatic way, just in that quiet, sickening way where your body seems to know something before your mind does. A few minutes later, my little brother asked me to wash some carrots for him, so I went into the kitchen. The sink faced this big front window, and while I was rinsing and cutting them, I happened to glance outside. That's when I saw a car pull into the spot right in front of our house. It looked like the same kind of car my stepdad drove, so at first I didn't think anything of it. But then I looked closer. There was a woman sitting in the driver's seat, and she looked exactly like my mom. I don't mean vaguely similar, I mean exact. Same face, same hair, same little birthmark, same sunglasses, same way of carrying herself. But there was something deeply wrong about it, because she didn't look like my mom as she was then. She looked like a younger version of her, like she'd stepped straight out of an old photo from her early 20s. The makeup, the clothes, even the hairstyle felt like they belonged to another time. And I knew my mom was supposed to be at work. She never wore makeup there, never dressed like that anymore, and none of it made sense. She just sat there with the engine running, looking straight at me through the window. Not at my brother, not around the yard, just at me. And she had this small smile on her face that didn't feel friendly at all. It felt wrong, cold, like she knew I could see that something wasn't right. She stayed there for what felt like forever, though it was probably only a couple of minutes. My little brother got excited and started calling out, "Mom!" He ran toward the front door like he wanted to go greet her. The moment he did that, she finally looked away, faced forward, and drove off like nothing had happened. Calmly, smoothly, no rush at all. And after the car pulled away, I noticed dark tire marks left on the street stretching down the block. I remember feeling sick immediately. I begged my sisters to call my mom. They'd been busy with homework and hadn't paid attention when I tried to get them to look outside, so only my brother and I had actually seen her, or seen it. When we finally got my mom on the phone, she told us she had never left work. And later, when she came home, she was in a completely different car, wearing her normal work clothes, no makeup, looking exactly like herself. People tried to explain it away. They said maybe it was a relative, maybe someone who just resembled her. Maybe my mom was somehow joking around. But none of that fit. Her family lived far away. Nobody looked that much like her. And even if by some impossible chance someone did, why would they pull up to my house, stare directly at me, smile like that, and then leave? It didn't feel random. It felt deliberate. I froze. I didn't want to open the door. The sound kept going for what felt like 2 full minutes. Then my little brother opened his bedroom door, and the noise stopped instantly. He told me he'd heard it too. My sister had heard it too. But when we checked, nobody was there. That's the part that stays with me. Not just seeing something strange, but that same warning feeling showing up first, like my body recognized something before I could. I've had people tell me I was tired, or imagining things, or just letting fear get to me. But I know what I felt. I was fully awake. It was the middle of the day when I saw that car. I don't drink, I don't do drugs, and I'm not someone who goes looking for creepy experiences. I'm actually a pretty grounded person. But I still think about that woman in the car, or whatever it was. Because if it wasn't my mother, then what was it? And why did it look at me like it knew exactly what it was doing? I've kept this to myself for years. And even now it feels strange saying it out loud to another person. From the outside, my life looks steady, ordinary, even lucky. I'm married, I have 2 children, a solid career, a kind partner, and a comfortable home here in Europe. I even have an old motorcycle I care for like it's part of the family. Writing it clears my head. It's one of the things that still makes me feel like myself. But there's something I've never been able to explain. And honestly, I've never stopped carrying it with me. This happened around 2012, maybe early 2013. At the time, I was finishing my bachelor's thesis at a local university. Money was tight, so I worked a morning delivery route in my town, dropping off newspapers before sunrise. I actually liked it more than most people would expect. The streets were quiet, the air was cold and clean, and biking from house to house felt like a good way to start the day. It was peaceful in its own way. Then one morning, that peace was just gone. I was delivering a paper to a house I'd been to dozens of times before when I caught something in the corner of my eye. There was this sudden flash near the front steps, pale blue, almost like lightning but more concentrated, and then something small seemed to lift off or dart away. I remember thinking it looked like a glowing sphere, no bigger than a ball you could hold in one hand. It happened so fast I doubted myself immediately. I told myself I was tired, that my eyes were playing tricks on me, and I kept moving. But once I stepped back down the path and reached the edge of the street, I saw it again. Another bluish flicker came from my right. I turned, and under the street lamp across the road stood a figure. I still don't know how to describe it properly. It looked humanoid, yes, but darker than anything I had ever seen. Not just shadow dark, not like a person wearing black clothes. It looked like a gap in the world, like something had been cut out of reality and left standing there. At first, I wasn't even scared. I was too confused. My mind just couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. Then it moved. That was when the fear hit me. The whole area around me seemed to change the moment it started coming closer. The air felt wrong, heavy, pressurized, like my body knew something was off before my mind caught up. I froze where I stood. I mean, completely froze. And the way it moved was the worst part. It didn't walk normally. It jerked and shifted in these sharp, unnatural bursts, zigzagging from one spot to another so quickly, it barely seemed connected to space the way normal things are. As it came nearer, I could make out more of it, and that only made it worse. It was shaped like a person, but featureless, just this impossible black form. And it wasn't alone. There was something with it, lower to the ground, shaped a bit like a dog. I remember, absurdly, that it trotted toward a low garden wall and lifted its leg on it, like the most ordinary animal in the world. That detail stuck with me because it made the whole thing somehow even more horrifying. It was surreal and normal at the same time. Everything in me was screaming to run, but for a few seconds I couldn't do anything at all. I have never felt fear like that before or since. It wasn't just panic. It was total, overwhelming terror, the kind that sinks into your bones. She didn't laugh. She didn't brush it off. She just listened, calmly, kindly, and stayed with me while I tried to explain something I still don't fully understand. And that's the truth of it. I've had a good life, a full life, but there's a part of me that never really left that dark street in the early morning, standing under those lamps, staring at something I still can't explain. I want to tell you about something that's been weighing on me, because the more I think about it, the harder it is to brush off. For years, I had this cheap, mass-produced dream catcher hanging over my bed. I bought it a long time ago, and even though I never really liked how fake it looked, I left it there out of habit. As a native person, I've always wished I had one that was actually made with care, by real hands, with real meaning behind it. Something authentic. Something that carried the kind of protection it's meant to. A little while ago, I finally moved that old dream catcher to a different wall because I was tired of looking at it. Not long after that, I started having dreams that left me feeling uneasy. I couldn't hold on to the details when I woke up, but I always had that same heavy, unsettled feeling, like something was off. Then one night, things got worse. I was having what felt like an ordinary dream, and then I started hearing this faint static somewhere in the background. At first, it was easy to ignore, but it kept getting louder and louder until it swallowed everything else. I remember feeling irritated by it, even in the dream, and then, suddenly, it was like I was aware of my body in bed. I was flat on my back, completely stuck. I couldn't open my eyes, I couldn't move, and the static was so loud it felt unbearable. And with that came this awful wave of fear, just pure dread. I had this intense feeling that someone was hovering over me, leaning in close. You know that feeling people describe in sleep paralysis stories, where there's a presence right above them? It felt exactly like that. When I finally managed to force my eyes open, I woke up again. But this time, I was on my stomach. That part still bothers me. The reason this scares me so much is because it doesn't feel like an isolated thing. Something strange happened years ago too, back when I was in middle school. My best friend Mariah was over at the house. We were in the playroom, and I was sitting in my sensory swing while she pushed me. Out of nowhere, she leaned forward and said, "Yeah?" Like she was answering someone. When I asked her what she was doing, she told me she thought she heard my mom call her name. But my mom wasn't home. No one was. Then, more recently, Mariah and I were on FaceTime, and she paused and asked if my mom had just said my name. I was home alone that time too. And it's not only been us. My stepdad has said that something has jolted him awake before, like he was physically shoved. For as long as I can remember, I've also heard light footsteps or pattering upstairs when the house was empty. I used to blame it on the dog, but even after the dog moved out to live with my dad, the sounds kept happening. It became one of those things I stopped reacting to because it happened so often. But now I keep wondering if I ignored something I shouldn't have. When I lay it all out, it goes like this. First, the pattering sounds. Then my friend hearing my mom's voice. Then I moved the dream catcher. After that, my stepdad got shoved awake. Then the FaceTime thing happened. What makes all of this even stranger is that this house isn't old at all. It's a newer house in a quiet, gated neighborhood, and my family had it built. As far as I know, there's no history here that would explain any of this. No tragedies, no stories, nothing like that. I just know that lately, it feels harder to explain away. I want to tell you about something that happened when I was younger, and even now, thinking about it still makes my skin crawl. Back then, I shared a tiny bedroom with my sister Lena. The room was barely bigger than a closet, maybe 6 square meters at most. We had just enough space for a bed, a wardrobe, and a little desk. Our bed was tucked into one corner, and the door sat across from us in the opposite corner. Every night, we slept with the main light off and only a small night lamp glowing near the door. At the time, I used to struggle a lot with my mental health, and because of that, sleep paralysis happened to me pretty often. Usually, it was the same pattern. I would be half awake, unable to move, while my mind filled with disturbing, chaotic images. It was terrifying, but familiar in a strange way. Then one night, it changed. I remember being fully awake. I was not drowsy, not confused. I could see the room clearly. And then, all at once, my body locked up. I could not move a single muscle. Fear hit me instantly, and that was when I saw it. There was a figure standing out in the dark hallway beyond my bedroom door. It looked human, but not fully solid, more like a shifting mass of shadow. Its eyes glowed a deep, unnatural red. I just lay there, frozen, staring at it while it stared back. It felt endless. Maybe half an hour passed before it finally faded away, and only then could I move again. After that, it kept happening. Night after night, I would wake up trapped in my own body, and each time, that thing was a little closer. First it stood in the hallway, then beside the doorway, then in the doorway itself, then a few steps inside the room, moving nearer and nearer to my bed. Eventually, I could not take it anymore. I made up an excuse and told my parents I wanted to sleep in their room. Our house was narrow and stretched out in a straight line, with each room connected by a slim hallway. From the front, there was the living room, then my parents' room, then the kitchen, then mine, and finally the bathroom at the end. That night, I lay on the outer edge of my parents' bed, only a short reach from the door, with my back turned toward it. Sometime in the night, I heard the sound of the metal door opening. From the corner of my eye, I saw a figure leaning into the room. I felt it looking at me. For a moment, I honestly thought someone had broken into the house. I kept perfectly still and pretended to be asleep. I do not know how long it stood there, but eventually, it pulled back and closed the door again. Then I heard footsteps moving away, but not toward the living room. They were heading in the direction of my bedroom. Once everything went quiet, I slipped out of bed and checked the front of the house. The door was still locked. Nothing looked disturbed. I went to the kitchen, grabbed the biggest knife I could find, and walked slowly down the hallway. No one was there. My sister was asleep in our room. The bathroom was empty. There was no sign that anyone had entered the house at all. That was when I realized I had seen it again. The next night, I went back to my own room. This time, the figure came right up to the bed. It stopped less than a foot from my legs. Like always, it did nothing but stare. It stayed there for a long time, then vanished. The night after that was my last one in that house before leaving for college in another city. That night, it got into bed with me. I still do not know how to explain that image properly. It climbed onto the mattress on its hands and knees, like a person crawling into bed, and then just stayed there, motionless, facing me, watching me. The next morning, I left. Then yesterday, she finally told me why. She said she had never experienced sleep paralysis before, never seen anything strange. But on the very first night after I moved out, she woke up unable to move and saw a woman standing right beside her bed. Since that night, the bedroom lights have never been turned off again. I want to tell you about a place I worked years ago because, even now, I still think about it more than I'd like to. For almost 3 years, I worked for a forestry office that operated out of an old farmhouse in a rural area near the state line. The house was well over 2 centuries old, and you could feel that the second you stepped inside. It had wide pine floorboards, old fireplaces in several rooms, a dirt-packed basement, and one tiny bathroom that looked like it had been added sometime in the middle of the last century. The whole place felt worn in, like it had absorbed every life that had passed through it. From the beginning, I never felt alone there. That feeling would start the moment I came in each morning. It was like the house noticed you. Sometimes there were strange smells drifting through the rooms for no reason at all. Once in a while, it was something soft and almost comforting, like citrus or rose perfume. Other times it was sour and rotten, even when there was no trash, no spoiled food, nothing that could explain it. There was a kitchen downstairs, and more than once we came in to find all the cabinet doors closed, only to hear them suddenly swinging open while no one was in the room. I'd be upstairs working, hear the noise, head down the back staircase, and every cabinet door would be standing wide open like someone had gone through them all at once. One of the women I worked with had her own way of handling it. If she arrived first, she'd call out, cheerful as could be, "Good morning, everybody." And when the noises upstairs got too bold, she'd speak straight into the silence and tell whatever was there to leave her alone. Funny thing is, sometimes it actually worked. Human beings, as always, negotiating office politics with the dead. The first time I actually saw something with my own eyes happened during a meeting day. I'd gone upstairs to grab something from my bag, and my back was turned to the hallway when I heard footsteps rushing past me. I spun around and saw two shadowy figures, one smaller than the other, dart down the hall and disappear into a room at the back. I heard the footsteps the whole way. It wasn't a vague feeling. It was there, and then it was gone. Another day, just the secretary and I were in the building on a freezing morning. The heat had gone out again, which that furnace seemed to treat as a hobby, so we were downstairs huddled near a space heater trying to stay warm. Out of nowhere, we heard heavy boots running from the front part of the house, up the staircase, and across the floor directly over our heads. Loud, fast, deliberate. We both froze and looked at each other, but by then we were so used to the place acting up that all we could really do was wait for it to pass. Even the cleaning staff didn't last. We had a cleaner who worked evenings after we left, and he started writing in the office log that he kept hearing someone call his name while he was vacuuming. Every time he shut the vacuum off, the house would go completely quiet. One night, he decided to knock on the wall to see if something would answer. At first, nothing. Then he tried a little rhythm, and the wall knocked back. He quit not long after that. Sensible man, honestly. My supervisor had a habit of staying late, though never too late after a while. She told me that one evening, while she was alone at her desk facing the hallway, she saw a very tall shadow figure move slowly past her doorway. Not fast like the ones I saw. Slow, calm, watching. Another time, she saw a glowing blue orb, about the size of a ball, moving down the hall with this strange electric energy around it, before it slammed into a metal filing cabinet at the end. She was working in one of the larger rooms, the one we all believed had once been the family dining room, and she looked up to see a man standing there. Dark hair, serious face, maybe in his 40s, dressed in clothing that looked straight out of the 19th century. She said he looked just as startled to see her as she was to see him. Light passed through him. Then he turned toward the stairs and disappeared. Not long after that, I was walking through that same room when I heard a woman's voice in my mind, clear and sharp, saying, "This is my house." And I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. But after learning more about the land, it stayed with me. The property had changed hands more than once because of state projects and land purchases over the years. Families had been pushed off, land had been repurposed, and the house had outlasted nearly everyone who ever tried to claim it. So when I heard that, it didn't feel theatrical. It felt angry, personal. At one point, I started leaving a recorder running overnight in different parts of the house. Two areas gave me the most activity. The oldest downstairs room, which had once been a family sitting room, and the little upstairs rooms that had probably been servants' quarters, one of which was my office. When I listened back to the recordings from the downstairs room, I sometimes heard faint piano music, clear enough to recognize, soft and distant, but unmistakably there, classical pieces. That same room would also fill, for no reason, with the scent of fresh pine. But not everything on those recordings was gentle. There was also a rough male voice I could never quite make out, and more than once, I heard what sounded like children crying. The words were never fully clear, but it often sounded like one of them was calling for their mother. That part stayed with me more than anything else. You can brush off a lot of strange things, but hearing sorrow like that settles somewhere deep. I ended up doing research at the local records office, going through old deeds, wills, property transfers, handwritten documents from generations back. I traced the families who had lived there and eventually found a living relative connected to one of them, an elderly woman who had visited the house often as a child in the 1930s. I invited her to see it again, and she came. She remembered the house beautifully. I asked her where the family used to put their Christmas tree, and she pointed to the same old room where I'd recorded the piano music. Then I carefully asked whether one of her relatives, an unmarried uncle who had lived there years ago, had played piano. She smiled and said he had, and that he played wonderfully. That didn't explain everything, not even close, but it explained enough to make the hair rise on the back of my neck. Things kept happening after that. Contractors complained that tools vanished and turned up in places they never would have left them. Visitors had experiences of their own. One woman used the bathroom and swore the closet door in front of her started shaking violently, with the knob rattling like something on the other side was trying to get out. She came out terrified. A lot of it felt mischievous more than cruel. Not all of it, but much of it. Like the house was full of people who didn't appreciate being ignored. A few years later, funding was cut, and I left for another job. Not long after that, the office itself was shut down, and the farmhouse was left empty. It's still there, though. Every now and then, when I'm out riding the trails or passing near the canal, I catch sight of it again. And every single time, I look at those windows and get the same feeling I used to get when I worked there, like something inside still remembers me. Hey everyone, welcome back to Paranormal M. Thanks for being here tonight. If you enjoy the channel, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. The first story is about a couple who found a beautiful riverside spot while camping, but the night that followed left both of them feeling watched and deeply uneasy. Anyway, get comfortable, settle in, and I hope you sleep well tonight. You know, a couple of years ago, my partner and I decided, almost on a whim, to go camping over Easter weekend. The weather had turned strangely beautiful for that time of year. Warm, bright, the kind of day that makes staying indoors feel like a mistake. So we packed up our gear, loaded the dogs into the car, and just started driving toward a national park in the mountains. We did not have a real plan, which is very human of us. Just a direction and the hope we would find a place before dark. The drive itself was stunning. We followed this narrow dirt road beside a cold little river for what felt like forever. On one side, there was this steep rock face, and on the other, the river dropped into a valley. We kept going and going, but there was nowhere to stop. I remember getting irritated because the light was slipping away, and I finally said, "We're stopping at the next turn, no matter what." So we did. We got out to stretch, let the dogs roam a bit, and right away they started pulling toward the water. We followed them down, and that was when we found it. This hidden clearing tucked beneath the riverbank, right where the water curved into a shallow bend. You could see up and down the river from there, but from the road above, no one would have known we were there. It felt secret, protected, like the place had been waiting for us. The moment I stepped into that clearing, I felt at home. I know that sounds dramatic, but it's true. There was even an old stone fire ring there, half reclaimed by the earth, with a young beech tree growing through the middle of it. I carefully moved the little tree to a safer patch of ground before we made our fire. My grandfather taught me when I was small that if you enter the woods, you do it with respect. So before we ate, I poured out a little tea as an offering. It wasn't about ritual exactly. It just felt right. The afternoon was peaceful. Really peaceful. We cooked, sat by the fire, listened to the river, watched the dogs settle in. But as soon as the sun dropped, the temperature fell hard. It went from comfortable to biting cold in no time, so eventually we put the fire out and crawled into the tent to warm up. And this is the part I still can't shake. What I remember most clearly is the darkness. I have never known darkness like that before. It was so complete, so heavy, that I genuinely could not tell whether my eyes were open or shut unless I touched my own face. It wasn't just dark, it was consuming. It made me feel very small. I barely slept. The river was there the whole time, this low, endless rush, not loud exactly, just constant, like a hum under everything. But what really kept me awake were the sounds around the tent. More than once, I heard something brush against the fabric, slowly, deliberately, like fingers trailing from the top of the tent down to the ground. First on one side, then another, then behind us. All around. I kept trying to explain it away. Maybe leaves, maybe branches, maybe insects, anything ordinary. Then I started hearing voices. They were muffled, never close enough to make out words, but definitely voices. More than one. There was laughter too, and singing, and the sound of people talking in this strangely cheerful way. That should have felt harmless, I know, but it didn't. Their happiness felt wrong somehow. Not joyful, not friendly. It felt mocking or sharp around the edges, like something pretending. That went on almost the entire night. Near dawn, it finally quieted. I must have slept for maybe an hour. When I woke up at first light, I cannot even explain the relief. It was instant. It felt like pressure lifting off my chest, off my whole body. I was so grateful it was morning again. I didn't say anything right away to my boyfriend, not because I thought he'd laugh at me, but because I had this strong feeling that I shouldn't talk about it there. Like the place itself wanted silence. The morning was calm, gentle even. We packed slowly, and just before I went to grab the last of our things, I stopped at the edge of the clearing and quietly said, "Thank you for letting us stay." The second I said it, a bird started singing right in front of us. I whistled back, half joking, and it answered. Then I did it again, and it answered again. And within minutes, more birds joined in. By the time we were carrying the last bags to the car, the trees above us were full of birdsong. And I know how that sounds. Birds sing. Forests are full of birds. I get it. But this didn't feel ordinary. It felt focused, like they had gathered for us, like they were seeing us out. What surprised me most was the emotion of it. I felt this sudden wave of sadness, almost grief. For a moment, it felt less like I was leaving the woods to go home, and more like I was leaving home behind. Once we were back on the road and the forest had thinned out behind us, both of us relaxed without even meaning to. It was like our bodies had been tense all morning and only realized it once we were gone. That was when I finally asked him how he'd felt during the night. He told me he'd heard the brushing too, and once or twice, the voices. He admitted he had felt uneasy the whole night, and that the birds in the morning had unsettled him too. I still don't know what happened there. Maybe there's an explanation for every part of it. Maybe there isn't. All I know is that the entire time we were in that clearing, I felt a presence with us. I felt watched. And even now, when I remember it, the memory itself feels strange, like it doesn't sit right in the mind. I've only told this story to 1 or 2 people, because even now it sounds strange when I say it out loud. This happened about 8 years ago, up near the northern edge of Michigan's Lower Peninsula, not far from the Pigeon River country. I was out there trying to find my dad's old hunting camp. It was way back in the woods, the kind of place you could only reach by following dirt roads and half-forgotten logging trails. It was getting close to sunset when I finally pulled over. I had no signal, no GPS, nothing useful, so I was relying on this worn paper map I'd brought with me. The forest up there is beautiful, but it can feel heavy too. The trees are so thick, and the undergrowth is dense enough that the light starts fading earlier than you expect. I was sitting in my truck, looking down at the map, trying to make sense of where I'd gone wrong. And at some point, without really realizing it, everything around me went quiet. The birds stopped. The little rustling sounds in the brush stopped too. It was one of those silences that doesn't register right away, but once it does, it feels wrong. I remember thinking I should probably head back before dark. That was when I noticed movement off to my left, maybe 20 feet away. Something was slipping through a patch of tall ferns, moving fast toward the tree line. It startled me, sure, but I didn't think much of it at first. I figured it was probably a fox, maybe a raccoon, something normal. I kept watching, expecting to catch a clear look at it before it reached the trees. But as soon as it hit the edge of the woods, the movement stopped. I stared for a bit, waiting for it to step out or shift again, but nothing happened. After a minute or so, I just looked back down at the map. Then I saw movement again. This time it was right at the tree line. I looked up, and for a second I couldn't figure out what I was seeing. I thought I was looking at another tree trunk. But slowly, and I mean very slowly, it clicked that one of those shapes wasn't a tree at all. It was standing there. It was tall, maybe just over 6 feet, dark gray in color, and covered in this short, close fur. The body was long and narrow, almost too narrow, like a stretched-out weasel standing upright. Its arms, or front legs, or whatever they were, hung down at its sides and looked oddly thin. But the head was the part that really got me. It was flat and strange, shaped almost like a snake's head. That's the only comparison that still feels right. Not broad like a bear, not narrow like a deer, just flat and reptile-like. I couldn't make out normal features either. No clear eyes, no visible mouth. Just these odd contours around where the face should have been, all covered in that same gray fur. And the whole time, I had the unmistakable feeling that it was looking straight at me. I must have stared at it for maybe 5 seconds. Then it dropped down, quick and smooth, and disappeared back into the dark woods. And here's the part that unsettles me almost as much as seeing it. For the next 10 minutes or so, I barely reacted. It was like my mind refused to process what had just happened. I started the truck, turned around, found my way back toward the highway, and only then did it all hit me at once. The silence, the shape of it, the way it moved. I remember my stomach just dropping when the reality of it finally caught up with me. I was shaken for the rest of the night. I told a friend later, but that was it. I never made a big thing out of it, mostly because I knew how it sounded. But I also never went back out there. Not once. And honestly, I don't plan to. So I still don't know what it was. I just know that something was out there in those woods, watching me from the trees. Before I get into what happened, I want to give you a little context so this makes sense. I've been practicing astral projection, or out-of-body experiences, for a little over 2 decades now, around 22 years. It's been such a big part of my life that I've learned to recognize certain energies almost instantly when I'm outside my body. One morning, I started drifting out the way I normally do, and right away, I felt that something was off. Before I could even fully see where I was, I could sense that I wasn't alone. That's one thing about being out of body, at least in my experience. You can feel the energy of a person or an entity before you ever lay eyes on them. And what I felt in that moment was heavy, unsettling, and honestly, a little sinister. When my surroundings came into focus, I saw several beings standing around me. They looked a lot like what most people would call the classic alien type. Large, dark, slanted eyes, narrow bodies, angular heads. And I'll be honest with you, they were deeply unnerving to look at. There was something cold about them, something that didn't feel natural. These beings didn't just appear once. They showed up again and again over a long stretch of time. And when I say aliens, I'm really just using that word to describe entities that resemble what people commonly report. What stood out most wasn't just how they looked, but the effect they had on me. They carried this strange, almost synthetic energy, and whenever they came close, it would leave me feeling frozen, like I'd been pinned in place. At times, it even felt like they were pulling me out of my body without my consent, even when I had no intention of leaving. I've had so many encounters with them that I could never fit all of it into one story. Over the years, I've come across different kinds of beings during my experiences, different groups, different presences. But the ones I'm talking about here were a particular group that resembled the Greys, except their skin had this pale amber-orange tone. Out of all the beings I've encountered, these were the ones I saw most often. Their energy felt denser, heavier, almost lower in frequency than some of the others I'd met. Not every encounter I've had has been frightening. Some have actually been beautiful, insightful, even life-changing. But this group felt very different from that. The main thing I've come to understand is that these entities seem to operate in the astral realm. They can be encountered in those dimensions, and sometimes it even feels like they seek people out there, especially people who regularly practice astral projection. I've often wondered whether some so-called alien abduction stories may actually be experiences happening out of body rather than in the physical world. That doesn't make them any less real. It just means they may be unfolding on a different layer of reality. At the same time, I do believe some abductions are physical. I think both kinds of experiences can exist. I talked in much more detail about this recently on my podcast, The Astral Threshold, where I shared several of these encounters, including one especially intense experience where communication happened, and these beings revealed some fascinating things about why they interact with me, and maybe with humans more broadly. That conversation stayed with me for a long time. I want to tell you about something that happened during the COVID lockdown, because even now, it still stays with me. Back then, I grew really close to a friend of mine named Adrian. He lived in another state, though he was originally from mine, and we had a lot of mutual friends. We'd seen each other at music festivals over the years and always got along, but we were never especially close outside of those moments. Still, I had always had a crush on him. Looking back, I think he flirted with me more than I realized, but at the time, I was too oblivious to really see it. Then lockdown happened, and, like a lot of people, we started talking more. What began as casual check-ins turned into long FaceTime calls, sometimes for hours. Somewhere in all of that, I fell for him. Really fell for him. He kept asking me to come visit him once travel felt possible again, and when things finally started easing up, I bought a plane ticket. Part of why I went was because I cared about him deeply. He had been through so much. His father had passed away a couple of years earlier, and it seemed like after that, something in him shifted. He became heavier somehow, darker. And during the time we were talking, more loss and personal struggles kept piling onto his life. I wanted to see him, of course, but I also genuinely wanted to make sure he was okay. When I got there, everything felt intense almost immediately. Being with him in person made all of my feelings stronger. I wasn't just infatuated anymore. I felt like I was falling in love. One night, while we were in bed together, something happened that I still have trouble explaining. In the middle of it, I opened my eyes while he was above me, and for a moment, the face I saw did not feel like his. It was like his face was still there, but something else was layered over it. The eyes didn't look like his eyes. They felt sharp, piercing, almost as if they were looking straight through me. The expression was wrong too. There was this unsettling, almost cruel smile, and the face itself didn't look like the kind of demon you usually see in Western horror movies. It reminded me more of an older, Eastern-style depiction of an entity. Ancient, strange, hard to describe, but deeply unsettling. I was terrified. I shut my eyes immediately. But at the same time, I felt completely overtaken by the moment, almost blank in my mind, like I couldn't fully process what I'd seen. It was as if my body kept going while my thoughts just disappeared. Later, I finally told him. I expected him to laugh it off or tell me I imagined it. Instead, he said something that chilled me even more. He told me it was funny because I wasn't the first person to say something like that to him. Then he joked, in that dark way he had, "Maybe I'm an incubus." That was very much his sense of humor. He was fascinated by demons and dark spiritual imagery, and he often said shocking things half as a joke, half in a way that made you wonder how much he meant them. I'm not going to try to reduce him to one kind of person, because he was complicated. He was hurting in ways I don't think most people ever fully understood. He had a gentleness in him too, and pain, and contradictions I still can't neatly explain. But not long after I came home, he betrayed my trust, and I ended things. Then, almost a year later, just days before the anniversary of the last time I had seen him, he took his own life. I don't know exactly what I saw that night. I still can't explain it in a way that feels clean or rational. Maybe I saw something spiritual. Maybe I saw the weight of his grief, his darkness, his pain, all reflected in one terrifying moment. Maybe it was something my mind translated into an image because what I was feeling was too overwhelming to name. I just know that when I opened my eyes, for one moment, the person looking back at me did not feel entirely human. And I've never forgotten it. It's been quite a while since this last happened, but the other day I was stretched out on the couch, half watching a video, when I caught something from the corner of my eye. It was this quick, soft white flash, maybe about 4 or 5 inches across. Not a sharp beam, more like a diffused patch of light. It slid a few inches along the wall, and then it was gone. What made it feel so strange is that it happened on the same wall where, a few years back, I'd seen 2 long, bright streaks of white light appear for just a moment and then vanish. That wall runs along the front side of the house, where the bedrooms are. There aren't any windows on that side, and we usually keep all the doors closed. Now, the back of the house is almost the opposite. It's mostly open living space, with the kitchen, dining area, and living room all lined with big windows. The curtains stay closed most of the time, but there's a bay window back there, so a little bit of light can still sneak in around the edges. What's odd is that there's really not much behind our house that should cause something like this. The neighborhood was built on old, flat field land, and from the back, you can barely see anything except one 2-story house off in the distance. Even that lines up more with a section where we don't really get direct light. We've been here about 6 years now, which is why this keeps nagging at me. If it were just some normal reflection, you'd think we'd see it all the time, not once in a blue moon. I've tried to think of ordinary explanations. Birds pass through sometimes, and every now and then there's a plane overhead. Back when we first moved in, I remember sitting in one of the bedrooms and watching a small spot of light slowly move across the upper part of the wall before disappearing. Something outside had to have been shifting at just the right pace to make that happen. But even then, it didn't really make sense because that room has blackout curtains, and there shouldn't have been light coming through from above like that. We used to have a bird feeder outside, and I wondered if maybe that could have been reflecting sunlight, but it's actually down right now for cleaning. That's about the only thing back there I could point to as a possible source. What really stands out is that this hasn't just happened once. Over the years, we've noticed these flashes on 2 different walls. Sometimes it's during the day, sometimes late at night. It's always incredibly brief, and it's either a bright white streak or a soft patch of diffused light. I honestly don't know what to make of it. Maybe there's a simple explanation I'm missing, but after seeing it happen in such different ways over the years, I can't help being curious. When we first moved into this house, during that first year, something happened a handful of times that I still can't explain. I'd be lying on my bed in the afternoon, half watching TV, and this bright white light would suddenly appear on the wall. Not just a little glow slipping through the curtains either. I had blackout curtains up, and the room was dim. But these lights were different. They'd show up as little round or slightly square shapes, maybe a few inches across, then drift slowly along the wall above the TV for a foot or two, before vanishing near the bedroom door. The first time I saw it, I actually went outside to investigate because it made no sense. I stood in the backyard, trying to figure out where it could possibly be coming from. There's a 2-story house behind ours, but the angle didn't line up at all. No trees, no glass structures, nothing that should have been reflecting light into that room. Just open sky. We do live not too far from a small airport, so I considered planes, and there's also a military base nearby, so helicopters aren't unusual. But every time I noticed the light, there was no sound to go with it. No plane overhead, no helicopter, nothing. Then one afternoon, I was in the living room scrolling on my tablet when I looked up and saw 2 bright streaks of light on the wall. They were long and narrow, one on either side of a piece of wall decor. Each one was maybe 2 feet long and only a couple of inches wide. They stayed there for a second, sharp and white, and then disappeared. I checked the windows immediately because that wall gets the strongest sunlight in the house, but the curtains were shut. And even if they hadn't been, the shape of the light made no sense. These weren't soft, natural patches of sunlight. They were too defined, too deliberate looking. I'd mostly put it out of my mind after that. You know how something strange can happen a few times, and eventually life just carries on. But then it happened again a few nights ago, and this time my husband, Daniel, saw it too. We were sitting in the living room watching a video when this triangle of white light appeared on the wall beside the TV, between it and the clock. It looked like a right triangle, maybe 4 inches tall and 5 inches across. Just suddenly there. Bright, crisp, unmistakable. And then it was gone. I didn't even say anything at first because I was still processing it. Then I turned to Daniel and asked, "Did you see that?" He just looked at me, completely stunned, and said yes. He honestly looked a little shaken, and I don't blame him. It was fully dark outside, and the lamps were on like normal. This wasn't sunlight. It wasn't headlights. It wasn't a reflection that made any obvious sense. Our curtains have those big metal grommets, and we have cats, so they do sometimes paw them open a bit. I'm used to the patterns that creates. That kind of light is soft, faded around the edges, and you can usually trace where it's coming from. This was nothing like that. These lights are bright white, with pretty clean edges, and they don't look like beams shining in from somewhere. They just appear on the wall, move sometimes, and disappear. At this point, I'm also not even sure where a story like this belongs. Paranormal? Glitchy house mystery? Weird light phenomenon? Human beings really do love sorting the unexplainable into neat little categories, as if that helps. But honestly, I just know it happened, and I can't explain it. I want to tell you about our first dog, because even now, it still feels like he's part of this house. My wife and I brought him home when we were still early in our relationship, just figuring life out together. He was a big Rottweiler named Ronan, and from the time he was little, he attached himself to us in this fierce, all-consuming way, especially to my wife. He was stubborn, moody, suspicious of basically everyone, and honestly, kind of a jerk to anybody outside our little circle. That was on us more than him. We got him during those isolated years when it was easy to stay home, easy to keep to ourselves, and we didn't do enough to get him comfortable with the world. But with us, he was pure devotion, completely loyal. The kind of dog who made you feel safe the second he laid down near the door. I used to tell my wife, half joking and half serious, that if anyone ever tried coming through our house at night, they'd regret making it past the hallway. Then we lost him. He was only 2. It was one of those ordinary evenings, the kind you never think twice about until it becomes the before and after of your life. We took him on the same short walk we'd done 100 times before, and somehow, from heat and bad luck and heartbreak, he just didn't make it back. It was sudden and unreal. My wife was shattered. I was too. The whole house changed overnight. It felt wrong without the sound of him moving around, without that heavy presence that had become part of our lives. Not long after, we brought home another Rottweiler puppy. His name is Rudy, and he is just about the opposite of Ronan in every way. He's still protective, sure, but he's sweet, social, goofy, and convinced that every stranger is a potential best friend. We were determined not to repeat the same mistakes, so we got him out into the world early. New people, new places, new sounds, all of it. We wanted him brave and open, and somehow he became exactly that. Now, I need to tell you one more thing so this makes sense. I've dealt with sleep paralysis for years, long enough that I know the routine. Long enough that I know the feeling of waking up and not really waking up. I've seen all kinds of things in those moments, but the one that comes back most often is the Hat Man. He usually stands in the corner of the room, silent, watching, sometimes smiling, sometimes just waiting. I hate him, but I've learned my ways of fighting through it. I focus on moving my toes. I try to steady my breathing. I pray. Usually, eventually, I break free. But one night, it was different. He was there in the corner like always, only this time, nothing I did worked. I tried every trick I knew, and I stayed stuck. Then I watched him drop down low and start moving toward me, crawling across the room in this awful, unnatural way. And suddenly, he was on top of me, close enough that I could see his face right in front of mine. His eyes looked hollow and wrong, and he had this fixed grin that made my whole body feel cold. I was terrified, truly terrified. Then, through that buzzing, humming paralysis noise, I heard something else. A growl, deep, angry, right beside my wife's side of the bed. I forced my eyes to move, just enough to look over, and there he was, and I knew. It was Ronan. Before I could even process it, he lunged, no hesitation, just pure protective instinct, the same way he'd always loved us. The second he hit that thing, I woke up, fully awake, heart pounding, eyes full of tears. I got out of bed and went straight to the closet where we still keep his favorite stuffed toy, the only one he never tore apart. I sat on the floor holding it, crying and thanking him. Thanking my difficult, loyal, protective boy for still watching over us, for still standing guard, for somehow loving us enough to come back one more time when I needed him. I don't really care how anyone explains it. I just know that, for one night at least, my old dog was still here, and he was still protecting his family. I still remember this so clearly. It was the summer of 2000, the night before my senior portraits, and honestly, it remains one of the strangest and most terrifying things I have ever lived through. I've always had these strong gut feelings about things. I used to tell myself it was just because I noticed details other people missed, nothing more than that. But this was different. That night, My mom was out of town helping care for my great aunt, who was very sick. My dad and my younger brother had spent the whole day working outside, and their allergies were awful, so they had both taken medicine and were completely knocked out. The house was quiet, and I was alone with this awful feeling building in my chest. It was around 10 that night when I called my mom. I almost didn't because it felt dramatic, but I couldn't shake it. When she answered, I told her, "Mom, I can't go to sleep. If I go to sleep right now, I'm not going to wake up." She asked me what I meant, and I tried to explain, but I couldn't really make sense of it myself. All I knew was this: if I fell asleep in my bed that night, I was going to die. That was the feeling, plain and simple. She thought I was overwhelmed, and to be fair, life had been heavy. My mom had been gone a lot because of family illness, and I was still carrying the mess of a breakup from months before. So she tried to calm me down and told me not to sleep in my room. She said, "Just lie down on the couch and get some rest there." So I did. I took my pillow and blanket and made a little bed for myself on the sofa. For a while, I felt a little better. Then maybe an hour later, I started feeling silly, like maybe I had overreacted. So I picked up my pillow and went back to my bedroom. I had barely drifted off when I woke up to this horrible sound. At first it sounded like rushing water, and then, almost immediately, I heard the windows give way. Then I saw it. Smoke, flames, orange light everywhere. The house next door was on fire, completely engulfed, and because the homes were so close together, ours had caught too. Everything after that happened fast. I got everyone out of the house. I called for help. Firefighters and police came. At one point, I even had to ask an officer to help move my car because the heat had affected it so badly I couldn't get it out myself. And here's the part that still chills me. The only part of our house that actually caught fire was my bedroom. Later, my dad called my mom to tell her what had happened. She was hysterical and told him to put me on the phone immediately. The first thing she said was, "How did you know?" And I didn't. I still can't explain it. All I knew was that I had this overwhelming certainty that if I went into a deep sleep in that room that night, I would never wake up. My bed was right beside the windows, and after the fire, part of the ceiling had collapsed onto what was left of it. To this day, my mom says that was one of the eeriest phone calls she has ever gotten from me. And honestly, I understand why. I can't explain what warned me. I just know something did. We all made it out safely, and in the end, the damage was repaired. But I have never forgotten that feeling, and I have never ignored my instincts since. So this happened on the night of February 11th, 2024. It was sometime around 9:45 p.m., and I was at home with my parents, just having a normal evening. The three of us were sitting together on the couch, watching a random series on Netflix. Nothing felt unusual at first. It was just one of those quiet family moments you don't think twice about. At one point, my mom got up and went to the bathroom. She could still hear the TV from there, so she wasn't completely disconnected from what we were watching. While she was away, there was a scene where some people were getting into a helicopter and fastening their seatbelts. Right around then, as my mom was coming back into the room, my dad made a comment about the helicopter. I don't remember his exact words, but it was something close to, "I don't even know why they bother buckling up in that thing." It was the kind of casual remark he'd make without thinking much about it. Then the camera angle on the show changed and focused on the front of the helicopter. The second I saw it, I started thinking about what model it might be. For some reason, the thought that came to mind was Robinson. I was just about to say something out loud, probably to check with my dad if that was the type of helicopter we were looking at. But before I could speak, I noticed my mom had stopped walking. She was just standing there in the dark, looking directly at me. It threw me off immediately. I remember thinking, why is she staring at me like that? It was so strange that it completely interrupted my train of thought, and I never ended up saying what I had been about to say. Then she explained what had just happened from her side. She said that when my dad made that comment about the seatbelts, she suddenly had a feeling of déjà vu. In that moment, she became convinced she knew exactly what was going to happen next. She said she expected me to say something like, "This is a Robinson helicopter, isn't it?" And that was the part that shocked me, because I had not said anything at all. I hadn't even hinted at it. I had only thought it. And my mom is not into aviation. She doesn't know helicopter models. There is just no normal reason she would guess that specific thought at that exact moment before I said a word. What makes it even stranger to me is that her reaction may have changed what happened. Because she was so certain about what I was about to say, she paused and stared at me, waiting for me to say it. And that very act distracted me enough to stop the thought from becoming words. It felt like the moment was somehow interrupted by being noticed. That's why the whole thing stayed with me so strongly. I know how unbelievable it sounds when you say it out loud. But from where I was sitting, it genuinely felt like my mother had seen a few seconds into the future, or somehow picked up on a thought that had not yet been spoken. To me, it did not feel random. It felt precise. The closest comparison I can think of is the idea that observation changes an outcome. That's why my mind went to the double slit experiment and questions about consciousness, perception, and whether the brain is doing things we still don't understand. Maybe moments like this point to something deeper about how human awareness works. Maybe there's some connection between minds, or between thought and time, that we barely understand. I know that sounds intense, and maybe even a little ridiculous to some people, but it was real to me. Real enough that I still replay it in my head. Only my mother and I truly know how that moment felt from the inside. And honestly, that's what makes it so unforgettable. I want to tell you about something that happened a few nights ago, because honestly, I still can't make sense of it. It was my birthday week, and my boyfriend and I were just hanging out in our room late at night, doing something completely normal. He was sitting on the bed playing Xbox, and I was right beside him at my desk on my PC. We'd been gaming for maybe an hour. Nothing unusual, nothing creepy, just a quiet night at home. When we got off, we both took off our headphones. He looked at me and asked, really casually, if I wanted to go have a smoke. I said yes, then moved over to sit with him on the bed. A few seconds later, maybe 10 or so, the whole room was completely still. No TV noise, no one outside, no phones going off, nothing. And then we both heard it. A woman's voice. It sounded almost exactly like mine, but not fully. Close enough to make my stomach drop. Clear as day, right there in the room, it said, "Can we go have a bowl?" Not the same sentence my boyfriend had said. Not an echo. Not a replay. Not one of our devices glitching out in any way that makes sense. Just a voice that sounded like me, speaking into the silence. We both froze. At first, we tried to explain it away, because that's what you do when reality suddenly stops acting right. We thought maybe a device had picked something up, maybe a weird audio relay, maybe some recording, maybe literally anything. But the more we went over it, the less any of those explanations fit. It wasn't just random noise. It was specific. It was deliberate. And it was wrong in a way I can't really describe unless you felt it yourself. The weirdest part is that the sentence it said was something I easily could have said in that exact moment, in that exact tone. That's what keeps getting to me. It felt like hearing a version of myself from half a step to the side. Like somewhere else, in some other split of reality, I was the one who said it first, and somehow we heard that version instead. My boyfriend had never really believed in paranormal things before this. Parallel timelines, spirits, glitches, any of it. But after that night, both of us were shaken to the core. And because it happened on my birthday, my mind went somewhere even more personal. I lost my best friend a few years ago, and I've spent so much time wishing for a sign from her, asking for anything at all. So part of me wondered if it could have been her. But another part of me felt something much darker than comfort. Not loving, not peaceful, just wrong. We got chills immediately and left the house. We ended up at my parents' place because neither of us wanted to stay there after that. Even hours later, I was sweating like crazy, which made no sense because I wasn't panicking anymore on the outside. But my body clearly was. That night I had one of the worst dreams I've had in years. In the dream, I woke up in our own bed at home and rushed to the foot of it, and there was this dark figure there, something inhuman, something that felt evil. Then I jolted awake at my parents' house, drenched in sweat, shaking so hard I could barely breathe. My boyfriend was asleep beside me, and I couldn't even wake him up properly for a minute. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. 2 days later, we had to fly out to visit my family across the country. I kept trying to calm myself down, telling myself whatever happened stayed in that house, that distance would help, that I was safe, and he was staring directly at me. Not scanning the room, not glancing around, looking into me. I looked away and I could still feel it. The woman too. It felt like both of them were locked onto me in a way that made my skin crawl. Then it got even stranger. My boyfriend saw the older woman, but he said he never saw the man. That part messed me up maybe more than the voice did. Because how do you notice one person standing right there, but not the other when he's the one radiating this overwhelming, frightening presence? That was the moment I started asking myself whether I was losing my grip on reality, or whether something was actually following me. The next night, I was out at dinner with my family. I got up to go to the restroom, and I already felt uneasy being alone. The hallway was dim, and I just had this stupid, heavy dread sitting on my chest. Then I heard a little psst outside the bathroom door. I thought it was my boyfriend messing with me. I really did. But it wasn't him. Since moving into our house a few months ago, I've also felt drained in a way I can't fully explain. My energy has been low, my moods have been all over the place, and I felt more vulnerable than usual. Maybe that means nothing. Maybe it means something. I honestly don't know anymore. What I do know is this. We were sober when the voice happened. We never even ended up smoking that night because we were too freaked out. We've checked the practical things too. Carbon monoxide detectors, the house itself, all of it. I wanted a logical answer. I still want one, but I don't have one. So that's what happened. I'm telling you exactly how it felt because I don't want to flatten it into some neat little story. It didn't feel neat. It felt intimate and frightening and deeply confusing. Like something brushed against our reality for 10 seconds and then disappeared again, leaving us to sit there and wonder what we heard. I still don't know whether it was a glitch, a spirit, a mimic, grief, fear, or something else entirely. I just know that both of us heard a voice that wasn't supposed to be there, and neither of us has felt quite the same since. A few years ago, I was still living with my parents, and both of our bedrooms were upstairs. My dad was on an overnight shift that night, so it was just my mom and me in the house. We spent part of the evening together like we usually did, talking and hanging out for a while, and then we headed off to our rooms for the night. Now, the way my bed was set up back then, my feet pointed toward the bedroom door, so whenever I slept, I was facing it. Sometime in the middle of the night, probably a little after 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly with this intense feeling that someone was standing near me, just watching me from the side. I turned my head, and there she was, my mom, standing right beside my bed. I could see her so clearly. She had on this pale nightgown with tiny blue flowers on it, one she wore all the time, and she was just standing there in total silence. At first, I gave this nervous little laugh because she had honestly scared me half to death. I remember blurting out something like, "Mom, seriously, what are you doing? You scared me." You have to understand, my mom and I have always been really close. We joke around a lot, and late-night chats or random snack runs weren't unusual for us. So in that sleepy, half-awake moment, it honestly made sense to me that she might be there to wake me up for something silly. But she didn't say a word. She didn't smile, didn't move, didn't react at all. So I tried again, still thinking she was about to crack and laugh. I said something like, "Come on, what is it?" Still nothing. And that's when the feeling shifted. I started to get this awful sense that something might be wrong. Maybe she was sick. Maybe something had happened and she didn't know how to tell me. I said, much more seriously, "Mom, what's going on?" I pushed myself up with my elbow and started to sit up so I could face her properly. Then I reached my hand out toward her shoulder, just trying to get some response, any response at all. And the second I did, she vanished. Not stepped back, not moved away, just gone. Completely gone. My whole body lurched forward because there was nothing there. I froze for maybe half a second, then I jumped up, turned on the light, and ran straight across the hall to my mom's room. She was in bed, fast asleep, breathing peacefully with her machine on like she'd been there the whole time. I woke her up, completely shaken, asking if she had just been in my room. She was confused, groggy, and a little irritated that I'd dragged her out of sleep, and she told me she hadn't gone anywhere. I did not sleep again for the rest of that night. And to this day, I can still picture it perfectly. The nightgown, the silence, the way she looked standing there beside me. I still can't explain it, but I know what I saw. You know, I still can't pin down exactly when this happened. Maybe 2 or 3 winters ago. I don't remember the month, only the cold. That kind of cold that gets into your bones and makes the whole world feel empty. I grew up in a little coastal town, and our house sat way out on the edge of it, almost swallowed up by trees. The nearest neighbor was far enough away that, at night, it felt like we were the only people left in the world. Behind the house, there was this narrow walking trail that wound through the woods and opened out into these wide, frost-covered fields. I used to walk my dog there every evening. His name was Polaris. He was a huge white German shepherd, absolutely massive, the kind of dog that made strangers stop and stare. I'm a pretty big guy myself, but when he stood up, he could nearly put his paws on my shoulders. With him around, I never really felt nervous out there, even after dark. One night, though, something changed. It started off like any other walk. Quiet, normal. Just the sound of our footsteps and the wind moving through the trees. But on the way back, I checked my phone and saw I was down to maybe 4% battery. It was completely dark by then, the kind of dark where your eyes never really adjust. If it hadn't been for the glow from Polaris's collar, I wouldn't have been able to see him at all. So I switched on my flashlight, knowing full well the battery probably wouldn't survive the rest of the walk. Still, I knew the trail well enough, and home was only about 15 minutes away, so I didn't panic. Then Polaris suddenly lunged. I mean really lunged. Hard enough that the leash yanked through my hand and almost pulled me sideways. He started barking like I'd never heard before, deep and frantic, aimed straight into the trees to our left. I tried to calm him down, but he was locked onto something. just staring into the woods, teeth bared, growling between barks. And then I heard it too. At first it was just movement in the brush, heavy movement. Not the quick rustle of a rabbit or fox, and not the light scampering of something small. This was slower, deliberate, like something big was circling just out of sight. I remember trying to tell myself it was probably a deer, something ordinary, something explainable. People do that, don't they? We hand ourselves little lies so we can keep moving. Then came the sound. I don't know how to describe it in a way that really does it justice. It was a howl, I guess, but wrong in every possible way. Too deep, too strained, too human in some parts and too animal in others. It came from maybe 30 yards away, maybe less, and it made every hair on my body stand up. It didn't sound natural. It sounded sick, twisted, like something trying to imitate a living creature and not getting it quite right. That was enough for me. I ran. Polaris ran with me, thank God, and we tore down that trail as fast as we could. I could hear something behind us then. Footsteps, fast and uneven, crashing through the brush and then onto the trail itself. For a second, I honestly thought it had to be a person, maybe some lunatic trying to scare us. My phone was down to 1%. I knew that if I turned around and used the flashlight, that was it. Last bit of battery gone. But I did it anyway. I swung the light behind me, and for maybe a second or two, I saw it. I wish I hadn't. And the face. That's the part I can't get past. Its face looked almost exactly like my dog's. Not perfectly, not enough to mistake it for him, but enough that my brain locked up when I saw it. Same shape, same muzzle, same pale fur around the head. It was like someone had taken the familiar face of something I loved and twisted it into something rotten. The flashlight died right after that. I don't even remember the rest of the run very clearly. I just know I made it home. I slammed the door, locked everything, and sat there on the floor with Polaris beside me, both of us breathing like we'd been underwater. We were safe. At least, I think we were. But I didn't sleep that night. Not even close. And the worst part is this. Polaris never did anything wrong. He was still the same loyal, gentle dog he'd always been, sweet as ever. But after seeing that thing, after seeing that face in the dark, I could never quite look at him the same way again. I want to tell you about something that happened to me when I was about 12 years old, and honestly, I still don't have an explanation for it. One morning before school, I got up like normal and walked down the hall to the bathroom to brush my teeth. I was standing there, looking into the mirror, when suddenly, everything around me seemed to disappear. I didn't collapse or faint exactly. My body just locked up, completely still, like fear had taken hold of me. What I saw instead was space. Endless, dark space filled with stars. And there I was, somehow floating in it, looking straight ahead at this house in the distance. It looked almost too ordinary, which somehow made it stranger. A pale house with a dark front door in the center, windows on either side, and neat little shrubs out front. It was just sitting there, suspended in the middle of nothing. I started moving toward it, slowly at first, then faster, like I was being pulled in. The closer I got, the more terrified I felt, even though I didn't understand why. And when I finally reached the front door, it opened. There was a woman standing there. She had dark hair, an older face, and something about her was deeply wrong. I still can't describe it properly. She didn't look like anyone I knew. She looked almost human, but not fully. Like a face that had all the right pieces, but put together in a way that made every instinct in me panic. The second I saw her, she screamed, and just like that, I was back in the bathroom, staring at myself in the mirror. I was still frozen, completely terrified. It felt like the kind of fear that clings to you after a nightmare, when your body hasn't caught up to the fact that you're awake. It probably only lasted a few seconds, maybe a minute at most, but it felt much longer. The strange part is, it didn't stop there. The next morning, it happened again. Same bathroom, same feeling, same stars, same house, same door, same woman. After that, it kept happening on and off for a few weeks. Some days were normal, and then without warning, it would come back. Always exactly the same. When people ask me what the woman looked like, I still struggle to explain it. The closest I can come is that she looked uncanny. Not monstrous, not ghostly in the usual way, just off. Like something pretending to be human, but missing some invisible piece that makes a face feel safe or familiar. That was the worst part. The fear was immediate and overwhelming, every single time. It felt almost like stepping out of the world for a moment. My eyes were open, and I was still standing up, but I wasn't seeing the room around me anymore. I was somewhere else. I told my parents, but they didn't know what to make of it. At the time, I was younger and probably couldn't explain it very well. They thought maybe I was half asleep, still caught between dreaming and waking. So we waited to see if it would pass. For a little while, it seemed like it had. Then one Sunday afternoon, it happened again. Except this time, I was fully awake, in the middle of the day. My dad was watching football in the living room, and I was behind the couch putting some things away. Suddenly, there it was again. The freezing, the fear, the space, the house, the woman. When it ended, I just broke down crying. I went straight to my dad, and he could tell something was wrong. I told him it had happened again. That was the moment it really scared me, because it wasn't just happening first thing in the morning anymore. I wasn't sleepy. I wasn't alone. I was home, with my family, in a place where I should have felt safe. My parents took me to the doctor, and he listened, but he didn't really have answers either. He told us to wait and see if it stopped. After that appointment, it barely happened again for a long time. Part of me even wondered if finally telling someone everything had somehow loosened its grip on me. Then, about a year later, when I was 14, we moved overseas for my dad's work. The last time it ever happened was on the first morning in our new house. And then it was gone. I'm 27 now, and I still think about it. I still don't know what it was. A vision? Some kind of sleep-related episode? Something neurological? Something my mind created under stress? I honestly can't say. I just know it felt real while it was happening, and the fear was unlike anything I've felt before or since. So that's my story. I still don't have answers, but I've never forgotten a second of it. When my husband and I got married in 2016, we moved into a duplex on a military base, and that place honestly never felt normal. I still think about it sometimes because there were so many things that happened there, and even now I cannot really put them in perfect order. It all kind of lives in my memory as these separate moments that made the whole house feel wrong. One of the first things I remember happened at the back of the house. We had this screened-in porch with French doors leading out to it, and then another screen door that opened into the yard. One night, the screen door was latched, the back door was locked, and I heard this knocking sound on the glass. At first, I told myself I was imagining it because my dog did not react. But then it happened again, and this time, she definitely heard it. She jumped off the couch, went straight to the door, and just started growling. Her fur was standing up, and she kept staring at the glass like someone was right there. But there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. She stayed like that for what felt like 10 minutes while the knocking kept happening. I finally called my neighbor and asked him to quietly go around back to see if somebody was messing with us, but he found no one out there. A couple of weeks later, we had some friends over, just hanging out in the kitchen. From there, you could see the same back door and part of the living room window facing the yard. One of our friends, Nate, suddenly said, "There's someone at your back window." We all turned to look, and there was nobody there. Then, almost right on cue, we heard another knock on the glass door. Nate took off outside immediately, certain he had seen someone, but once again, there was no one there. When he came back inside, he looked completely shaken. He said he could have sworn he saw a man in a dark gray shirt standing there, just staring into the house. Then there was the night we threw a party. We had maybe 20 people over, and the dining room was the main place everyone gathered because it was big enough for games and a folding table. A bunch of the neighbors from the connected units were there too, which is why what happened next freaked everybody out. We heard this knocking start on the shared wall in the living room, and it kept going, almost traveling along the wall until it reached the dining room where we all were. At first I laughed because I was sure the neighbors were trying to scare us. But the look on their faces told me they were not joking. They were just as unnerved as the rest of us. Eventually, they went back to check their side of the duplex, and nobody was in there. The place was still locked up. Another time, I was lying on my bed on my stomach, texting, with my back to the bedroom door. I heard footsteps coming up the stairs, and I assumed it was my husband coming home, so I did not think much of it. I just kept looking at my phone. Then I saw a shadow move across the wall in front of me, like somebody had stepped into the doorway behind me. I sat up, already smiling, ready to turn around and say hi, and there was no one there. Nobody. I left that room so fast and spent the rest of the afternoon downstairs trying to calm myself down. And then there were the stairs. I cannot even fully explain why, but I hated them. Almost every single time I walked down them, I would get this cold rush down my spine that made me pull my shoulders tight and brace myself. I always felt like something was right behind me, just close enough to make me panic. I remember thinking more than once that one day I was going to be pushed down those stairs. Nothing ever did happen, but the fear never left. It was just always there, waiting for me every time I had to go up or down. That duplex gave me some of the strangest, heaviest feelings I have ever had in a home. Even now, years later, I can still picture those rooms and feel that tension all over again. Some places just do not feel empty, even when they are. I've had strange experiences for as long as I can remember, and even now, I still don't fully know what to make of them. Some of it could probably be explained away as childhood imagination. I know that. But not all of it. Some moments have stayed with me too clearly, too sharply, to just brush aside. When I was very little, maybe around 3 or 4, we lived in an older house where I used to see something I could never explain. It looked like a tall shadow, almost human, except it had these long ears that reminded me of a hare. It never rushed at me or did anything dramatic. It would just appear nearby, moving from one spot to another, like it was wandering through the house. I was so young that part of me wonders if I was only seeing things. But even then, that house felt wrong in a way I couldn't put into words. It always carried this heavy feeling, like someone was quietly watching from just out of sight. It didn't feel violent or hateful, just deeply unsettling. After we moved away, everything seemed to stop for a while. For some reason, I thought maybe I had outgrown whatever it was. But when I was about 6, it all started again. My room in the new house never felt normal. I hated being in there by myself. Even during the day, it felt like the air was different in that room, like something was waiting for me to notice it. Whenever I was alone, I'd get this awful sense that something was about to happen. Sleeping there was hard for years. I would lie awake with that same feeling of being watched, just hoping the night would pass quietly. And a lot of the time, it didn't. I'd hear sounds I couldn't explain. Little knocks, shifting noises, things tipping over for no clear reason. Sometimes objects would disappear and then show up again later in places I knew I hadn't left them. My door would slowly open on its own. Every now and then, I'd even feel what seemed like a soft touch, almost like something brushing against my arm or shoulder. None of it was dramatic enough to prove anything, but it was enough to make me dread being alone. One of the first moments that really terrified me involved a small stuffed wolf I had when I was around that age. One night it was lying on the floor across the room. I remember glancing away for just a second, and when I looked back, it had moved a little closer. Then it happened again. Every time I turned away, even briefly, it seemed nearer than before. It sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud, but I know what I saw. Eventually, one of my parents moved it out of the room, and after that, nothing else happened with that toy. Years later, though, I got another stuffed animal. This time, a medium-sized fox plush. That one felt different right away. Oddly enough, it felt comforting, but at the same time it carried that same familiar sense that I was not alone. I started noticing it in different positions from where I knew I'd left it. Once in a while, one of its limbs would brush against me. So lightly I'd almost convince myself I imagined it. And there were times when even its expression seemed a little different, though I know how impossible that sounds. Neither toy was electronic. There were no batteries, no mechanisms, nothing that should have made them move. And I never got the sense that they were trying to hurt me. That's part of what made it all so confusing. It felt eerie, yes, but not purely malicious. Just strange. Too strange. What makes me question myself less is how my cats react. Whenever they come into my room, they'll fix their eyes on one corner or one empty stretch of space and just stare. Not casually either, but intensely, like they're tracking something I can't see. Sometimes they'll step forward slowly, watching whatever it is. But they never stay in the room long. After a few minutes, they always want out. There have been other moments in this house too, things that didn't happen only to me. My mother once insisted that the insides of a few pieces of furniture had somehow been taken out or shifted around, even though no one had done it. My brother said he saw something back in the old house, and later claimed he'd caught sight of something here too. Mostly just quick glimpses, movement around a doorway, the feeling that someone had just disappeared around a corner. I still don't know what to believe. Maybe some of it really is my mind trying to make sense of ordinary things. I've considered that more times than I can count. But when I put all of it together, the years of it, the feelings, the movement, the sounds, the way other people and even animals seem to react, it becomes harder and harder to dismiss. I'm not saying I know for sure that it's paranormal. I just know that something has followed me through too many years of my life to feel completely unreal. And whatever it is, it has never fully left. A few nights ago, I was driving home and saw something I still can't stop thinking about. It was that in-between time in the evening, just after sunset. The street lights had come on, but it wasn't fully dark yet. You know that kind of light where you can still make out colors and details clearly, but everything already feels a little quieter, a little heavier. That was the kind of evening it was. I was taking my usual way home, nothing out of the ordinary. I had already been in the car for over an hour, and I was maybe 15 minutes from home when I got off my exit and turned onto the next road. As I was driving, I noticed what I first thought was just a man walking along the side of the street. At first, it didn't seem strange, just someone walking. But the closer I got, the stronger this awful feeling became. It hit me so suddenly and so clearly. I felt, without a word being spoken, that he wanted me to stop. Not just stop, but let him come with me. And I know how strange that sounds, but it was like I could feel his intention before I even fully saw him. There was something deeply wrong about it. Dark, heavy, almost like this pull coming from him. I knew in that instant that whatever this was, it did not feel safe. He was walking on the same side of the road I was driving on, and as I got a little closer, I started realizing something about him wasn't normal. He had the shape of a man, but everything about him was black. Not skin tone, I mean all of him. His clothes looked black, like dark pants and a hooded sweatshirt with the hood up, but there were no folds, no texture, no detail at all. Just a solid shape. I don't even remember seeing shoes. I slowed down for a second, just enough to look more carefully, because by then, that feeling was so intense I couldn't ignore it. And that's when I saw it more clearly. He wasn't just dressed in black. He was darker than black. Like a void. Like something that absorbed light instead of reflecting it. Then, as I got close enough to really see him, he turned his head and looked right at me. That was the part that shook me the most. Where his face should have been, there was nothing. No features. No eyes, no mouth, no expression. Just the same impossible darkness as the rest of him. It wasn't a face. It was the outline of a face filled with pure black. The kind of black you only see in a completely dark room with no light at all. Just this human shape with a hood, but no visible details anywhere. I've heard people describe shadow figures before, and honestly, it looked exactly like that. Exactly like those stories and those clips people talk about, the kind you never fully believe until you see something yourself. It rattled me. It still does. The feeling coming from him was so strong. I can't explain it any better than this. I knew he wanted me to stop. I knew he wanted to come with me, or maybe with someone, and every part of me was telling me not to let that happen. So I didn't stop. The second I saw that empty, dark face, I pressed the gas and kept going. And I'm glad I did. When I checked my rearview mirror, he was still walking down the road, but I could still feel him watching me as I drove away. Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel Paranormal M, and thanks for being here for another video. Before we get started, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already, and turn on notifications so you don't miss any new uploads. And if you've had something weird or unexplained happen to you, you can always send your story to me. The first story is about someone staying in their parents' old Victorian home, in a room that had always made people uneasy. At first, it just felt creepy, but one night, it became a whole lot more than that. Thanks for listening, and hopefully you'll still be able to sleep fine tonight. I should probably start with a little background, because otherwise this whole thing sounds even more unhinged than it already does. I grew up in this really old Victorian house, the kind with one of those historic plaques out front, except ours says 1891, which somehow made everything feel extra dramatic. When we were kids, my older sister Marissa was always talking about strange things happening in her room. She'd mentioned seeing lights or shadows out of the corner of her eye, feeling like someone was watching her, and swearing her stuff had been moved around. Now, to be fair, that last one might have been my younger sister and me messing with her, because we absolutely stole her clothes and random junk all the time. Just standard sibling crime. So nobody really took her seriously. The rest of us never felt anything weird in the house, So we all kind of rolled our eyes and figured she was being dramatic. Anyway, my parents still live there, but all four of us kids have moved out now. Over time, our old bedrooms got repurposed for my parents' hobbies and storage and all the usual parent takeover stuff. But the guest room? That ended up being in Marissa's old room. The exact room she used to complain about. And now, pretty much anyone who sleeps in there says it feels off. Maybe that's karma for all of us brushing her off for years. Maybe the universe just likes an "I told you so." Either way, I'm nearly 30 and I still sleep with a light on in that room. For years, I never actually saw anything, but I always got this heavy feeling like someone else was there with me, just outside what I could explain away. That changed last January, and I'm not being dramatic when I say it scared the life out of me. I was house-sitting and dog-sitting for my parents while they were away. I wasn't feeling great that night, so I went upstairs to sleep in the guest room while my boyfriend stayed downstairs watching TV. I was in that weird half-awake state, you know? I'd drift off for a second, then wake myself back up and try scrolling on my phone, then drift again. At some point, with my eyes closed, I became aware of movement right in front of me. It felt like someone was pacing beside the bed. I remember trying to reason it out. I told myself I must have fallen asleep longer than I thought, and my boyfriend had probably come upstairs without me hearing the old door creak open. So I kept my eyes shut. A few minutes passed, and I started getting annoyed because this person was still moving around. I cracked my eyes open just a little and saw legs standing right at the edge of the bed. I immediately shut my eyes again because in my head I was like, okay, obviously that's my boyfriend. Who else would it be? But then the feeling didn't stop. Whoever it was still just there. So I opened my eyes again, ready to tell him to stop being creepy, and before I could say anything, this man, who was absolutely not my boyfriend, bent down close to my face and screamed. I can still remember his face. I can still remember the sound. And what did I do in that moment of adult courage and dignity? I shoved my head under the pillow like a terrified 5-year-old. Apparently, my brain decided that if I couldn't see it, then it couldn't see me either, which is not a strategy I recommend, but there I was. My boyfriend was exactly where I'd left him, completely relaxed, watching TV in the den like a man who had definitely not just screamed in my face from the spirit realm. I've slept in that room since then, and nothing that intense has happened again. But every now and then, I still get that same feeling, like I'm being watched. Then a few months later, toward the end of summer, something else happened. Not as terrifying, but honestly weird enough to make my stomach drop. My mom called and asked me to drop something off at the house. No problem. I drove all the way over, only to realize my parents had gone out to dinner and nobody was home. Classic. I left what I needed to leave, gave my childhood dog, Bandito, some love, and was about to head out. But he gave me that look. You know the one. The big, pleading, heartbreaking fur eyes. So I caved and decided to make him a little treat in his Kong toy. I filled it with the fancy natural peanut butter, because he is spoiled beyond reason, and apparently deserves artisanal snacks while the rest of us grew up on regular peanut butter. I remember setting the Kong on the kitchen counter very clearly, because I did it automatically out of habit. We used to have a tall dog who would counter-surf anything edible, so I placed it far back from the edge without even thinking. Then I laughed to myself because Bandito is a short little guy and couldn't have reached it anyway. After that, I ran to the bathroom. And of course, because he has serious fear of missing out, Bandito followed me in. He was with me the entire time. When we came back into the kitchen, the Kong was on the floor. I just stopped. I know I didn't put it there. Nobody else was in the house, and Bandito had been with me the whole time. Plus, he couldn't have reached the counter even if he'd tried. We both just stared at it for a second. Then he looked at me, I looked at him, and it honestly felt like we were having the exact same thought. Like, what the hell? He recovered faster than I did, obviously, because a peanut butter snack is a peanut butter snack, haunted delivery or not. He just went right over and started happily licking it like none of this was his concern. So that's my story. Maybe there's some explanation for all of it. Maybe old houses settle, brains do weird things when we're half asleep, and peanut butter somehow develops a mind of its own. But I'll tell you this, I definitely believe my sister now, and I definitely don't sleep in that room with the light off. I've believed for a long time that there might be something real about ghosts. That belief did not come out of nowhere. It came from a handful of moments in the house I live in now. A house where, according to what I've been told, 2 people died years ago. The first thing that really unsettled me happened in the kitchen. There were 6 of us there that night, all just standing around the counter, talking. My kitchen has these glossy, reflective panels, so you catch movement easily. At one point, 3 of us looked up at the exact same time and saw this dark shape flash across the doorway. It moved so fast, just a black shadow cutting across the hall. We all froze and looked at each other immediately, because we knew we had seen the same thing. It wasn't light from outside, and it wasn't a reflection playing tricks on us. We saw it move straight past the doorway. The second experience was the one that really stayed with me. For a while, we had already been hearing the stairs creak at odd hours, along with what sounded like footsteps going up and down when nobody else was there. One night, a few of us decided, half joking and half serious, to do our own little ghost hunt. We split into groups, and I went into the living room with my friend and my younger cousin. It was completely dark in there, the kind of dark where you cannot even see your own hand. My cousin was nervous enough that he just sat beside me with his fingers pressed over his ears. My friend was standing farther away, on the other side of the room. We started asking questions into the darkness, feeling ridiculous because, obviously, nothing was happening. Then I said, mostly to fill the silence, "I'm going to whistle the start of a tune, and if anyone's here, you finish it." I whistled the opening of that old Western theme from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. The moment I stopped, I heard the end of the tune whistled back to me. It came from the corner behind my shoulder, loud and clear, from a place where none of us were standing. My cousin definitely did not know the tune, and my friend had no idea what song I was even trying to whistle. We just sat there stunned. It is one of those moments I can still replay perfectly in my head. There was another experience too, though this one I try to look at more carefully. When I was in the hospital going through chemotherapy, I saw my great-gran, who had died when I was very young, and I also saw my aunt, who had passed away at 16. I had never actually met my aunt in life, so that shook me. Even so, I can admit that stress, illness, and treatment can do strange things to the mind. So I hold that memory a little differently. It meant something to me, but I also know there could be another explanation. Then there was the time I had just brought home my dog, back when he was still a tiny puppy. He was lying quietly on the sofa, completely relaxed, when all at once he jumped up and started growling toward the hallway. Not playful barking either. This was low, serious, warning growling. His body changed instantly, like he was squaring up to something I could not see. Then he barked sharply, ran over, climbed onto me, and just stared toward the living room doorway without moving. I checked the hall, the living room, the rest of the house, and there was nobody there. He is older now, And in all these years since, I have never seen him react that way again. So when people ask whether I think ghosts are real, the honest answer is this: I do not know for certain, but I have experienced enough things that I cannot easily dismiss. Maybe there are explanations for some of them, maybe for all of them. But when you are the one standing in the room, hearing the sound, seeing the shape, feeling the air change around you, it becomes much harder to laugh it off. And even now, I still find myself wondering what exactly was in that house with us. You know, when I was a teenager in the mid-90s, I lived near the foot of a mountain, and there was this quiet little spot my friends and I loved going to at night. It was not some intense hike or anything dramatic. We would start from my friend Ryan's house, walk maybe half a mile through a neighborhood, and then take this short dirt path through the trees that opened into a field. From there, you could look out over the whole city, all the lights spread out below you, and on clear nights, the stars were incredible. Behind the field, there was a pasture, and beyond that, thick trees climbing up the mountain. It always felt hidden and peaceful, like our own place. One night, Ryan and I were sitting there talking like we always did, and almost right away something felt off. It was this strange, steady feeling that someone was sitting just behind us. Not far at all, maybe a couple of feet away. I kept glancing over my shoulder, and Ryan did too. We noticed each other doing it, but neither of us said anything because what were we supposed to say? There was no one there. Still, I remember feeling, just for a second, like I could almost make out a young guy sitting there with his knees pulled up, just quietly watching us. It did not feel threatening exactly. It felt more like curiosity, like whoever or whatever it was had joined us without being invited. We tried to ignore it and kept talking, but that feeling never really went away. Then, after maybe an hour, I heard something behind us. It sounded like someone standing up, and right after that I heard what sounded like a handful of pebbles dropping onto the ground all at once. I started to turn around, and before I could even make sense of it, this huge, dark, blurry shape rushed right up in front of my face. It was like a black mass, almost fuzzy around the edges, and it made the most awful sound I have ever heard. Not like an animal I knew. It sounded vicious, like something snarling and grinding its teeth right at me. I froze for a second, just staring at it. Then I looked at Ryan and said, "Run." So we ran. We tore back down that little path through the trees, and it was pitch black. The ground was uneven and cut up from years of rain, and I was half running, half stumbling, trying not to break an ankle. My whole body wanted to sprint and slam on the brakes at the same time. Then I stepped on a thick, dry branch, and it cracked so loudly it sounded like a gunshot. I swear my heart nearly stopped. When we finally burst out of the trees and back near the houses, it felt like we had crossed into safety. We were still shaken though, so instead of going straight home, we ended up at this old park halfway down the hill. That was another place we used to hang out. There were these swings facing the road, and beyond the road was a steep wooded valley. If you looked one way, you could still see the city lights. If you looked the other, you could see the mountain. Planes would come in low along the flight path, so sometimes we would just sit there and watch them. We sat on the swings trying to process what had just happened. That was when Ryan told me that right after the pebble sound, a bottle had flown right past his ear. He said it was so close he could hear that spinning whistle and feel the air move against his skin. It had come from the direction of the pasture. I told him about the black shape that had rushed my face, but he said he had not seen that part at all. I turned, but it was too dark to see anything. By then, the adrenaline had completely taken over. I was shaking, my vision had narrowed, and time had that strange, slow-motion feeling people talk about. We did not hesitate. We ran all the way home without stopping. The next day, in broad daylight, we got our nerve back and decided to go retrace everything. Human logic, you know? Terrified at night, detectives by noon. We went first to the park to see what could have made that crashing sound. Near the swings, close to a patch of long grass by the fence, we found half a brick. Nothing else nearby made sense, so we figured that must have been what hit the ground. What I could not understand was how something that loud had not left a clear mark. Then we went back up to the field. Once we found the place where we had been sitting, there was not much there, just open grass and, a few yards away, a bottle lying exactly where it would have landed if it had come from the pasture and flown past Ryan's head. The pebble sound was harder to explain. We did not find pebbles, but we did find little bits of broken glass pressed into the dry mud. I remember standing there, wondering how that glass had gotten embedded like that. There had not been any rain overnight, at least not that I remembered, so it did not make much sense. It was one of those tiny details that stayed with me because it felt wrong. And then later, I remembered something else. A long time before that night, I had gone up to the same field with another friend. I was sitting down looking at the city, and he was standing maybe 15 meters behind me, facing up toward the mountain. Out of nowhere, he said, in a completely normal voice, "Run." I asked him why, and then he said it again, louder this time, "Run," and took off. Afterward, he told me he had seen a dark shape, not clearly human, not clearly anything, floating down over the trees from higher up the mountain. At the time, I did not put much stock in it, but after what happened with Ryan, that memory came back to me in a very different way. What still stays with me is this. It never really felt like whatever was there wanted to hurt us. It felt more like it wanted us gone. Like we had gone somewhere we were not supposed to be, and it was making that very clear. As long as we stayed away from that field at night, it seemed like we had nothing to fear. For a long time, I looked back on it with this strange mix of fear and excitement. It felt like we had brushed up against something we could not explain. I did lose my favorite nighttime hangout after that, though. And honestly, that may have been the point. I need you to believe me when I say this really happened, because even now, more than a year later, I still get shaken thinking about it. I still hate sleeping alone. I'm not being dramatic either. I mean, I genuinely haven't spent a full night by myself since then. For most of my life, I shared a room with my sister, so being alone at night was never something I had to get used to. There were a few rare times when she stayed at a friend's place or went out of town, and even though I was always nervous, nothing bad ever happened. I'd be scared, sure, but eventually I'd fall asleep and wake up fine. Then one week, after I'd been exposed to COVID, my family thought it would be smarter for me to isolate in my mom's room for a while. My mom moved into my room with my sister, and I stayed in hers. At first, I was uneasy about being alone at night, but after a few days, I actually started feeling proud of myself. I thought maybe I was finally getting over that fear. Then one night, everything changed. My mom's mattress was old and uneven, the kind that leaves you sore if you lie the wrong way. I'm also a light sleeper, so I woke up a few times that night. At one point, I woke up flat on my back because the mattress was digging into me. I turned over, fully awake, just trying to get comfortable and hug the spare pillow. And the second I turned, this awful feeling dropped over me. That's the only way I know how to describe it. It felt like something heavy entered the room all at once, like the air itself changed. I knew, with this horrible certainty, that something was there in the darkest corner of the room, watching me. Not just a creepy feeling, not imagination. It felt real in the deepest part of me, like every nerve in my body knew I wasn't alone. I froze. It wasn't exactly that I couldn't move. It was more like every instinct in me locked up at once. I was overwhelmed with this raw, animal fear, the kind that makes your whole body go cold. And then I heard a voice right near my ear. It said, "I'll take you down with me." I know that sounds strange out of context, But in that moment, I immediately thought of hell. That was the first place my mind went. I was terrified beyond anything I'd ever felt before. I just stayed there, completely still, praying over and over in my head until morning. I'm not even especially religious, but I was desperate. And desperation makes people reach for anything. When I finally heard birds outside and saw the first signs of daylight, I got up and ran out of that room. I told my family what happened and made it clear I was not going back in there alone. Someone had to sleep with me. The next night, my sister was in the room from the start, and nothing happened. But after that, keeping the same sleep schedule got hard. She stayed up late, and I was exhausted all day, so eventually I went to bed before she did. That's when things started again. This next part is harder to explain, because I was in that half-asleep state where things can feel slippery and unreal. But I still remember enough to know it frightened me. What my sister told me later was that when she came into the room, I sat up in a panic and asked if she had seen something on the ceiling. She looked and didn't see anything, but I scared her badly enough that she ended up lying there afterward, wondering whether whatever I saw had moved before she opened the door. What I remember is this. I was trying to fall asleep, and when I opened my eyes, there was a dark shape above me on the ceiling. I couldn't make it out clearly, but I had this overwhelming sense that it was a woman, pressed against the ceiling directly over my bed. I remember the door opening. I remember my sister coming in. After that, it all gets blurry. Then there was the sleep paralysis. The last time it happened was during the day. I used to nap in the afternoon, and my bed was positioned under a window with shutters that let in strips of light. Across from the bed was a glossy wooden cabinet that reflected some of that light back. I'd fallen asleep after lunch, and when I woke up, I was in sleep paralysis again. I couldn't move, and I could hear this faint static sound, like a hiss buzzing in the room. By then, after everything that had already happened, I was terrified. I felt trapped, like I was lying there waiting for something to come for me again. I started fighting as hard as I could to move. I could barely manage anything, just one eye opening and closing, my fingers twitching. With that one eye, I looked toward the cabinet where the window's reflection showed through. And I swear I saw dark hands hovering above my head, blocking the reflected light. That was enough to send me into full panic. I kept forcing my body to wake up, forcing myself to move, and when I finally broke out of it, there was nothing there. After that, it stopped. Nothing like it happened again. The only thing I changed was that I started praying more often. I don't know whether that had anything to do with it, and I'm not going to pretend I have an answer. I just know I'm still scared it could come back. Even now, the thought of being alone at night too long makes my chest tighten. So that's what happened to me. I'm telling you exactly as I remember it, because even if some of it sounds impossible, the fear was real. And honestly, that fear stayed with me longer than anything else. I want to tell you something personal, and I guess the best way to say it is that, for a long time, home never really felt peaceful to me. Growing up, I lived with my grandparents, my mom, and my little sister. My mom had MS, and it changed so much about her life. My sister and I stepped into caregiver roles pretty young, and even when we were doing our best, the house always carried this heavy feeling. My mom hated being alone in the attic bedroom. Honestly, I understood why. After high school, when my depression got worse, I ended up drifting in and out of that house a lot. Nights were the hardest for me. I could almost never sleep, so I'd stay up way too late at my computer, playing games, sitting in voice chats, doing whatever I could to avoid being alone with my thoughts. There was always this awful feeling that would creep in late at night, especially around 3 in the morning, like someone was standing just behind me, waiting. I know how strange that sounds, but it felt real every single time. For a while, my uncle stayed in that room with me. He was dealing with more pain than most people could carry. He had lost his baby daughter, and that kind of grief changed him. I watched him become more worn down, more angry, more heartbroken. Eventually, things exploded between him and my grandfather, and they stopped speaking for a long time. After that, he moved out, and, for a little while, the room felt lighter. But my uncle and I stayed close over the years. We worked together, lived together here and there, and he meant more to me than I can explain. He was the kind of man who made you feel seen, the kind of man who protected people without making a show of it. In a lot of ways, he was the father figure I always needed. His name was John, and I still miss him every day. He was killed just days after my 21st birthday. That loss hit me harder than I knew a person could be hit. Our whole family struggled with it, even the ones who had judged him or pushed him aside. People like to call him the black sheep, but the truth is, he had one of the biggest hearts in the family. He was carrying wounds nobody really knew how to help him with. And if I'm being honest, part of why I eventually found forgiveness for him was because I started seeing too much of myself in him. The depression, the substance use, the feeling that you're losing ground inside your own mind. I ended up in a psych ward before I could finally admit that. After he died, I was alone in that attic room again, and I was not okay. I was drowning, really. Depression, suicidal thoughts, self-destruction, all of it. I went back to using distraction as survival. Games, videos, endless noise, anything to keep from hearing my own thoughts. But that feeling came back, worse than ever, like something was watching me. One night, I woke up and saw a figure standing near the box that held John's ashes. It was a large man, pale as chalk, with eyes so dark they didn't even seem real. I can still feel the fear from that moment. It looked at me, and I froze, completely froze. I didn't scream, I didn't move. I just shut my eyes and pretended I had fallen back asleep. I have never fallen asleep faster in my life. To this day, it was the only thing I ever saw in that room that truly terrified me to my core. But that wasn't even the first strange thing. I don't live there anymore. I left, and I never really went back. There was too much pain in that house, too much history, too much damage between me and the rest of the family. I can't even pretend I was easy to live with back then. Loving myself has never come naturally to me. Still, I'll tell you this. The feeling of being watched eventually faded. I live somewhere else now, and it feels safer. There are crosses on the walls, little glass angels around the house. And whether that changes anything or not, it comforts me. That matters. I've heard people say spirits follow my father, and he's fought his own battles with addiction and suicidal thoughts too. Maybe that's why so much of my life has felt shadowed by things I can't explain. Lately, I've struggled again. The depression has gotten sharp in ways that scare me. But I'm still here, and that means something. I refuse to give up. More than anything, I want to become for someone else what my Uncle John was for me. Steady, kind, present. The person who shows up when the world gets dark. I still get afraid sometimes that those old feelings will come back. That sense that something is just behind me, waiting. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But for now, I'm still standing. I'm still trying. And I guess that's the part I want you to hear the most. I'm still here. You know, I grew up in a very strict Southern Baptist family, and anything even remotely paranormal was not something we talked about. If somebody mentioned ghosts or strange experiences, the conversation got shut down almost immediately, like it had never happened. But even as a kid, I always felt like something about me was a little different. One Christmas, my great-aunt came to visit for the holidays. She was one of those people who always had a camera in her hand, snapping pictures of everything, all morning long. Later, I overheard her talking quietly with my mother while they were flipping through the photos. She said, "Look at these pictures of him, honey. You see them too, don't you?" I remember sneaking a look, and all I saw were these little balls of light floating around me in the pictures. To me, they looked like glowing bubbles. I thought they were beautiful. That night, my great-aunt tucked me into bed, and instead of reading me a normal bedtime story, she told me one of her own. It was about a boy who had a special gift, a gift that let him see spirits and help the ones who were frightened or lost. Right before I fell asleep, she kissed my forehead and said, "If you ever find yourself in a place where you feel afraid or trapped, or like something is trying to reach you, remember this. I'm like you. It's a gift, not a curse." I didn't fully understand what she meant back then, but I never forgot it. Years later, when I was a pretty rebellious teenager, I spent the night at my friend Harlan's house. We'd stolen a couple of beers, swiped some cigarettes from his mom's pack on the kitchen table, and decided we were very grown up, obviously. His parents were much older than most of our friends' parents, and their house was this huge old place built in the late 1800s in the historic part of town. They let us have the whole upstairs to ourselves. Late that night, we were taking turns smoking by the window, trying to blow the smoke outside without getting caught. Then all at once, I got that feeling. You know that feeling where the air changes? Like your stomach tightens, the room goes heavy, and every part of you knows you're not alone. I panicked and whispered, "Harlan, your mom knows. She knows what we did." And just as I said it, I saw a woman pass by the bedroom door. She was maybe 10 feet away. She wore an old house dress with an apron, and she moved like she belonged there. I said, "See? I told you." Harlan stared at me and said, "What are you talking about? What woman?" And then we both heard it. A soft humming sound, and then a baby crying. We ran into the hallway, checked every room, and there was no one there. Nothing. No woman. No baby. Nothing at all. We tore downstairs into the kitchen, breathless, and there was Harlan's mother standing at the stove making biscuits and gravy like it was any normal morning. Harlan blurted out, "Mom, what did you need? And who brought the baby?" She just turned, smiled at us in the strangest way, and said, "Breakfast, boys?" We never really talked about what happened. Not that day, not that night. We just went to bed and acted like maybe we hadn't heard what we heard, and maybe I hadn't seen what I saw. But that woman came to me in a dream that night. She was devastated, just grieving in a way I can't even properly explain. In the dream, she was crying so hard it felt like her sorrow was pouring into me. I never clearly saw what had happened, only that she had lost someone, and the grief was tied to a child and to that house. She visited me 3 more times over the years. The last time was the night before my first daughter was born. In that dream, she was calm for the first time. She told me I'd been given a responsibility, that this child's safety and well-being had to come before everything else. She warned me not to repeat her mistakes. She told me to choose friends wisely, choose partners wisely, and always put my child first. After a while, life moved on, and I stopped thinking much about those dreams. I packed them away somewhere in the back of my mind, along with the feelings that came with them. Then this morning, right at 9 o'clock, my phone rang. It was Harlan. He said, "You are never going to believe this. They tore down my childhood home today, and under the front porch, they found an unmarked grave, a woman and her child." And I just sat there, completely still. Because in that moment, every dream, every feeling, every strange thing I had tried to explain away came rushing back at once. And deep down, I knew she hadn't been trying to scare me all those years. She'd been trying to be found. I've only told one other person this story before. And you know that look people give you when they're trying very hard not to say, "You've completely lost it." That was the look. Honestly, I couldn't even blame him. If someone told me this story, I'd probably struggle with it too. The strange part is, I'm not really the kind of person who goes looking for paranormal explanations. I never was. Back then, I was even more skeptical than I am now. I brushed off anything supernatural as nonsense people use to make sense of grief or fear. But this stayed with me. It still drifts back into my mind every now and then, and every time it does, I end up sitting with the same question all over again. A little background first. My father passed away almost 3 years ago. It was sudden, brutally sudden. He had a cardiac arrest on his way home, and just like that, he was gone. Earlier that same day, I'd had lunch with both my parents. Everything felt normal, ordinary, which somehow made it all even harder to accept. The night after he died, I stayed in my old room. There was a pull-out sofa in there by then, and that's where I slept. My mother was in the next room. We were both drained in that way grief drains you, where your body gives up before your mind does. So even though it was still pretty early, we both went to bed. The apartment was completely still. The windows were shut, the street outside was quiet, and there was that heavy silence that only seems to happen after something terrible. I was exhausted, but I couldn't sleep. I just lay there in the dark, staring toward the half-open door, thinking the kind of thoughts people think when their world has been split in two. Sometime close to midnight, I heard what sounded like the door shifting wider, like someone had gently pushed it and stepped into the room. Not rushed, not loud, just careful, quiet. I thought it was my mother checking on me, so I lifted my head and looked. There was no one there. I remember squinting into the dark, trying to make sense of it, and eventually convincing myself I was overtired and imagining things, so I settled back down. Then maybe a minute later, I heard it again. This time it was clearer. Slow, muffled footsteps on the wooden floor. The kind of sound someone makes when they're trying not to wake you. They moved across the room, steady and deliberate, until it sounded like they were right near the foot of the sofa. And then I heard it. A distinct knock. Actually, 2 or 3 quick knocks against the wooden base behind me, sharp enough that I felt it in my whole body. If you've ever slept on one of those old pull-out couches, you know they don't just make that sound on their own. Not like that. Not unless someone actually hits them. And here's the part that still unsettles me most. I wasn't overwhelmed with fear. I should have been, right? But I wasn't. I felt strangely calm. Not happy, not exactly comforted, just calm. Like whatever had happened wasn't there to hurt me. At some point after that, I finally fell asleep. The next morning, I woke up and immediately thought about it. I remember telling myself, that was bizarre, but grief does strange things to people. I figured my mind had played tricks on me. Later that day, I mentioned it to my mother. I told her I thought I'd imagined someone walking through the room and knocking on my bed. She just looked at me and said she'd been awake too. She said it sounded exactly like someone had come into the apartment, walked through to my room, stopped there for a moment, gone back through hers, touched the familiar things he always touched, and then left. That was the part I couldn't explain away anymore. If it had just been me, I would have dismissed it. Exhaustion, shock, grief, some half-dream state. Human brains are messy little drama factories at the best of times. But my mother heard it too. The same sounds, in the same order, at the same time. So I've turned it over in my mind more times than I can count. Maybe it was some bizarre coincidence. Maybe grief can echo in 2 people at once. Or maybe, just maybe, he came back one last time to say goodbye in the quiet language of the home he knew by heart. I think the first time I realized something unusual was happening, I was about 7 years old. My mom had this habit of writing things down, and one morning she wrote down a dream I'd told her about. In it, I described several relatives I had never met, people I later learned had passed away before I was even born. At the time, I didn't understand what that meant. I just knew I had seen them. As I got older, it stopped feeling like it was only happening in dreams. I started noticing things in everyday life too. This past year especially, it's been intense. I've heard rhythmic drumming coming from just beyond the fence in our backyard when no one was there. I saw a man standing in my kitchen dressed like he'd stepped out of another era, in an old-fashioned hat and dark suit. Another night, I looked toward my bedroom doorway and saw an older man standing there, wearing a pale blue mask, just watching quietly. Those are only a few of the moments, but what's different now, and honestly what has shaken me most, is that my children have started seeing and hearing things too. One winter evening, not long after we got home from Christmas at my parents' house, I was about to let the dog out into the yard. Snow was falling. The house was completely still. No TV on. Everyone else asleep. Then both my son and I heard a teenage boy's voice, clear as day, say, "I wouldn't let him go out there." We both froze. My son was terrified. I really did feel for him, but at the same time, I had this strange sense of relief, because for once, someone else had heard what I've heard for years. A couple of times since then, when no one else was home, he's heard a voice say, "Hey, Mom," like someone was trying to get my attention. My daughter has had her own experience too. One night before bed, she casually asked me who the boy in the hallway was. I hadn't seen anyone, but she described him so clearly, right down to what he was wearing. What struck me most was how calm she was. She wasn't scared. She said it like she was asking about an ordinary visitor passing through the house. Not every experience has been calm, though. A few years ago, when my parents came to stay with us after we moved into our new home, my mom and I were up late talking in the living room, just catching up the way we always did. Then both of us turned toward the kitchen at the exact same moment. A solid black figure, shaped like a man, walked into the room. It paused near the office, turned its head toward us, and then continued down the hallway toward the children's bedrooms. My mom and I just looked at each other. We didn't even have to ask. We both knew we had seen the same thing. I immediately ran down the hall and checked on my kids. They were both asleep. Nothing was there. But I was so shaken I ended up praying over them and checking on them again and again through the night. What's hardest now is trying to make sense of all of this while my children are becoming part of it too. It's one thing to carry these experiences by yourself. It's another when your kids start stepping into that same strange world and you don't have answers for them. Later that same night, I saw what looked like an ancient book suspended there for a moment, covered in strange symbols I couldn't read. But the image that has stayed with me the most came just a few nights before my parents died. Something stood in my bedroom doorway, tall and still, and the only way I can describe it is that it resembled Anubis. It wasn't aggressive. It felt watchful, like it was studying me, trying to understand something. I remember saying, "No," out loud firmly, and after that, it slowly drifted back behind the door and disappeared. I know how unbelievable all of this sounds. Trust me, I hear myself saying it, and I know how it must land. But it happened. Every bit of it felt real. More than anything, I'm tired. I'm tired of not understanding why these things keep appearing, what they want, or whether they need something from me. And if they do, I don't know how to help. I definitely don't know how to explain any of this to my children when I barely understand it myself. Still, saying it out loud does help. It makes it feel a little less heavy somehow. My next step is to put up cameras and start documenting what I can. Maybe then I'll have something concrete to show, something beyond memory and fear and doubt. Right now, I just want answers, and maybe, finally, a little peace. I want to tell you about something that happened to me a while back, and honestly, I still can't fully explain it. I was out with two friends on one of their family's farms in rural North Carolina. The land is huge, well over 100 acres, and it's been in their family for generations. Not far from the main farmhouse, there's this old abandoned house that nobody in the family really claims to know much about. It's just always been there, empty, like a place time forgot. The story that's been passed down is that the people who once lived there were involved in making illegal liquor during Prohibition. Supposedly, there was some kind of violent dispute, and the house was shot up. After that, it was left behind, furniture and belongings and all. Nobody has paperwork or anything official to prove it, but there are old bullet holes in the walls, and even bullets still lodged in the wood. In the family, it's pretty much understood that something terrible happened there, and that nobody inside walked away from it. So with all of that in mind, here's what happened. It was a Saturday night, October 16th, and we were sitting around talking when the abandoned house came up. Both of my friends had been inside before, and I said I wanted to see it for myself. They agreed to take me, so we headed out. It was maybe a 15-minute walk from the main house. When we got there, the place looked rough. It was a small 2-story house, maybe 800 square feet at most, and even in the moonlight, you could see how badly it had fallen apart. Parts of the porch had collapsed, the walls were damaged, and the whole place just felt tired and broken. The only door we could get through was already standing open, which didn't exactly make us feel better, but we went in anyway. My friends told me that since their last visit, somebody had stapled tarps over a few of the interior doorways. We looked around the first room and took a couple of pictures. The stairs to the second floor were right there, and we shined a light up to take a look, but the floor above seemed way too unstable to risk it. So we stayed downstairs. Then we moved toward the room just off the entryway, on the left side. That doorway had one of the tarps hanging over it. I held the flashlight while one of my friends pulled back a corner of the tarp. The second he did, this puff of air came out from the room, and with it came the worst smell. It was a rotten, heavy smell, like something had died in there and been left too long. It hit us so hard that we honestly thought maybe an animal had gotten trapped inside and decomposed. We pulled the rest of the tarp down and stepped into what looked like it had once been the living room. But the strange part was, there was almost nothing in there. The room was mostly empty. Just a few old glass jars with fake flowers stuck in them, and then those same bullet holes all over the walls. Nothing else that really stood out. We took a few pictures anyway, including the one that ended up becoming the reason I still think about that night. After that, we checked the rest of the downstairs, a small kitchen, a utility room, a couple of other spaces, and then we headed back to the farmhouse. At that point, nothing especially weird had happened. Creepy, sure, but nothing we couldn't brush off. Later, we sat down at the kitchen table and started going through the photos on the phone. We were laughing a little, talking about how unsettling the place had been, until we got to the picture taken in that living room. And that's when everything changed. I was there when the picture was taken. I'm in the photo myself. I was standing right there with my friend Mason, who took it, from the moment he snapped it to the moment we looked at it less than half an hour later. Nobody edited anything. Out of all the pictures we took that night, maybe 20 or so, that was the only one that looked wrong. We were all shaken by it, and to be honest with you, I still don't know what caused it. Maybe there's some perfectly reasonable explanation for the image distortion. Maybe it was a camera glitch, bad lighting, digital corruption, something technical. I'd love for that to be true. But standing in that old house, smelling something rotten in a room that looked almost untouched, and then later seeing those faces in the photo. It's hard not to wonder if something in that house was still there, watching us. I've always tried to keep an open mind about ghosts and anything paranormal, but I've never been the kind of person to believe things too easily. I've pretty much always felt that unless I see something with my own eyes, I can't fully accept it. Even then, I've never really thought of ghosts as spirits wandering around in the present. To me, it makes more sense that they're more like echoes of another time, almost like little slips in time where the past shows through for a moment. That idea has always seemed more believable to me, because when people talk about ghosts, they're almost never from right now, are they? You don't hear stories about someone seeing a ghost in a hoodie holding a smartphone. And you definitely don't hear much about ghosts from ancient prehistoric times either. Most of the stories seem tied to older periods, and that's part of why I've always wondered if maybe people are catching these strange little glimpses of the past rather than seeing the dead as they are in the present. Anyway, this story came from my grandmother, though I never heard it directly from her myself. She's passed away now, so I'll never be able to ask her about it in her own words, which honestly makes the whole thing feel even more haunting to me. My grandmother, Margaret, was a very quiet, reserved woman. She kept to herself, liked her routines, and was perfectly content sitting in her favorite armchair watching television for hours. She was also incredibly old-fashioned, very proper, and deeply honest. She had absolutely no patience for lying or exaggeration. On top of that, she was the only truly religious person in our family. She went to church every Sunday without fail and kept little religious items around the house. She really wasn't the sort of person you'd imagine telling ghost stories for attention or drama. In fact, she was probably the last person you'd expect. The story itself happened when she was around 40, living with my grandfather, my dad, and my aunt in an old cottage in West Wales. One day, everyone else had gone out, and she was home alone doing the cleaning, vacuuming her way through the house. She went into the living room, and there, completely unexpectedly, she saw a man sitting and looking straight at her. Not a shadow, not some vague shape out of the corner of her eye. She said it was a man, clear as day. What struck her most was the way he was sitting. She described it as odd, almost as if he were leaning against the wall in a way that didn't quite make sense. He just sat there, watching her. She froze in shock for a moment, and then, once that first stunned second passed, she panicked and ran from the room. When she gathered herself enough to go back, he was gone. Years later, the house was being renovated, and behind that very wall, they discovered an old staircase that had been boarded up and hidden away. It was exactly where she had seen the man. Suddenly, the strange way he'd been sitting made a kind of eerie sense. If the staircase had once been there, then perhaps he hadn't been leaning against a wall at all. Maybe he'd been sitting on one of the steps. That part is what stays with me. Out of all the details, that's the one I keep coming back to. And really, what reason would she have had to make it up, especially if she hardly ever spoke about it? Then there's that staircase. The fact that they later uncovered it in the exact spot where she'd seen him sitting. I mean, what are the chances of that? So that's the story. It's not the longest or the most dramatic, but it's always stayed with me. For me, it's one of those stories that gives just enough pause to make you wonder. I'm still on the fence, honestly. Part of me still wants my own experience, something undeniable that would settle it in my mind once and for all. Until then, I suppose I'll keep wondering. I want to tell you about a place I lived in back in 1989 in Hobart, Tasmania. It was this enormous, old house on a street near the edge of the city. One of those places that seemed to carry its whole history in the walls. People said it was one of the earliest homes built in Hobart, and there were stories that two sisters had once lived and died there long before any of us came along. From the moment I moved in, the house felt strange. Not threatening exactly, just heavy. Like it had seen too much and remembered all of it. It had a reputation too. People around Hobart knew it as a kind of legendary party house, partly because of where it was, and partly because it was big enough to hold half the city's misfits in one night. And in Hobart, if you were already considered a fringe dweller, you were really out there. What made it even stranger was how neglected it seemed. When we finally went to the real estate office to make our tenancy official, the agent basically laughed and said they hadn't inspected the place in more than 10 years. Imagine hearing that about the house you just moved into. It was so casual, so absurd, that it actually made me wonder whether someone had gone in years earlier, seen something they couldn't explain, and decided never to return. And then there was the inside of the house itself. It wasn't just furnished. It was as if someone had been living there one minute and vanished the next. There was food still in the kitchen cupboards, blankets folded on beds, clothes hanging in wardrobes, little decorative things scattered around like the place was still waiting for its owners to come home. Some of the food was so old it dated back to the 1960s. That alone was unsettling. Naturally, the place came with stories. People said a man named Crazy Rob had died there in the 60s, back when the house had apparently already earned its reputation as a wild gathering place. There were also rumors that it had once been home to one of Hobart's earliest black magic groups, and that Rob had been at the center of it. Now, whether any of that was true is another matter, but those were the kinds of stories that followed the house around. Not long after we moved in, my flatmate went from room to room taking down black crosses and open umbrellas that had been hanging from the ceilings. That should have told us something probably, but at the time, none of us were exactly living in a state of heightened spiritual sensitivity. We'd heard the house was haunted, sure, but we mostly brushed it off. Then one night, about a week or so after I moved in, something happened that I still remember clearly. I'd been out, and when I came back, I walked in through the front door and glanced into the living room to see if any of my friends were there. The room was empty. In the middle of the dining table sat this little handmade necklace someone had left behind, strung together from fishing line and small seashells. And just as I looked into the room, that necklace moved. It slid right across the table on its own and then shot off the edge, landing on the floor a short distance away. I know how that sounds. But what's odd is that I wasn't terrified. I didn't get the feeling of anything dark or threatening. It felt almost playful, like there was someone invisible in the room saying, "Hey, watch this. Look what I can do." It was more like being noticed than being frightened. Like something in that house wanted me to know it was there. Back then, none of us were really expecting anything like that. We knew the stories, but we didn't put much stock in them. Still, as time went on, every one of us ended up with at least one story about that house. And the people who lived there after us had their own stories too. These days, the old place has a different nickname, the Winter Palace. From what I understand, it's been used as a recording space for visiting musicians, which somehow suits it. It always felt like the kind of house that wouldn't stop gathering stories just because time had passed. And honestly, I'd be more surprised if strange things weren't still happening there. I want to tell you about something that happened to me years ago in Hobart, Tasmania, and to this day, I still can't fully explain it. This wasn't a ghost story exactly. There were no monsters, no haunted house, nothing like that. But it was one of those moments that felt so strange, so outside the ordinary, that I've never been able to file it away as just normal life. Back in the late 1980s, I went for a walk up on Knocklofty, the bushland hills behind North Hobart. If you know Hobart, you know how easy it is to end up surrounded by trees and silence within minutes. That day, the track was quiet. I hadn't seen another person around, and I was completely on my own. As I was walking, I looked up and saw a man standing right in the middle of the path. He was impossible to miss. He had long hair, a thick beard, and a rough, weathered look about him, like someone who'd been out in the bush for a long time. But it wasn't just how he looked. It was the way he stood there, completely still, waiting. And as I got closer, he kept his eyes locked on me. He didn't move aside. He didn't say a word. He just stared straight into my face. I remember feeling deeply uneasy. My instincts were shouting at me that something wasn't right. I was alone, far enough into the reserve that I suddenly felt foolish for not telling anyone where I was going. You know how your mind can race in moments like that? I started thinking, if this man means harm, no one would even know where to begin looking. So when I passed him, I kept my head down and avoided his gaze. I could feel this intensity coming off him, something almost feral, and I just wanted to get by without provoking anything. I kept walking, half convinced he might start following me. After I'd gone a fair distance, I finally worked up the nerve to turn around. And what I saw stopped me cold. He was still standing in exactly the same spot, but now he was smiling. Not just smiling, really. He looked absolutely radiant, almost triumphant, like he was delighted by some private miracle. And all over him, on his arms, his shoulders, even on his head, were tiny, wild birds. There were dozens of them. Little native birds were hopping and fluttering all over him, as if he were part of the landscape, as if they belonged there with him. They didn't seem frightened. They weren't darting in and out the way wild birds usually do. They were gathered on him in this impossible, calm, almost enchanted way. I just stood there staring. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. And he kept looking at me, smiling with this wild, proud expression, like he knew exactly how unbelievable it was. For a second, I think I may even have smiled back, just out of pure shock. I didn't feel safe enough to go any closer, though. Whatever was happening, however beautiful or bizarre it was, I still felt that same edge of fear. So I turned around and headed home, stunned and excited and desperate to tell someone what I'd seen. When I got back, I told a friend straight away, and he completely brushed it off. Didn't believe a word of it. After that, I let it go. I stopped trying to explain it, because there's not much you can say when someone has already decided you must be exaggerating or imagining things. Then, years later, I brought it up again. And this time, that same friend said something like, "Actually, I've heard other people mention a man up there like that. They said strange things happened around him too." I started thinking of him as the Birdman of Knocklofty, though I suppose that sounds a bit dramatic. Still, I don't know what else to call him. I haven't been back there in a long time, but every now and then I think about that man, standing silently on the track, as if he'd stepped out of nowhere, and I wonder whether he still appears to unsuspecting walkers now and then. Maybe he was just someone with an uncanny gift with birds. Maybe he was a showman. Maybe it was something stranger than that. I honestly don't know. What I do know is this: there was nothing ordinary about that afternoon, and I've never forgotten it. You know, back when I was in art school in the early 90s, I had this terrible habit of leaving everything until the final stretch. Some people call it my process. So before one big assessment, I stayed up for nearly 3 nights straight, completely wrapped up in finishing my work at the last possible moment. At the time, I was living in this old house that already had a reputation for being haunted. Nothing dramatic had happened to me before then, not really. But there was one thing that always got under my skin. Every time I passed the back door, it would rattle like someone outside was trying the handle. The strange part was, there was never anyone there. And the floor in that part of the house was solid concrete, so it was not as if footsteps or movement inside could have made the door shake. It just did. One night, while I was hurrying past on my way upstairs, I happened to glance through the kitchen window. And there, in the middle of the kitchen wall, I saw a figure sitting there as casually as if gravity meant nothing at all. For a split second, I did not understand what I was looking at. Then it hit me. It was me, or something that looked exactly like me. This figure was wearing a dark blue suit, with a crisp shirt and neat short hair, and it was staring straight at me with this unsettling grin, like it knew something I did not. That part is what stayed with me most. Not just the resemblance, but the expression. It felt personal, familiar in the worst possible way. The odd thing is, because I already believed the house was haunted, I was strangely prepared for something uncanny to happen. I had come to expect the door to shake, to feel that little chill of unease. So when I saw this, double, I was frightened, of course, but not as overwhelmed as I might have been otherwise. I had always been curious about paranormal stories, and I had read enough to know about doppelgangers, those ghostly doubles said to imitate the living. I also knew the folklore around them was grim, that seeing one was supposed to be a bad sign. So I made a conscious choice right then. I did not stop. I did not react. I did not give it any more attention than I had to. I just went straight back upstairs and buried myself in my work. Honestly, the deadline probably saved me. I was so obsessed with finishing that assessment that I pushed the whole thing to the back of my mind. I remember thinking I would come back to it later, when life felt quieter. Then, like people do, I moved on. I handed in my work, survived the chaos, and summer began. A couple of weeks later, in one of those aimless holiday afternoons, I ended up back at the house and had one of those strange, half-dreaming experiences where you are not quite asleep and not quite awake. I remember lying on my bed, feeling like my mind was drifting farther and farther out, as if I were trying to reach the edge of everything. At the time, I thought it meant something profound. Looking back, I probably just nodded off and dressed it up with imagination. Human beings do love giving sleep weirdness a spiritual branding. Not long after that, my mom, who was always kind in exactly the way I needed, offered to help me find a summer job. She knew I was broke, surviving on scraps, cigarettes, and artistic ambition, which is not exactly a stable financial model. So she took me into the city, and we spent the day going through secondhand shops looking for something smart enough for interviews. She found me this cheap but decent blue pinstripe suit, and then she paid to get my hair cut properly. And the second I looked at my reflection, my stomach dropped. Because standing there in that mirror, with my hair cut short and that blue suit on, I looked exactly like the figure I had seen weeks earlier sitting in the kitchen wall. Exactly. Same clothes, same hair, same overall look. I just stood there, staring at myself, and suddenly that night came rushing back in full detail. It was not just that I resembled the figure, it was that I had become it. Or maybe I always was it, and for one impossible moment, I had seen myself before I got there. I still cannot explain it to you in any neat or satisfying way. Maybe it was exhaustion, maybe it was stress or suggestion, or some strange overlap of memory and imagination. Or maybe, just maybe, I really did see something I was not meant to see yet. Whatever the truth is, I have never forgotten that feeling. That quiet shock of recognizing yourself in a place where you absolutely should not already be. I never really thought of that house as haunted until recently. The other night, I was tucking my son into bed, and it hit me that he is about the same age I was when all of this happened. Funny how memory works. You can carry something around for years without giving it a proper shape, and then one quiet conversation suddenly lines everything up for you. When I was growing up, my mom suffered from terrible nightmares. Not ordinary bad dreams either. She would scream, shout, thrash around, and sometimes wake in such deep panic that she had no idea where she was. One night, she nearly cracked my dad across the head with a heavy lamp she grabbed from the bedside table. Another time, he had to stop her from launching herself straight through the bedroom window. Their room was 2 stories above a concrete path, so that would have ended very badly. Those episodes were such a normal part of my childhood that I got used to them in a way no child really should. I can still remember lying in bed, hearing Mum screaming and Dad trying to wake her, and just thinking, "There she goes again," before rolling over and falling back asleep. That was simply life in our house. Then my parents split up when I was around 12, and Dad moved out. We lived in a 2-story place, and my bedroom was the only one downstairs. Since I was the oldest, I felt this strange little burden settle on me, like it was my job to make sure everyone was safe. So every night I would stay up until the rest of the family had gone to bed, and only then would I head downstairs to my room. For 3 nights in a row, the same thing happened. Each night, as I walked down the stairs, the moment my foot landed on the second last step, my mother would suddenly begin one of her screaming episodes upstairs. Every single time. Same step, same instant. And every time I would turn and run back up to her room, saying the same words I had heard my father say so many times before. "Wake up. Wake up. It's only a dream." A little while after that, one evening my brother, my sister, my mom and I were all upstairs in the living room. We had just finished watching television and were getting ready for bed when this loud banging started beneath the staircase. Not a little creak or plumbing noise. I mean proper banging, sharp and heavy, coming from the exact spot where my foot had landed on those 3 nights. There was nobody else in the house, and the space under those stairs was far too cramped for a person to be hiding in. The 4 of us just froze. Nobody needed to say a word. We all knew, instantly, that something about it was wrong. We sort of shuffled together into a tight little huddle in the middle of the room and stood there, staring, until it stopped. It lasted maybe 15 seconds, maybe a bit longer, but fear stretches time into something ugly. Even after it ended, none of us wanted to speak. It felt safer somehow not to give it language. Years later, I asked my mom if she remembered that night. She didn't, which honestly makes it worse somehow. Human memory, always performing its cheap little vanishing act. Not long before that, my mom had a few friends over one Friday night, and after some drinks, they decided it would be entertaining to hold a seance. Because apparently adults sometimes get bored and decide to invite nonsense into the house for sport. I joined in, put my finger lightly on the edge of a glass, and closed my eyes. I could feel it moving, and I assumed one of the others was pushing it. But when I opened my eyes, I saw that no one else even had a finger on the glass. Mine was the only one there. Sleeping downstairs by myself, I sometimes woke with this awful feeling that something was in the room with me. I couldn't have told you what it was. I never saw anything clearly, but I felt it, and I felt, with absolute certainty, that it meant me harm. A few times I was so frightened I ran upstairs and spent the rest of the night in my younger brother's room. My bedroom had a door that opened into what we called the basement, though it wasn't really a basement. The house was built into the side of a steep hill, so underneath was this long, low storage space with my dad's little workbench at one end. Beyond part of it, there was exposed earth and shadow where the slope of the hill pressed in close. Even in daylight, that place had an atmosphere I hated. Bare ground, stale air, a kind of hush that didn't feel empty so much as occupied. That door stood right beside my bed. Sometimes, especially at night, I would feel as though something was behind it. Not just a childish fear of the dark, but a distinct presence, a waiting thing. I never had the courage to open that door when the feeling was strongest. During the day, I played in that room often enough, but even then, I never left it comfortably. There was always this sense of being unwelcome, of stepping away from a place that had only tolerated me while I was in motion and in sunlight. Whenever my grandmother came to stay, she slept in my room because it was the only one large enough for a spare bed. Years after we moved out, she told me something she had kept to herself because she didn't want to frighten me when I was younger. When she was a little girl, sometime around the early 1900s, she had been with family out in the bush near a campfire. One of her young cousins, or perhaps a distant relative, was standing too close to the flames, and her long dress caught fire. In the panic to save her, someone grabbed the child and threw her into a nearby creek to put the flames out. But the shock of the freezing water, mixed with the terror and pain, killed her almost instantly. My grandmother told me that one night, while sleeping in my room, she woke to see that girl standing beside the bed. The girl was smiling. She said, "Don't worry, Nana. I'm all right now. I'm fine." What struck me later was that this child would never have known my grandmother as Nana. That was what everyone called her in our house because she had a huge family and grandchildren everywhere, and the name just stuck. That is why I never believed, not really, that it was truly the girl herself. I thought it was something else, something wearing a familiar shape, borrowing a story, using the name it had heard around the house. Something that understood just enough to unsettle. And that was always the feeling in that place. Not sadness, not even grief. Something meaner than that. Something that wanted to disturb, to press on fear the way a bruise gets pressed just to hear the reaction. Even now, after all these years, I still dream about that house. We only lived there a short while, but it stayed with me. One dream in particular has never left me. In it, I was standing again at the top of the stairs, surrounded by a darkness that felt thicker than real darkness. You know the kind, I think. The sort that seems deep enough to hide darker things inside it. I looked down toward the landing, and there, in a small pool of cold white light, was the exact spot where my foot had landed on those nights when my mother started screaming. I looked away for a second and thought, almost casually, you know what would make this truly terrifying? If something appeared there. And when I looked back, there was a doll. So when I tell you I never used to think of that house as haunted, I mean it. I spent most of my life treating those memories like separate incidents, little pockets of fear that didn't belong to one another. But now, looking back, I can't help feeling that they were all connected. That something in that house had its own presence, its own pattern, and that all of us, in one way or another, brushed against it. Hi everyone, welcome back to tonight's video from Paranormal M channel. Before we start, if you like these stories, please leave a like, and if you have had any paranormal experience yourself, feel free to send it to me. The first story in tonight's video is about a house where strange things kept happening in the hallway until both a father and his son saw something they could not explain. Let's get into it. I hope you enjoy the video and have a good, restful night. I've got to tell you, this whole thing has stayed with me in a way I can't really shake. Most of what's happened in our home over the past few years has centered around the hallway. I don't know why that spot exactly, but it always seems to come back to that narrow stretch between the rooms, like something there wants to be noticed. A little while ago, I was coming out of the bathroom late at night, and at the far end of the hall, near my bedroom and my son's room, I saw someone, or something, standing there. It looked like a full figure, pale and still, almost draped in this soft, off-white shape. For a second or two, it was completely clear to me. Then it vanished. What shook me most wasn't only what I saw, it was how I felt. I'm not someone who startles easily. I've spent years riding motorcycles, and that teaches you how to stay calm when something sudden happens. You learn to keep panic out of the driver's seat. But this was different. The fear hit me instantly, right in the chest. It was deep, physical, the kind of fear that makes your whole body go cold before your mind can even catch up. I stood there trying to steady myself, wondering why the sight of it carried that much dread. It didn't move. It didn't rush me. It just stood there, and somehow that made it worse. It felt aware. That's the only way I can put it. I caught my breath, waited for my heart to slow down, and then I went straight to tell my son what I'd seen. A few days later, I was out working, and right in the middle of the day, I got this strong, nagging feeling that I needed to check on him. It came out of nowhere. I remember thinking, I should call him right now. But the day got away from me, and I never made the call. When I got home that evening, we talked, and figured out that around that same time, he'd been sitting at his computer in the living room when he heard heavy footsteps moving down the hallway. Not light creaks, not the house settling. Heavy steps, clear enough to pull his attention away from the screen, which, honestly, is a small miracle in itself. After that, things went quiet for a bit, but only on the surface. The feeling never really left. You know that sensation of being watched, of someone just out of sight around a corner? It was like that. Not all the time, but often enough to wear on you. Then one evening, I went out to pick up a few groceries. It was dark by the time I got back. I pulled up outside, got off the bike, and while I was unstrapping the bags, I thought I saw a dark figure standing on the lawn, just watching me from a short distance away. I did what I usually do when something feels too strange to be true. I told myself I was imagining it and went inside. The moment I stepped through the door, my son told me he'd just seen a ghost in the hallway. He said it had been standing behind the armchair, beneath a novelty mask I keep hanging on the wall. He only saw it for a split second, but he knew it was there. He was sure of it, and the truth is, this wasn't the beginning. Before any of these sightings, we'd already had years of strange things happening. Small objects would disappear and then turn up again. Cardboard roll inserts would get flicked off the windowsill. A door once slammed over and over on a still, hot afternoon with no wind at all. There were other moments too, unsettling ones, the sort of things you try to explain away because the alternative is harder to live with. But now it feels like whatever was once just noise in the background has become more visible, more deliberate. That's the part I keep coming back to. It feels as though it's becoming clearer. First it was sounds, movements, impressions, then footsteps, then a pale figure, then another sighting with more shape, more color, more presence. That progression is what unsettles me most. Part of me wants to set up my phone overnight, maybe run an audio app and see if it catches anything. Another part of me really doesn't want to know. I've thought about getting a couple of cheap cameras just to see what happens when no one's around. I've even wondered whether there's anyone nearby, maybe here in Tasmania, who actually investigates these things properly. But for now, this is where we are. I'm telling you exactly as it happened, because once you've seen something like that in your own home, it's hard to pretend it's nothing. And when your son sees it too, that's when it stops feeling like imagination and starts feeling like you're living alongside something you don't understand at all. I need to tell you about something that's been building for a while, because honestly, I've been trying to brush it off, explain it away, pretend it was stress or bad sleep or just my mind playing tricks on me. But after what happened tonight, I can't really do that anymore. For the past few years, there have been odd little things in this house. Nothing constant, nothing dramatic enough to make me feel certain. Just those strange moments that leave you unsettled afterward. A sound in the wrong place. A knock that doesn't fit. That sort of thing. But in the last couple of weeks, it's all felt stronger somehow. More deliberate. And tonight, I'm almost sure I saw something in the hallway. About a week ago, I was lying in bed, right on the edge of sleep, when I suddenly heard a woman's voice say, very softly, "Hello." It came from the space beside my bed, between me and the wall. It wasn't part of a dream. It startled me so sharply that I sat upright straight away and stared at the exact spot the voice seemed to come from. I was fully awake in an instant, heart pounding, just trying to make sense of it. Then there have been the knocks. A few loud bangs late at night, the kind that make you stop and listen because they're so clear and so out of place. A couple of them happened when the whole street was quiet. No traffic, no people outside, nothing obvious that could explain them. Once or twice, my son, Leon, didn't hear them at all, even though they sounded loud enough that he should have. Then, 2 nights ago, I walked past Leon's room and noticed his bedroom door was wide open. He was asleep in bed, and I remember noticing the door because I nearly always clock little things like that. Not even half a minute later, I came back down the hall and the door was shut. Completely shut. I knocked and asked him if he'd gotten up and closed it, and he told me, still half asleep, that he hadn't moved. That unsettled me. But what happened tonight is what really got to me. Leon usually stays up absurdly late gaming and doesn't go to bed until the early morning. Tonight, he headed into his room not long before all this happened. I was already exhausted because my laptop had been acting strangely all day, draining its battery over and over, even though it was plugged in and supposedly charging. It's not something it normally does, and by that point, I was already worn down and irritable. Then there was this fly. One of those relentless little things that just will not leave you alone, landing on my foot, then my cheek, then buzzing back again like it pays rent. I finally got fed up, reached down beside the bed, and dug out the fly swatter I keep tucked away. I managed to kill it, and right as I did, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye through my partly open bedroom door. I saw Leon come out of his room and head down the hallway toward the bathroom. It looked completely ordinary at first. The only thing that struck me as slightly odd was that he seemed to be wearing a dark blue oversized hoodie or blanket thing, which made no sense because his room gets so warm at night. A moment later, I stepped into the hallway myself because I thought there might be more flies out there. Sure enough, there was another one, and I swatted that too. While I was standing there, I called down the hall to Leon, joking that the fly swatter was doing a better job than bug spray ever could. He didn't answer, but when I opened the door, Leon was there in bed, not standing up, not getting settled, not halfway across the room, in bed, asleep, or at least asleep enough that opening the door woke him. And that was the exact moment every bit of confidence I had in what I'd seen just fell apart. Because I know what I saw. I saw someone leave that room and walk down the hallway. I was close enough to recognize the shape, the movement, even what looked like the clothing. And yet my son had never left the bed. I just stood there frozen, and this awful cold feeling washed over me. It hit me all at once that whatever I saw in that hallway was not Leon. And that's what's shaken me so badly. I've tried to be rational about everything else, but this felt different. It felt clear, real. and I honestly don't know how to explain it away anymore. You know those nights that start out feeling ordinary, almost playful, and then somehow turn into something you can't quite explain later? That's what this was. Earlier that evening, around a little after 8, I picked up a girl I've really been enjoying spending time with. I'll call her Maya. We ended up driving around together for hours, just talking, laughing, and taking those quiet back roads that seem to stretch forever at night. We live out in Seminole County, Oklahoma, and if you've ever been through places like that, you know how the dark feels different there. It's not city dark. It's wide open, still, and old. At first, we stopped by a cemetery for a while, mostly just to sit and soak in the silence. Strangely enough, it didn't feel creepy at all. It actually felt calm, almost comforting. But after a bit, we both agreed we wanted something a little more exciting, so we drove out to this old place people around here call Whisper Bridge. Now, I'd been there before, plenty of times actually. Friends, random late-night drives, even once with Maya before. Nothing unusual had ever happened. That's probably why we didn't think much of it when we parked and stepped out. But this time felt different almost right away. The second our boots hit the ground, we both got that feeling. You know the one, where the air suddenly feels heavier and your skin goes tight for no real reason. Neither of us said much at first, because we both felt weird things before, and figured maybe we were just letting the mood get to us. We walked out onto the bridge, stepping carefully over the old metal framework. Off to one side, in the overgrown brush, we heard rustling. It wasn't loud, and honestly, we brushed it off because we'd already seen a possum near the entrance when we pulled up. So we kept going. We stopped for a while and looked over the side. There wasn't much water under us, mostly mud and a thin, sluggish stream because of the summer heat. The night itself was warm, not hot exactly, just one of those late Oklahoma nights where the air clings to you a little. We stood near the middle of the bridge talking, enjoying the quiet, and for a moment it actually felt peaceful. Then, we heard it. A sharp little metallic ting. It came from one of the support beams near the edge of the bridge, the kind of sound metal makes when it's been struck just right. We both froze. Then, trying to be rational, we went to check it out. We looked around, listened, and couldn't find anything that should have caused it. No loose chain, no rock falling, no animal bumping into anything. So we tested it ourselves. We tapped the beam with our fingers, and sure enough, it made almost the exact same sound. That should have made us feel better, I guess. Like, mystery solved. Except it didn't. If anything, it made us more nervous, because now we knew the sound had been deliberate enough to notice. We stayed there a little longer anyway, mostly because neither of us wanted to be the first to admit we were getting rattled. We still had that little sense of safety you get when you're not alone, when someone else is standing beside you feeling it too. Then came the part I still can't explain. From the woods nearby, we heard what started as a coyote call. At first, that didn't seem strange. Coyotes are common out here. But halfway through the sound, it changed. Smoothly, naturally. It shifted into something like an owl call, except it wasn't any owl sound either of us had ever heard before. It wasn't right. That's the only way I know how to say it. It sounded wrong in a way that hit me before I could even think. The second we heard it, both of us ran. Growing up in Oklahoma, you hear stories. Old ones. Tribal stories. Warning stories. The kind people don't always say too much about, because even naming certain things feels like inviting them closer. I'm not trying to claim I know exactly what we encountered. Maybe there's a perfectly normal explanation buried somewhere in all of it. But deep down, I don't think either of us believes that's what it was. What I do know is that something about that place felt aware of us that night. And whether it was something spiritual, something natural we couldn't identify, or just one of those moments where the world suddenly feels much stranger than you thought. It stayed with me. I've had other experiences before, some gentler, some even comforting in their own strange way. This one wasn't like that. This one felt like a warning. Anyway, that's the story. I'm still turning it over in my mind, still wondering what exactly we heard out there on that bridge. But I can tell you this for sure. I've been there before without a second thought, and I don't think I'll ever walk onto it that casually again. You know, my friend Scotty Schaefer and I have been close since we were about 4 years old. We're both pushing 40 now, and even though life has done what life always does, moved us to different states, gave us wives, kids, jobs, all the usual chaos, we still make time to fish bass tournaments and go hunting together a few times a year. We've always shared gear, stories, and probably too many bad decisions. One thing we never agreed on, though, was the whole idea of ghosts and the afterlife. Scotty always believed there was more out there. I was the one who rolled my eyes and came up with practical explanations for every strange thing he ever told me. That was just our rhythm. So this happened during tournament season last spring. I had to miss one of the events because I was working late at the hospital during my pharmacy rotation. Since our big tackle box was in my boat, I told Scotty I'd swing by after work and leave it in his garage so he and the alternate guy could head out early the next morning. To picture the place, Scotty had this older ranch-style house with a big yard, and behind it, off the alley, there was a detached one-car garage. Right next to it lived his elderly neighbor, Merlin, who was one of those people you instantly liked. He was a veteran, loved good scotch, had a dry sense of humor, and always had something funny to say if you ran into him by the driveway or near his garden. I remember pulling in at 12:17 a.m. exactly. It was warm out, quiet, and honestly, kind of peaceful. I was tired, but I was in a decent mood. And just so I'm being clear here, because I know how stories like this sound, I was completely sober. I'd just come off a long shift. The second I stepped into Scotty's garage, something changed. I've never had an experience like it before or since. Every hair on my arms and legs stood up all at once, like I'd walked through some massive burst of static. My skin broke out in goosebumps so hard it actually hurt. And underneath that was this awful, crushing feeling of dread. Not nerves, not anxiety. I mean the absolute certainty that something was terribly wrong. It hit me so suddenly it felt like somebody flipped a switch in my brain. Then, right on top of that, my body went into full panic mode. My heart was pounding, I was sweating, and I suddenly had to pee so badly it felt painful. I dropped the tackle box right by the garage entrance and bolted into the backyard. I barely made it maybe 15 feet before I had to stop. And this is the part I still can't explain. While I was standing there, out of the corner of my eye, I saw Merlin at the back corner of the garage, near where it met the alley. At first I thought, oh no, this poor man just caught me peeing in the yard. But when I turned and looked at him, I knew something was wrong. It looked like him, I'm sure of that. But his face, I still hate thinking about it. His eyes looked huge and dark, like hollow black spaces, and he was gripping the corner of the garage with one hand, leaning around it like he was trying to hide. The expression on his face was pure terror. His mouth was half open, twisted downward, like he was shocked and frightened at the same time. It chilled me in a way I still can't really put into words. I finished up as fast as I could and ran toward him, calling his name. Part of me wanted to apologize. Part of me wanted to make sure he was okay. But when I got to the corner, nobody was there. I checked his side of the property, looked around the yard, the alley, everywhere I could in those few seconds. Nothing. So now I'm rattled, trying to keep it together, and I turn back toward the garage. That's when I notice the light is on inside. And there's this loud, aggressive knocking sound coming from in there. It sounded almost like a power tool stuttering or something mechanical slamming over and over. I went back in, half out of fear and half because I needed some kind of explanation for any of this. I found the source of the noise almost immediately. It was the foot-controlled trolling motor on Scotty's boat. It was somehow running hard while still folded up on the deck, and the prop was smacking against the plywood. The weirdest part was that the control still looked like it was in the off position. I had to disconnect the battery to make it stop. And the light? That wasn't a switch on the wall. It was one of those pull cord lights hanging deeper inside the garage. I know I hadn't turned it on. I had barely gotten through the doorway before I ran back out. I checked the garage one more time, just to make sure no one was in there, turned off the light, and got out as fast as I could. I sat in my car shaking and called Scotty. I left him this rambling voicemail telling him everything that had just happened. I remember the call time because I stared at it afterward. It was 12:25 a.m. About 15 minutes later, Scotty called me back. He told me there were fire trucks and emergency vehicles at Merlin's house. Then he said Merlin's son had been there, and according to him, Merlin had collapsed at the kitchen table at exactly 12:17 a.m. He'd been in the middle of a sentence, talking about a terrible headache and whether he should go to the hospital. Then he just died. It turned out to be a massive aneurysm. His son said it happened so fast he was likely gone before he even hit the table. That was the exact moment I pulled into the driveway. The exact moment that wave of dread hit me. The exact moment I thought I saw him standing behind Scotty's garage, looking more frightened than any face I have ever seen in my life. I spent years dismissing every ghost story Scotty ever told me. I always needed a logical answer, something I could file away and explain. But I've never been able to explain that night. And honestly, even now, telling it to you still gives me chills. So, I want to tell you about something strange that happened to me and my friend last week at the St. James Hotel in Red Wing, Minnesota. Not the one people always mix it up with, but the historic one. The old hotel that's been standing there since the 1800s. It's gorgeous, honestly. Very elegant, very old-fashioned. The kind of place that feels charming the second you walk in. When we arrived, everything seemed normal. We checked in, grabbed our bags, and stepped into the elevator to go up to our room on the second floor. I clearly remember pressing the button for 2. We stood there waiting, talking casually, and then the doors opened. But instead of the second floor, we were on the third. I turned to my friend right away and asked, "Didn't you see me hit the second floor?" She looked just as confused as I felt, and said the only button she saw lit up was for the third floor. That immediately threw us off. We didn't get out, just stood there staring. The hallway looked wrong. The walls had this dark patterned wallpaper, kind of burgundy and navy with an old Victorian style to it, and the lighting was so dim it made everything feel heavy. Not just dark, but unsettling. It was like the whole floor had this stale, eerie feeling that pressed in on you. We kind of laughed it off at first because what else do you do when something weird happens and you don't know what to make of it? I pressed the second floor button again, and this time the elevator took us where we meant to go. When the doors opened, the second floor had a similar old-fashioned look, but it felt more normal. The lights were brighter, and there was a large mirror along the wall that made the hallway feel more open. So we went to our room and tried to settle in. Later on, I told my friend I wanted to go back up and explore the third floor. I'd read before our trip that people say that floor is especially active, and that room 310 is tied to a spirit named Clarissa, whose presence is still felt there. My friend was not thrilled by the idea, which, honestly, fair. But after I kept insisting, she finally agreed to come with me. This time, before we got into the elevator, I pulled out my phone and started recording. I wanted proof in case anything happened again. The elevator went up, the doors opened, and both of us just froze. The walls were white, not patterned, not dark, not Victorian looking at all, just plain white walls. I remember staring and feeling my stomach drop because I knew what we had seen the first time. My friend knew it too. We both started panicking a little, trying to make sense of it, whispering to each other like somehow speaking too loudly would make it worse. We got back into the elevator and checked another floor, thinking maybe we'd mixed something up. But that hallway also had white walls. We even tried another button, but the elevator wouldn't go where we wanted, so we went back to the third floor one more time just to be sure. Still white walls. At that point, we rode back down to our floor completely shaken. We just stood there in the hallway talking in circles, trying to explain something that neither of us could explain. We both knew we had seen that darker wallpaper before. We both felt how strange that floor had been the first time. And yet, when we went back with my phone recording, it was like that version of the hallway had vanished. I know how unbelievable it sounds. I get it. But when you're standing there with someone else who saw it too, and both of you know what you experienced, it stays with you. Even now, I can still picture that first hallway in my mind, dim and unnervingly still, like we briefly opened the door to somewhere else. Let me tell you about the gym I work at, because honestly, I still can't quite make peace with what's happened there. The building itself isn't ancient or anything dramatic like that. It's been around a while, maybe a few decades, but it's still solid. It used to be an old racket club with courts downstairs and a fitness room above, and now it's been converted into a full gym. You can still see traces of what it used to be, especially in the downstairs weights area where the old court markings and wall angles are still visible. The pool, showers, and changing rooms are tucked off a side corridor, and the rest of the gym sits upstairs beyond this open wooden staircase. During the day, it feels completely normal, familiar even. But at night, it becomes something else. There have been a few moments that really got under my skin. The first one happened maybe 5 months ago. I'd already been home for a while when my manager called and said one of the alarms had gone off at the gym. I lived closest, so I went back to check it out. When I got there, I found the issue pretty quickly. One of the poolside doors hadn't latched properly. Before fixing it, I did a full sweep of the place, just to be safe. Reception was empty. Upstairs was empty. The women's changing room was empty. I went through to the pool area, shut the door properly, checked the plant room, checked the men's changing room, and glanced into the weights area too. Nothing. No one. Then, as I was heading back toward reception, I heard someone shout behind me. Not angry, not panicked, just like someone calling out casually to another person across the room. At the same time, I caught this dark shape in the corner of my vision, and then I heard the men's showers come on. I ran straight toward the sound. Adrenaline does that to you, I suppose. But when I got there, everything was exactly as I'd left it. No movement, no footsteps, no doors swinging. No one could have slipped past me without being seen. The corridors are too narrow, the layout too tight. I was completely alone. Then a couple of nights later, 2 coworkers had their own experience during closing. They'd checked every section properly, made sure all the members were gone, and started shutting things down at reception. That's when they heard voices coming from down the corridor, and then the sound of locker doors banging shut in the men's changing room. So they called out, thinking maybe someone had been missed. It happens, people linger, but when they checked, there was nobody there. They walked back toward reception, and just as they got close, they heard it again. Same voices, same locker noise, same empty room when they checked. They locked up fast after that and got out. Then there was the one that happened to me and another coworker on an afternoon close. We'd done everything by the book. Cleared the building, shut the doors, put away the tills, tidied the weights so carefully that there was nothing left loose on the floor. And then we heard this loud metallic clang from the downstairs weights room. You know that sound when someone re-racks a heavy barbell or drops a plate onto a machine? It was exactly that. Sharp, heavy, unmistakable. We both knew it instantly. We went down right away, because what else do you do when your brain still wants reality to behave itself? But the room was empty. The fire doors were secured. No plates had fallen. No bars were out of place. Nothing looked disturbed at all. We just looked at each other, silently confirming that yes, we had both heard the same thing. And then we left. On the way out, we heard voices again. This time, neither of us bothered checking. And those weren't even the only incidents. There were also the taps. One of our cleaners was working alone one evening and filled a bucket from the hot tap in the little kitchen area, same as she always does. A few minutes later, she heard water running again and went back in to find both taps blasting full force. She never uses both and never turns them up that high because they splash everywhere. It's possible she made a mistake, obviously. People make mistakes all the time. Still, it rattled her. Another time, one of my coworkers heard a tap running during final checks and eventually tracked it down to a locked cleaning cupboard. No members in the building. No cleaner on site yet. Just water running behind a locked door for no reason anyone could explain. Then there was the fire door in the plant room. That one really got me. A coworker was doing routine checks in there. The door is heavy, coated, and designed like it belongs in a bunker. We usually prop it open while we're inside. He was standing there, facing it, when it slammed shut. Not drifted shut, not slipped quietly off the prop. Slammed. Hard. That door does sometimes fall off the stopper, but when it does, it closes gently and usually doesn't even latch. This time it hit like someone had shoved it. We've had a few reports from members too, which somehow makes it worse. One man was training alone late in the weights area and saw a shadow move past the doorway into the next room. He thought it was a staff member coming to tell him it was closing time, so he waited. No one came. He checked the connected rooms himself. Empty. Another member heard the sound of weights being set down while he was walking between sets. He searched the whole area. Again, empty. And one man in the changing room heard voices, turned the corner expecting to find someone speaking to him, and instead only saw a locker door slowly swinging open by itself. That last detail stayed with me more than I'd like to admit. What bothers me is that I'm not someone who jumps to supernatural explanations. I'm careful, skeptical. I want there to be a logical reason for things. Echoes, plumbing, settling pipes, bad hinges, tired brains at the end of a shift, any of that. And honestly, some of it probably can be explained that way. But when the same kinds of noises keep happening, in the same places, heard by different people, over and over again, it starts to wear down your neat little rational framework. So that's my story. Or, I guess, that's Rowan's gym now, because it doesn't always feel like it belongs only to the living after dark. I still lock up. I still do the checks. I still tell myself there's an explanation for everything. But I'd be lying to you if I said I walk those corridors at night with the same confidence I used to. Something in that building doesn't quite feel empty when it should. I need to tell you about a place I used to work, because to this day, I still cannot explain what was happening there. It was a small shop, and from the beginning, it felt off. Doors would open and close on their own. Items would get moved around when nobody had touched them. More than once, I heard knocking on the bathroom door, even though I was the only person in the store. One night, the security camera was somehow turned upside down after closing. We checked it later, and the only way to move that camera was to physically lift it and reposition it. It was not something that could just shift by itself. One evening, I was alone closing up when I felt something grab me from behind. I spun around immediately, but no one was there. Another night, I heard a loud crash in the gift room at the back of the store. When I went to look, a glass cross had been flung clear across the room and shattered on the floor. It had moved way too far to have simply fallen. My coworkers and I eventually started calling whatever it was, Errol, half joking, half not. A lot of strange things happened before the owners finally brought in a paranormal team. They said they made contact with several different entities, and because the owners were deeply religious, they had the whole store and property blessed afterward. Things did calm down a little after that, but they never completely stopped. The last thing that happened before I quit is still one of the clearest memories I have. I was alone again, closing the store. I knelt down to grab something from a cabinet, and I suddenly felt, and even saw, a dark figure lean over me. I thought someone had come up behind me, so I turned around fast, but there was nobody there. A little while later, I saw a shadowy figure moving through the aisles toward the walk-in fridge. I followed it, thinking maybe someone had somehow gotten into the store. I even stepped into the fridge to check. I had left the heavy door open behind me, and that door never moved unless you pushed it hard. I went all the way to the back, found no one there, and then the door slammed shut. A few months later, I moved to another town for school and stayed with a relative. My room was large, with its own bathroom and a walk-in closet. I always kept the closet door open because I had a mirror hanging on it. After I had been there a while, I started noticing what looked like a shadow standing inside the closet. Sometimes it even seemed to have reddish eyes. I kept telling myself I was tired and imagining it. Then one night, while I was driving home from work, I felt one of my braids get tugged sharply downward. I panicked and pulled over at a gas station as soon as I could. I searched the whole car, convinced for a second that someone had to be hiding in there, but there was no one. I even tried to explain it away by thinking maybe my hair had caught on the seatbelt, but it did not make sense from the side it was pulled. After that, the bathroom door in that house would open and close by itself. Lights would switch off right in front of me. Not just go out, but the actual switch would move. Months later, after I graduated, I moved again for work and lived with roommates. They had a wall covered in crosses, and one day, one of them flew off and shattered on the floor in front of us. The bathroom door there also opened and closed on its own. Today, I decided to try speaking to whatever this is, instead of just being afraid of it. Over several nights, these were the words I heard. Don't force the arrangement. The realizations are deserted. Don't run again. Rejection is waiting for you. Then, in what sounded like a child's voice, I heard, Hallelujah, Candy, Lila. Another night, I said, I'm here, and I'm listening to what you have to say. And it answered, Here to say. I said, Yes, I'm here and listening to you. It said, Yes. I told it, You can say whatever you want. I'm listening. And it answered, Here, listening, yes. I said, Yes. Then it said, I don't know. I asked, What don't you know? It replied, I like chocolates, about last night. So I asked, What happened last night? And it said, I'm cold. Then it made a sound like a dog barking, and after that I heard, I like dogs. Then, in that same childlike voice, it said, Pick me up. I still do not know what has followed me from place to place, or if it really is the same thing at all. I just know that for years now, I have kept seeing it, hearing it, and feeling it. and no matter how much I try to reason through it, some part of me still feels like something has been trying to get my attention for a very long time. I wanted to share something that's been sitting with me for a while, because honestly, I still can't fully explain it. My husband and I moved into our first house in September last year, and it was such a special milestone for us. It's a brand new build, so no one had ever lived here before, which made me feel pretty at ease from the start. The house has always felt calm and comforting, never heavy or unsettling. A few weeks after we settled in, we lost our sweet cat after a long battle with cancer. She passed away at the vet, not in the house, but during her last stretch, she spent a lot of time resting in the upstairs spare room. Those last days were hard. Not too long after she was gone, both my husband and I started catching these little glimpses out of the corners of our eyes. It always looked like a small white shape near the top of the stairs, right outside that room. She was white, so naturally our minds went there. We never saw anything clearly, never straight on, just those quick side glances that make you stop and wonder if you really saw something at all. At first, I told myself it was probably just grief playing tricks on us. Then a couple of months ago, something stranger happened. I was halfway down the stairs talking to my husband, who was sitting in the living room, and right in the middle of answering me, he suddenly stopped and said, "Wait, there, behind you." He pointed up toward the wall near the staircase. At the exact same moment, our other cat darted over and started pawing anxiously at that spot, like she was trying to catch something. By the time I turned around, there was nothing there. My husband had goosebumps all over his arms and told me he'd seen a quick flash of light, almost like a sharp little wedge, shoot up the stairs. He's not dramatic, and neither am I, so I still tried to brush it off. I figured maybe it was some random reflection or just a weird moment. But the fact that our cat reacted too stayed in the back of my mind. Later on, my mom admitted she'd seen something similar when she was visiting. She said she noticed a strange reflective light near the top of the stairs one afternoon, but she kept it to herself because she didn't want to scare me. Even then, I didn't let myself lean too far into it, mostly because I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Until I finally did. A few nights ago, I was sitting on the couch reading while my husband was nearby playing a game. I happened to glance up toward the window shades, and suddenly, this flash of light appeared. It hovered there for maybe 2 or 3 seconds. It didn't look like normal light to me. It had this curved shape, almost like a crescent or a bent wing, and it seemed so distinct that I just froze. Then I looked at my husband, and the second I saw his face, I knew. It was the same thing he'd been trying to describe before. We checked everything we could think of afterward. Lamps, windows, cars outside, anything that could have caused some odd reflection. Nothing made sense. I'm still trying to be reasonable about it because that's just how I'm wired. But I can't deny that it felt real, and now I understand why everyone else looked so unsettled when they saw it. I don't know if it's connected to our cat, or if it's something completely explainable that we just haven't figured out yet. I only know that it happened, and I can't stop thinking about it. I honestly need help, because I'm not sleeping, and I'm starting to feel afraid in my own home. For the past few weeks, I haven't been able to sleep in the dark, and the strange part is, I'm not someone who normally believes in anything supernatural. Neither is my husband. We've always been the kind of people who try to find a logical explanation for everything. But after everything that's been happening in our house lately, I don't know what to think anymore. It started with our smart speakers. They keep turning on by themselves and playing songs nobody in our house ever listens to. The only way they should activate is if someone taps them or uses the connected phone, and only one phone is linked to the system. More than once, the speaker in our bedroom has started blasting music in the middle of the night, like around 2 or 3 in the morning, at a volume we would never even use. One night, a friend was over and said she heard footsteps upstairs when no one else was up there. We went to check, and there was nobody there, but the kitchen speaker had started playing music on its own again. Then there was the laundry room. A stack of hampers and plastic bins suddenly crashed over all at once. No one was in there. Nothing had bumped them. Later, we even tried setting them up the same way to see if maybe they were just unstable. But we couldn't get them to fall like that unless someone physically shoved them. We've also heard footsteps upstairs when the whole upstairs was empty. We've heard cabinets shutting too, like someone was moving around in the kitchen when no one was there. One of the moments that really shook us happened to my husband. He was already in bed one night before I came upstairs, and he said he felt something moving across the mattress beside him. Not just a vague feeling, but actual pressure, like footsteps pressing into the bed. He told me he stayed still for a minute because he was scared, but also trying to make sense of it. He said whatever it was seemed to get closer and closer until it was near his face. The second he turned on the lamp, it stopped. When he switched the light back off, he said he felt it again. Another weird thing happened when a friend was at our house. She unlocked her car from inside, left her keys on the counter, and walked outside to grab something. Just as she got close to the car, it locked itself and the headlights flashed. Her car is older and definitely does not auto-lock like that. Then there was the front door. My husband unlocked it to let someone in, then went back upstairs. By the time the friend reached the door, it was locked again. Not just locked, but deadbolted. We never used the deadbolt during the day, so that really freaked us out. We've had lights flicker in random rooms too, and there doesn't seem to be any clear reason for it. And the thing I keep replaying in my head happened one night when we were driving home. I looked toward the front of the house and could have sworn I saw a figure standing in the window. At the time, I told myself I was just tired or imagining things. But after everything else, I can't brush it off so easily anymore. I just know I can't keep living like this. I want to tell you about something that stayed with me for years, and even now, talking about it still gets under my skin in a way I can't fully explain. When this happened, I'd been living in that house for around 10 years, maybe a little more. By the time I'm telling this now, it's been close to 13. It was one of those narrow 3-story townhouses that tries very hard to look fancy from the outside, complete with those useless little balconies no one could actually step onto. The layout matters, unfortunately, because the feeling was always tied to one exact spot. When you walked in through the front door, there was a small bathroom off to the left, the kitchen on the right, and the living room straight ahead. Just beside that first bathroom, the staircase started. From the bottom, if you looked up, you could see a section of white painted railing near the upstairs bathroom door. The stairs curved near the top, and when you reached the last step, my bedroom was directly ahead. My mom's office was nearby, along with a cupboard and my dad's study. It was an ordinary enough house, really. Nothing about it should have felt strange. But for as long as I can remember, there was one place that never felt right. A few years after we moved in, when I was still pretty young, I started feeling this presence at the top of that first staircase. Not just once in a while, not only at night, but constantly. It always seemed to be standing near the upstairs bathroom door, just beyond the railing, as if it were leaning slightly forward and looking down. Sometimes it felt distant, almost blank, like it was there without really noticing me. But most of the time, it felt focused, intentional. Every single time I came out of my room, I'd glance toward that spot without even thinking about it. I'd start down the stairs feeling mostly normal, but the second I hit that curve and my back turned toward the landing, the feeling would come over me. That unmistakable sensation that something was watching me. Not imagining it, not just being nervous. Watched. And it worked both ways. Going upstairs, going downstairs, daytime, nighttime, It didn't matter. Though I'll say this, at night it always felt worse, heavier, sharper. During the day there were still moments when I'd hit a certain step and my whole body would go cold, and I'd rush the rest of the way just to get away from that part of the landing. The strange thing is, I never told anyone, not once. Part of it was embarrassment, I think. It unsettled me deeply, but saying it out loud made me feel childish, like I'd sound ridiculous. My best friend and I were both the sort of kids who were always expected to be sensible, high-achieving, composed. The kind of girls who were supposed to have their heads screwed on properly. And even though, logically, I knew feelings aren't stupid, I still couldn't bring myself to say, something at the top of my stairs feels wrong. My best friend, I'll call her Jame, used to stay over a lot when we both had free time. On the night I'm thinking of, we were probably 15, maybe 16, somewhere around then. We were having one of those really ordinary, happy evenings, talking nonsense, laughing, baking cookies, finishing the takeaway we'd ordered, cutting up fruit, half watching films in the living room. Just normal teenage stuff. She said hi in this oddly drawn-out way, and I answered, not thinking anything of it. Then she looked at me with this expression I still remember so clearly. She was half smiling, half frowning, like she already felt silly for what she was about to say. And then she said, very casually, "Mara, do you ever get the feeling that someone's watching you from the top of those stairs?" I froze. I mean, completely froze, because I had never said a word about it to her. Not hinted at it, not joked about it, nothing. And suddenly there it was, spoken out loud by someone else, the exact thing I had been carrying around in silence for years. I remember feeling two things at once. Absolute terror, just this cold shock right through me. But also relief, real relief, because for the first time I knew it wasn't only me. I wasn't alone in it. I wasn't imagining something out of nowhere. Jame told me she'd felt it before too, more than once, always in the same place, always around that landing near the bathroom. And when she described it, it matched what I'd been feeling all along. Same spot, same sense of being watched, same awful energy. Even now, telling you this, I get emotional in a way that's hard to put into words. It's not just fear, though there's definitely fear in it. It's something deeper than that. The whole thing, the years of feeling like there was something standing there, something maybe angry, maybe hostile, has stayed with me in a very profound way. I still feel it sometimes, and I still look at that spot every single time. I do not remember much about my childhood, which is its own lovely little cruelty. But I remember that thing. I remember it with a clarity that makes my skin go cold even now. It started the same way every night. I would drift into this strange dream where I was high above the woods behind our house, looking down as if I were part of the sky itself. Below me, there was a woman walking alone through the trees. At first, I could only see the top of her head, but with every step she took, my view moved closer. Slowly, inch by inch, like something was drawing me toward her whether I wanted it or not. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, I was right above her. I could see her bare feet on the dirt path leading toward our house. Then my view would shift, and suddenly I was behind her, following her down our street. And then it changed again. I was seeing through her eyes. I would watch her step into our house, climb the stairs, and move toward my bedroom. And from inside her, or whatever it was, I could feel this terrible rage. Not anger the way people mean it. Something deeper, older. A kind of hatred so sharp and powerful it felt like it could split the walls apart. She would open my bedroom door, and there I was, just a little kid asleep in bed, That was the moment the dream ended. I would open my eyes thinking, thank God, it was only a dream. And every single time, I was wrong. It would be there, standing beside my bed, staring at me. I still hate describing it, but I want you to understand. It looked almost human in the way a wax figure almost looks alive. Its skin was pale and cracked, like dried porcelain or white clay left out in the heat. Its eyes were too wide, cloudy and bloodshot, like they hurt just from being forced open. The hair hung in thin, lifeless strands around its face. And the mouth. The mouth wore this smeared red lipstick, as if it had tried to dress itself up as something familiar and failed. When it smiled, I could see teeth like pins. Not normal teeth. Long, thin, needle-like things packed too tightly together. It loved my fear. I knew that even as a child. It would grin as if it had all the time in the world, and then it would drop down onto all fours and rush toward me. I screamed every night. My mother would come running, throwing the door open, and it would vanish before she could see it. Just gone. This happened so often that she tried everything. Doctors, counselors, sleep medication. She thought I was having night terrors. The neighbors heard me screaming so many times they called the police more than once. My poor mother was trying to keep the whole thing from becoming some family legend. But families are what they are, and the story spread anyway. By the time I was around 8, I was falling apart. My hair had started thinning. I barely ate. I did not laugh. I did not play. I was all nerves and bones and fear. Then my grandmother took me in for a night. She sat me down at her kitchen table without fussing, which somehow made it feel more serious. She put a bowl of soup in front of me, rested her hand over mine, and after a long silence, she said, very quietly, I used to call it sore eyes. I did not even look up, but I knew exactly what she meant. She said, do not give it anything to smile about. It is only made of mud and worms. And those needle teeth? They snap easy. She looked at the pieces and said, it breaks the same way. I asked her if she meant I was supposed to fight the thing, physically. She told me no. Then she explained it in a way only grandmothers can, as if she were telling me how to mend a shirt or salt a stew. She said that if I did not let it smile, it would break all on its own. The teeth sat too tight in its mouth. The eyes would swell. The whole thing would come apart. That night, for the first time in years, I fell asleep feeling safe. The dream came again, just as it always had. The woods, the woman, the walk to the house, the stairs, the bedroom. And then I woke to find it there. But this time, I remembered the shattered jar. I remembered the dirt and the worms. I remembered my grandmother's voice. And suddenly, it did not look powerful anymore. It looked brittle. It lunged toward me a few times, trying to scare me, but I did not react. I just stared back at it. No tears, no screaming, no fear. I remember hearing my own little voice in that room, clear as a bell. I'm not scared of you anymore. It made this ugly sound, somewhere between a grunt and a hiss, and backed away. Then it left the room on all fours, moving in that awful, inhuman way. A moment later, my grandmother came in. She took me downstairs, wrapped me in a blanket, and made me drink a mug of warm goat's milk with cinnamon, which I thought was disgusting at the time. She kissed the top of my head, tucked me back in later, and after that, nobody spoke of it again. And for years, that was enough. I am 20 now. I moved to another city. I built a life I actually love. I have been with my partner Daniel for 3 years. We have a dog and a cat and a small, happy home. I have close friends. I laugh easily now. At 14, I told a therapist about what happened, and she thought it might have been stress, sleep paralysis, childhood trauma, all dressed up in nightmares. Maybe my grandmother just knew how to give me something symbolic to hold on to, and maybe that saved me. Honestly, for a long time, that explanation was enough too. Then, 2 weeks ago, it came back. The dream returned first. Same path, same house, same feeling. When I opened my eyes, it was in my room again, crouched low at the foot of the bed like a runner waiting for the signal to launch. I was not afraid, not at first. I remembered the jar. I remembered what my grandmother had taught me. So I looked at it and said, just like before, "I'm not scared of you." But this time it smiled wider than I had ever seen, wider than seemed possible. It gave this horrible, deep little laugh, and then it spoke. It had never spoken before. It said, "I know, not yet." Then it disappeared. The next morning, my mother called to tell me my grandmother had died during the night. I do not really have words for what that did to me. I am still grieving. Some hours I feel steady, and some hours I feel like the floor has dropped away. After the funeral, my mother and I went to clear out my grandmother's house. In the kitchen, there was spilled cinnamon on the counter and a carton of goat's milk left open, sour and leaking onto the floor. It looked as though she had been in the middle of something, or preparing for something. She had already packed many of her belongings into boxes. Inside one, she had left me her rings, some old jewelry, a beautiful antique box I used to admire as a child, silver picture frames from her wedding, a little cash, and one white ceramic jar. Beside it was a sealed bag of dried soil and worms. It said, "Stronger does not mean unbreakable." Since then, that thing has not stopped. The dreams keep coming. The feeling of it keeps finding me. I can feel it waiting, taunting, like it knows something I do not. And I am telling you this now because I do not know what else to do. I wish this were just a story from a frightened child. I really do. But it is back. And I think my grandmother spent her whole life keeping it from reaching me. I work nights at a small hospital in a quiet town called Willow Creek. It's the kind of place where a lot of older people come to spend their final years in peace. Most nights are simple. I clock in, get assigned a room, sit with a patient, and make sure they're comfortable and safe. A lot of the time, if they're sleeping, I'm just keeping watch while a video plays quietly on my phone. Easy work, at least on the surface. At first, nothing about the job felt unusual. Then one night, I was sitting with a patient who had been drifting in and out because of his medication. Out of nowhere, he looked at me and asked, very seriously, if I could hear the tapping. I took off my headphones and listened, but I heard nothing. He looked terrified. When I asked what he meant, he said someone was tapping on the window. We were on the second floor. There was no balcony, no ledge, nothing that would explain it. I told him I didn't hear anything, but he kept staring toward the glass like something was really there. A nurse eventually came in, calmed him down, gave him something to help him sleep, and the room went quiet again. The strange part was that it didn't happen just once. It happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always the same thing. He would hear tapping at the window, ask me if I heard it too, and panic when I said no. Not long after that, he passed away. I didn't think too much about it at first. In a place like this, death is sad, but it isn't rare. A few days later, I was called in again for another overnight shift. This time, I was assigned to an elderly woman who had just been admitted because her family could no longer care for her around the clock. She had dementia and drifted in and out of different memories. One minute she was telling me about being a girl in her family's garden, and the next she thought she was back in her own bedroom asking me to turn off the lamp. She was sweet, gentle, and easy to sit with. Around 2 in the morning, she woke up suddenly and sat straight up in bed. That alone startled me, because she'd been too weak to do that on her own earlier. She pointed toward the window and asked me, in this trembling voice, "What is that?" I turned and looked. Nothing. So I asked her what she saw. She said, "He's tapping. He wants me to open the window." The fear in her face was immediate, real. She started trying to climb out of bed even though she'd already been given medication to help her sleep. She was in no condition to walk, and the nurse had to come in and sedate her before she hurt herself. By morning, she was gone. After that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. 2 different patients, different backgrounds, different conditions, different rooms, and both of them saw the same thing. Since then, I've kept doing my job, sitting through long nights and hoping no one else mentions the window. Tonight, though, something felt wrong from the moment I arrived. The hospital was unusually busy. Everyone seemed tense. Even one of the doctors made an offhand comment about the moon looking strange lately, like that explained the heaviness in the air. I'm not really someone who buys into things like that, and I try not to judge what other people believe, but still, the whole place felt off. My patient tonight was an older man named Harold. He had dementia too, but he was calmer than most and more aware than some of the others I've cared for. He'd also just had surgery, so by the time I started my shift, he was heavily sedated and resting. I settled in the way I always do, put on a video, opened a bag of snacks, cracked an energy drink, and got ready for a long night. Then, around midnight, the room turned freezing cold. That didn't make any sense. A little later, I started hearing footsteps in the hall. At first, I ignored them. Nurses are always moving around at night, especially when the floor is busy. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I thought I saw someone walk into the room and reach toward the sink, like they were grabbing gloves or supplies. I turned to say something, expecting to see one of the staff. No one was there. I told myself I was tired. That's what I still wanted to believe. Night shifts do things to your eyes and your nerves. But then, as I turned back toward my chair, I looked at the window and saw what looked like the reflection of a person standing in the hall behind me. I just stared at it. I know that sounds ridiculous, but in that moment, I didn't know what else to do. It stood there, still as anything. I couldn't make out a face. It was just the outline of someone watching. When I finally turned around to catch whoever it was, the hallway was empty. Gone. And here's the strangest part. I wasn't exactly scared. I should have been, probably. Any reasonable person would be. But what I felt was something quieter than fear. More like the sense that I was sharing the room with something that didn't belong here, but also wasn't there to hurt me. It felt present, watching, waiting. That's why I'm telling you this now, because I don't know what that thing is. I don't know whether it's some kind of ghost or grief or the mind playing tricks in a place where death visits often. I only know that 2 dying patients saw someone tapping at the window, asking to be let in. And tonight, for the first time, I think I may have seen it too. And now I can't stop wondering whether it's just passing through or whether it's been waiting there all along. Let me tell you about something that happened to me one summer in July 2007, down in the south of England. Every year, my closest friend Malik and I would sneak away for one night of ghost hunting. That was the official excuse anyway. Really, it was our annual break from work, family chaos, and all the noise of ordinary life. We'd laugh, pack up our ridiculous gear, and go chasing stories neither of us fully believed. But this this one genuinely got under my skin. We'd done a bit of digging beforehand and decided to head out to a lonely stretch near Oxney Bottom, along the road between Deal and Dover in Kent. Before setting off, we stopped at a local pub for dinner, had a pint each, and mapped out where we wanted to walk that night. Now, whether it was because of all the equipment we were carrying, or because we obviously weren't locals, the barman suddenly looked at us and asked, "You two here for the ghost then?" We sort of smiled and admitted we were, and that was enough. The whole pub seemed to wake up. People who had clearly been listening in started leaning over, telling us bits and pieces about the famous Gray Lady. Most of it sounded like the usual handed-down local folklore, but one story really stayed with me. A man in his 40s told us that when he was a teenager, he and his mates used to stretch a washing line across the road and whip a white sheet from one side to the other whenever a car came past. He thought it was the funniest thing in the world, right up until the police got involved because too many terrified drivers had reported seeing a ghostly woman crossing the road. By then, we were in good spirits. It was one of those beautiful English summer evenings when the light lingers forever. We headed out laughing, not taking any of it too seriously. We spent a while sitting in a patch of woods, talking rubbish, listening to the quiet, half enjoying the silliness of it all. A few hours later, we decided to make our way back to the campsite. But just before leaving, we spotted a gravel track leading off the main road and thought, why not take one last look? There was still a faint glow in the sky, but under the trees it was properly dark. That's when I noticed it. Up ahead, maybe 20 yards away, I saw what I can only describe as a pale, white shape, almost like a narrow, human-sized column of mist. Not solid, not exactly floating, but there. What was strange was that I didn't feel frightened at first. I honestly thought there must be something smeared on my contact lens. I blinked hard a few times, even rubbed at my eye, but the shape stayed exactly where it was. I said, "Malik, can you see that?" He was looking off in another direction and just said, "See what?" I turned back and it was gone. So we kept walking. Then, a moment later, I saw it again. This time, it was closer to the path, moving at a slant, almost as if it was about to cross in front of us. Again, I tried to reason it away. Dirt on the lens, a trick of the light, low mist, anything sensible. And then Malik suddenly yelled, "What the hell is that?" That was the moment my stomach dropped, because now I knew it wasn't just in my head. I grabbed the huge torch we'd brought with us and switched it on, but he immediately shouted, "Turn it off! Turn it off!" So I did, and that made everything worse. For a few seconds we were blind, completely blind. The torch had wiped out what little night vision we had, and by then the last bit of light had disappeared from the sky. We were swallowed by darkness so thick it felt like it had weight. I remember standing there, barely breathing, listening to Malik breathing hard beside me. Eventually, our eyes adjusted, and somehow, reluctantly, I agreed. We carried on up the hill until we came across 3 people, a man and 2 women, very much real and very much alive. We told them what we'd just seen and asked what on earth they were doing out there at that time of night. They said they were paranormal investigators. Apparently the area had quite a reputation, and they were there to do some sort of vigil. I remember thinking they seemed serious to the point of being unsettling. They were doing little rituals, talking about energies and cleansing the space. We left them to it and started the long walk back to our campsite, which was a couple of miles away. Every dark patch of trees, every rustle, every shadow had us on edge after that. But nothing else happened on the way back. There were a few odd things that happened to Malik later that night too, but I slept through all of that, and honestly, this part is the piece that has stayed with me anyway. So what was it? I still don't know. I come from a scientific background, so of course I've tried to explain it. Maybe it was marsh mist. Maybe it was some strange trick of temperature and low light and imagination. Maybe it just happened to form a shape that looked almost human. Twice. But I can tell you this honestly. Whatever it was, in that moment, I was truly scared. And for someone as skeptical as me, that's what has never quite left me. If you're listening to this, I want you to picture me as a young mother back in 1999, living in a 2-bedroom apartment with my husband and our little boy, Tobin. He was about 3 then. We'd already been there a couple of years, but that apartment always felt wrong somehow. Heavy, unfriendly, like the air itself was carrying something I couldn't explain. Not long before all of this began, my husband left and asked for a divorce. Looking back, I've always felt like moving into that apartment was the start of everything falling apart for us. After he left, I started noticing this awful feeling that I was never really alone. Even when my son wasn't home, it felt like someone was there with me. I'd catch myself saying, "Hello?" into the silence, like an idiot, half joking and half hoping I was wrong. Sometimes I'd get chills so suddenly they made me stop in place. At first I told myself it was grief, stress, loneliness. You know how badly the mind wants to explain things away. Then, it started happening with my son. Like a lot of toddlers, he hated naps. One afternoon I laid him down and he was fussing and fighting sleep the way little kids do. I left his bedroom door cracked and went into the living room, still hearing him complain. And then all at once, he went completely quiet. Not sleepy quiet, abrupt quiet. So I peeked in. He was lying on his side, smiling at the empty space beside his bed, like someone was standing there keeping him company. I remember backing out of the room and thinking, well, at least he's calm now. A few days later it happened again. This time, I heard whispering, then a little giggle. I looked in, and once again he was staring at that same spot beside the bed. After his nap, I asked him, real casual, "Who were you talking to in there, baby?" And he told me, plain as anything, "The nice lady." I still remember the chill that ran up the back of my neck. I asked him who she was, and he said she sang to him, told him stories, kept him company. I wanted so badly to believe it was just an imaginary friend. Kids do that. Kids say strange things. That's the sort of flimsy little logic adults cling to when they don't want to admit they're scared. But it kept happening. I'd hear him whispering in his room, sometimes even late at night. Every time I checked, he'd be looking toward that same empty place. About a year passed. I met someone new, and eventually my boyfriend, Frank, moved in with us. By then, Tobin was around 4.5. Not long after moving in, Frank started telling me the apartment felt wrong to him too. He said he always felt watched, especially when he was there alone. I told him I knew exactly what he meant. I still hadn't told him about the nice lady. I think part of me was embarrassed to say it out loud. Part of me was afraid that once I did, it would become more real. Then one day, something happened that shook both of us. I was still at work, and I hadn't picked my son up from daycare yet, so Frank was alone in the apartment, taking a shower. When I got home, I found him outside on the steps in nothing but a pair of soaked shorts, dripping wet, wide-eyed, scared half out of his skin. I asked him what happened. He told me he'd been in the shower when he saw, through the frosted glass, what he thought was me walking into the bathroom. He called out, cheerful as anything, asking how my day had gone. No answer. Then he saw her again, or what he thought was me, leaning over the sink and staring into the mirror. He said my name. Still nothing. He rinsed the soap out of his hair, grabbed the first thing he could throw on, and ran outside. Not long after that, I found out I was pregnant. The whispering in Tobin's room never really stopped. Frank and I still felt watched all the time. Then, a few months later, I was talking with a neighbor who had lived in the complex for years. She was in the apartment upstairs from mine, sort of across the way. Somehow, we got to talking about drugs and the people in town who'd lost themselves to meth. Small town tragedy. There's always too much of it. That's when she told me about the woman who had lived in my apartment right before my ex-husband and I moved in. She said the woman had moved there after a divorce with her 2 young sons. At first, she had a good office job downtown. She dressed beautifully, went to work every day, held her life together. Then she got involved with a man who was using meth, and before long, she was using too. My neighbor said she watched her unravel over the next year. The nice clothes disappeared. The job disappeared. Her whole life started to collapse. Eventually, her ex-husband fought for custody of the boys and won. After the children were gone, things got even worse. Then one day, she overdosed in that apartment. My neighbor saw the paramedics take her out. She was seizing, foaming at the mouth. The man she'd been with apparently stole from the apartment while she was dying, though he did call 911 before he left. She never came back. She died. Later, her parents came to clear the place out. By the time my neighbor finished telling me all of that, I was crying. She probably thought it was just pregnancy hormones and a sad story. But that wasn't it. Because the second she told me about that woman and her 2 boys, I knew. I knew in that deep, wordless way you sometimes know things before your mind catches up. I felt it in my bones. I knew who the nice lady was. Later, my second son, Colin, was born, and we stayed in that apartment until he was around 7 months old. In the last couple of months we lived there, something started happening with him too. He'd fuss in his crib, upset and restless, and then suddenly, he'd go quiet. A moment later, we'd hear little baby coos, tiny giggles, that happy, soft sound babies make when they feel safe. By then, strangely enough, I wasn't frightened anymore. A couple of times, I even found myself whispering into the room, "Thank you." Because whatever had happened to that woman in life, whatever pain had kept her there, she was gentle with my boys. She sang to them. She soothed them. She gave comfort where maybe she had once lost all comfort herself. And I still can't get over the strange echo of it all. She had lived there with 2 sons after a broken marriage. Then, years later, I ended up in that same apartment with 1 little boy, and then gave birth to a second. The parallels were almost too much to ignore. Years later, I was looking through old baby pictures of my sons and found one taken in that apartment. My older son is holding his baby brother, and above them, there's this gray orb I'd never really noticed before. I looked it up, and one interpretation said gray orbs can be connected to spirits carrying sadness or unrest. That brought the tears right back, because all I could think was, there she is, the nice lady. I still live near that apartment complex. Every now and then, I drive past it, and when I do, I say a prayer for her. I hope she isn't there anymore. I hope whatever kept her tied to that place finally let go. I hope she found peace. And more than anything, I hope that wherever she is now, she's no longer grieving, no longer trapped, no longer reaching for the life she lost. Hey everyone, welcome to the channel Paranormal M, and thanks for spending part of your night here with me. Before we begin, make sure you turn on notifications so you don't miss any new videos. And if you've ever had an unexplained paranormal experience yourself, feel free to send it to me. The first story in tonight's video comes from someone who started noticing frightening changes in their life not long after moving into a new home. And it's one of those stories that stays with you. So lie back, listen closely, and hopefully by the end of this video, you'll be feeling calm and ready for a good night's sleep. Hi. I want to tell you about a time in my life that still feels hard to explain, even now. I was a teenage girl living in London, and by then I already felt like life had been cruel to me for as long as I could remember. I had gone through a rough childhood, a lot of loneliness, a lot of bullying, and things at home were never safe or steady. So when we moved from a cramped flat into a bigger rented house, part of me really thought maybe things would finally calm down. For the first few nights, they did. Then everything started to shift. It was late September 2022, the night before my birthday. I remember it so clearly because I suddenly felt this crushing tightness in my chest. I could barely breathe, and since I'd struggled with asthma before, I panicked. I thought something terrible was happening to me. After that night, my fear just spiraled. I became obsessed with my health. I kept checking my body, watching every little sensation, convincing myself something was badly wrong. It felt like I was losing control, not all at once, but piece by piece. And that was the strange part. It wasn't only anxiety. It felt deeper than that, heavier. I started acting in ways that didn't feel like me. I became angry, restless, defiant. I stopped coping at school. I stayed awake at night with this awful feeling that something was pressing down on my mind, almost like I was being pulled by an invisible force. My family saw the change too. Because of our religious beliefs, they talked about spirits, black magic, things like that. My mother even wondered if someone had brought something dark into our lives. I didn't know what to believe. I just knew I felt terrified of myself. Around that time, my mother was expecting my baby brother, and everything in the house already felt tense. Family members were visiting, arguments were happening, and the atmosphere felt thick, like the air itself was full of stress. At night, I started noticing what looked like a figure in the room, just standing there in the darkness. I tried telling my parents, but they brushed it off. One night was worse than all the others. I woke up feeling like something was sitting on my legs. I tried to move, but I couldn't. My whole body hurt. I remember hitting the wall with my fist, and even that felt unreal, like my body was moving ahead of me. My parents rushed in, but instead of comforting me, it turned into more shouting, more fear, more pain. By then, I barely slept. I was constantly online, constantly hiding in screens, constantly trying to escape my own thoughts. My physical health got worse too. I felt weak, sick, out of rhythm with my own body. Looking back, I think I was overwhelmed in every possible way, mentally, emotionally, physically. But at the time, it felt supernatural. That was the only explanation that seemed big enough. Then in spring 2024, we moved again, this time to a bungalow. And strangely, after that, the intense feeling in that old house disappeared. I still struggled. I still had episodes where I acted recklessly, where I didn't understand myself, where I scared myself. But that trapped, haunted feeling wasn't the same anymore. There were still bad periods after that. I had times when I shouted, stole money from my parents, or felt like I was slipping into someone I didn't recognize. The last time I truly felt that old sense of being overtaken was early in 2025. Since then, it's been more like waves. Not gone, but different. Still, when I came home, things settled. So that's what I've been carrying. A period of my life where fear, trauma, family conflict, poor health, sleeplessness, and something I still can't fully name all collided. Sometimes I wonder whether it was a spirit, a jinn, something outside me. Other times, I wonder whether it was years of pain finally breaking through in the darkest way possible. I still don't have a perfect answer. I only know that, to me, it felt real. The fear was real. The heaviness was real. The sense of losing myself was real. And maybe that's the hardest part of all. Trying to understand whether I was being haunted by something unseen, or by everything I had already lived through. need you to hear me out, because I know how this sounds. I've lived in this house for nearly a decade, and from the very beginning, it's felt like I was sharing it with someone. Not in a frightening, evil kind of way, nothing like that. Just strange, constant, impossible to ignore things that have become part of life here. Over the years, I've seen full apparitions more than once. Most often, it's been a woman, usually in a long dress, quietly moving through the hallway or passing by a doorway like she belongs here. A few times, I've also seen an older man standing on the stairs, still and watchful, as if he's pausing in the middle of doing something. My partner, Eli, and I have both heard voices too. Not vague noises you can brush off, but whispers right into an ear, like someone is standing inches away. Sometimes it happens in the middle of the afternoon, sometimes late at night. We've heard knocking, banging, our names being called. There's honestly so much more, but after all these years it starts to blur together. Things changed recently when we decided to put the house up for sale. Since then, it's like the activity has ramped up. The voices have become more direct, saying things like, "I'm still here," or "Please stay with me," while I'm just standing in the kitchen or walking through the house in broad daylight. I've been seeing the woman more often too, catching her crossing the landing or peeking around a door before disappearing. And then there's everything else. All at once, things in the house started going wrong in ways that felt almost absurd. A curtain rod in the front room suddenly came crashing down, even though it hadn't been touched in years. Then another one fell in a different room a few days later. We've had plumbing issues, leaks where there shouldn't be leaks, the water heater giving out, little disaster after little disaster. I know houses have problems, I do. But this felt different, like the place itself was resisting the idea of us leaving. Yesterday, I reached a point where I just couldn't ignore it anymore. I stood there and spoke out loud to whoever might be here. I asked what they wanted. I said that if they were attached to us or to the house, they were welcome to come with us in spirit if that gave them peace, but we really did need to move on. A friend of mine, Mara, who's always been sensitive to this kind of thing, was with me, and she said, "If you're listening, show us a sign. Let us know you mean no harm." Then last night, the strangest part happened. I was lying in bed scrolling through Facebook, half distracted, when a post popped up in a local history group. It wasn't even new, it was from years ago, and somehow I had never seen it before. The post showed an old black and white photograph of a couple standing outside my house sometime in the 1960s. And the second I saw them, my stomach dropped, because I knew them. I mean, not personally, obviously, but I knew those faces. They were the same two people I'd been seeing in this house all these years. The woman, the older man. It was them. Maybe that doesn't sound extraordinary to everyone else. Maybe it's just an algorithm, a coincidence, one of those random internet moments. But when you've lived with something for this long, when you ask for reassurance and then suddenly find a photograph of the exact people you've been seeing, it's hard not to feel like you were being answered. I haven't reached out to the person who posted it. I keep thinking about it, but how do you even begin that conversation? "Hi, I think your late grandparents are still in my house." Feels like a terrible message to send a stranger. And honestly, if someone sent that to me, I'd probably never recover from the awkwardness of it. So I've just been sitting with it, trying to make sense of it. And more than anything, feeling oddly comforted by the idea that maybe they were never trying to scare us at all. Maybe they just didn't want to be forgotten. Have you ever walked the quiet hillside paths at the Chinese University of Hong Kong after dark? It feels different up there at night. In the daytime, the campus is calm and open, almost comforting. But once the sun goes down, the trees start whispering in the wind, the shadows stretch across the road, and even a familiar shortcut can feel strangely alive. There's one path students still talk about in particular. Some call it Ribbon Path, a narrow trail that winds from the dorms toward the heart of campus. For years, students have passed down stories about a girl who appears there late at night. She's said to wear an old-fashioned uniform, and she always keeps her head lowered. The most unsettling part is her long braid, hanging down her back and swaying gently as she walks. People used to call her the Braided Girl, but in some retellings now, they call her the Ribbon Girl. No one can really point to where the story began. It seems to have grown quietly over time, from whispered dorm conversations, nervous late-night walks, and the sort of moments that feel small until you tell them out loud. An unfamiliar sound, a shadow that seems to move when nothing is there, a figure glimpsed just a second too long. Little by little, those moments turned into a legend that settled into campus life. One version says the girl met a tragic end many years ago. According to the story, she was trying to reach the Ma Lu Shui area by clinging to a train during a time when many desperate people crossed into Hong Kong however they could. As the tale goes, something caught in the train door, perhaps her braid, perhaps part of her clothing, and in an instant, everything went horribly wrong. She died before anyone could help her. Whether that really happened or not, the image stayed with people. A young woman, a lonely stretch of land, a braid left behind as the last thing anyone remembered. The story became even more vivid because people kept adding their own encounters to it. One of the most repeated is about a first-year student who stayed late studying and headed back to his residence well past midnight. As he walked along Ribbon Path, he noticed a girl some distance ahead of him. She moved slowly and silently, and in the weak light, all he could really see was the long braid down her back. Trying to steady himself, he called out to her and asked if she could turn around. She stopped. Then, very slowly, she lifted her head. And where her face should have been, there was only darkness and hair, as though the braid had swallowed every feature. He ran all the way back without looking behind him, and after that, people said he was never quite the same. Another story came from a student photographer who liked wandering campus alone at night, taking pictures for assignments. After one of those walks, he checked his camera and found a few photos he didn't remember taking. They were all time-stamped around the moment he'd passed along Ribbon Path. In one image, there was a blurred shape that looked almost like a twisted braid. In another, there seemed to be someone facing the lens, though the face was completely hidden. He deleted the pictures, thinking it had to be a glitch. The next morning, they were back. Maybe that's why the story has lasted so long. It's not just about a ghost. It's about what happens when people are tired, alone, stressed, and walking through silence that feels a little too deep. It's about how fear fills in the blanks. And it's about how a place can hold a story so long that the story starts shaping the place. Whether the Ribbon Girl is real or not almost doesn't matter anymore. She lives in the way students warn each other not to walk that path alone too late. She lives in the nervous laughter, the hurried footsteps, the glances over the shoulder. And maybe that's the most human part of all. Sometimes what haunts us is not a spirit in the dark, but the part of our own mind that cannot bear not knowing what's there. I moved around a lot when I was a kid, but the place that stays with me most is the East Riding of Yorkshire. We were there for close to 8 years, and in all that time, I only had one experience that ever made me seriously wonder whether something paranormal had happened. It took place at Fort Paulson, a coastal fort and museum near the Humber, not far from Hull. I went there with my family when I was about 14. I've always loved history, so I was genuinely excited. I thought it would feel grand and atmospheric in that usual museum way, but instead it felt tired, almost forgotten. Parts of the place were shabby, some of the exhibits looked worn out, and the old mannequins in period uniforms were honestly more unsettling than educational. I remember one of the staff mentioning that the museum had seen better days and was struggling to stay fully maintained. At one point, I wandered off ahead of my family because they were lingering over the displays, and I ended up finding the entrance to an underground passage. I went down the steps on my own, and right away, the air felt different. The tunnel was narrow, with curved white walls, and every footstep bounced back at me in these harsh, empty echoes. It felt close and oppressive in a way I still remember clearly. What really got to me, though, was not just how the tunnel looked. It was the feeling. With every step, I became more and more sure that something else was down there with me. I know how dramatic that sounds, but it's the truth. I felt watched. I felt like if I kept going all the way through, something would be waiting at the other end. I hesitated for longer than I'd like to admit. The only reason I finally kept moving was because another visitor, an older man, came down into the tunnel behind me. His presence made it feel possible to carry on, but it didn't take away that horrible sense that we weren't alone. When I reached the far end, there was a small historical display there, something from the Tudor period, but I barely looked at it. I turned around almost immediately and hurried back up to the surface, trying not to panic. Years later, before I wrote any of this down, I looked into the history of the place to see whether anyone else had ever felt anything similar. That was when I found out Fort Paulson had a pretty strong reputation for hauntings. Paranormal teams had apparently investigated it, and there were all sorts of stories attached to the site. People talked about an airman seen near one of the old aircraft exhibits, and there were stories about a woman in Victorian dress appearing near an old railway carriage. The story that unsettled me most, though, was the one about a soldier. According to local accounts, he had once been locked in an underground cell after some kind of offense while stationed there. Staff and visitors had reported hearing heavy boots in the corridors, and some claimed to have seen a dark figure moving through the underground spaces. A few even said they'd caught faint voices telling them to leave. What really stopped me, though, was reading that other people had described that same tunnel the way I remembered it. They talked about feeling crushed by the atmosphere, hearing voices, seeing shadows, even feeling as though unseen hands had reached for them. I can't prove any of that is real, and I'm not going to pretend I know exactly what happened. I only know what I felt that day. Standing in that tunnel, deep under the fort, I was absolutely certain I was not there by myself. I want to tell you about something that stayed with me for years, and even now, I still can't fully explain it. Back in late winter of 2018, not long after my family moved into a small cottage in the Irish Midlands, the whole area was hit by this massive snowstorm. It wasn't just a bit of bad weather either. The snow came down so heavily that all the little country roads in and out of our village were completely blocked. Everything just stopped. School was called off for nearly 2 weeks, and because we were still new to the area, I spent a lot of that time wandering and getting a feel for the place. Our village sat right beside the Bog of Allen, this huge stretch of raised bogland, wild and open and eerie in its own way, especially under snow. One afternoon, I decided to head out there with my dog and explore. We made our way across the snowy ground and eventually found a narrow trail that led toward a patch of planted forest. The place was quiet in that strange way snow makes everything quiet, like the whole world is holding its breath. My dog stayed close as we followed the path deeper between the trees, and that's when I noticed the hoof prints. They were deer tracks, clear as anything in the snow. From the size of them, I guessed they probably belonged to a young deer, maybe not fully grown yet. But what caught me off guard was not just the tracks themselves. It was where they were. They began right in the middle of the trail, not from the woods to the side, not crossing over from one patch of trees to another. Just there, as if the deer had dropped straight down onto the path from nowhere. I stood there staring at them, trying to make sense of what I was seeing, and then followed them farther along. A short distance later, they stopped. Just stopped. There was nothing beyond them, no broken pattern, no sign that the deer had bounded off, no drag marks, no disturbed snow, no deeper impressions that would suggest a leap into the brush. The prints were neat, even, and almost identical all the way through. Then, suddenly, nothing. I remember standing there with this weird mix of curiosity and unease, telling myself there had to be a simple reason. So I checked the trees beside the trail, thinking maybe the deer had jumped into the woods, and I just wasn't seeing the next set of tracks properly. I even walked into the forest a bit to look around, but I couldn't find a single continuation. I thought maybe drifting snow had covered part of the trail, but there really weren't any obvious drifts where I was. Then I wondered if fresh snowfall had softened or hidden some of the prints. But even that didn't quite fit, because the tracks that were there looked crisp enough. As best as I could tell, they simply started on the path and ended on the path. I still remember how strange that felt. Now it's been years, and I still don't know what I was looking at that day. I'm the kind of person who's open-minded about things I can't explain, but I'm not eager to jump straight to something paranormal either. I honestly think there's probably a logical explanation buried in there somewhere, one I just haven't been able to land on. Still, in my own head, I've always called them the phantom deer tracks. I've heard people talk about odd deer encounters before, and stories where something about them just feels wrong. But this wasn't even seeing a deer. It was just the evidence of one, appearing and disappearing in a way that didn't make any sense. I know that doesn't exactly help my case. Still, I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. I know what I saw, or at least, what I found. I saw those tracks beginning in the middle of that snowy trail and ending just as abruptly, and to this day, I can't explain it in a way that feels complete. So that's the story. Maybe there's a perfectly ordinary answer I missed. Maybe there's not. But whatever it was, I've never forgotten that walk through the snow, or the feeling of standing there in the silence, staring at prints that seemed to come from nowhere at all. You know, most people are familiar with the idea that we sometimes see what we expect to see. We talk about it all the time. A strange sound in the dark becomes a voice. A shadow in the corner turns into a figure. A sheet over a chair suddenly looks like something alive because the mind hates a gap and rushes to fill it. But I don't think people talk enough about the reverse. Sometimes the mind doesn't invent something that is there. Sometimes it erases it. There's this pattern people have noticed in colder places right at the beginning of spring, when motorcycles start coming back onto the roads after months of winter. A driver makes a turn, and even when witnesses, traffic cameras, and common sense all say the motorcycle was clearly visible, the driver will still insist, with total sincerity, "I never saw them." And what's eerie is, they're not always lying. In some cases, they looked right at the rider. They had every chance to notice. And then, even after the collision, they seem stunned, like they truly cannot understand what they just hit. That fascinates me, because it suggests the eyes did their job. The problem wasn't vision, it was expectation. The driver's brain had made that same turn again and again all winter long, never once needing to account for a motorcycle. So when one finally appeared on, say, the second or third day of April, the brain rejected it. It took in the image, decided it made no sense in that familiar setting, and almost deleted it from conscious awareness. I think something similar happens in stranger situations too. Imagine someone glancing up at an apartment building and seeing a person clinging to a window ledge. Not just a glimpse, not some blurry motion, but a direct, clear look. And yet later, when the police ask what they saw, the witness says, "I thought it was a blanket hanging out of the window." People hear that and assume the witness was careless or confused or didn't really look. But maybe they did look. Maybe they stared right at a human being in a place the mind could not accept a human being would be. And so the mind softened it, reshaped it, turned it into something ordinary, something explainable. A blanket, a curtain, anything but a person in danger. That's the part I keep coming back to. We always talk about imagination as the thing that adds. But what if imagination also subtracts? What if it smooths over the impossible so we can keep moving through the world without stopping dead every 5 minutes in shock? That's why I think this could happen with ghosts too. Not just people imagining ghosts where there are none, but people genuinely encountering something strange and having the mind immediately rework it into something harmless. A disembodied voice becomes wind through a crack. A figure at the end of the hallway becomes a trick of the light. A presence becomes just the house settling. And then later, we say the imagination caused the haunting, when maybe the imagination was actually the cover story. And if we can do that with joyful things, ordinary things, even familiar things, then why wouldn't we do it with something deeply unsettling? So when I hear stories about apparitions, voices, or impossible moments, I don't automatically assume people are making things up because they wanted to believe. Sometimes I wonder if the opposite happened. Sometimes I wonder whether they really did see something extraordinary, and their mind worked desperately, lovingly, almost protectively, to turn it into something else. Not because they were foolish, because they were human. I want to tell you about a few moments from my life that still stay with me, even now. They're the kind of memories that come back late at night, the kind you try to explain away with logic, and somehow never fully can. The first happened a few years ago, when my family and I stayed in this old gatehouse in England called Tixall Gatehouse. It was me, my parents, and my 2 brothers, and even though the place had several levels, we all decided to sleep on the same floor because it just felt more comfortable that way. The floor above us was this huge empty hall with barely anything in it except an old table game set in the middle, which somehow made it feel even stranger. Earlier that evening, I'd been reading through the guest book, and page after page had little notes from people saying they'd heard footsteps, voices, or felt like they weren't alone. I remember laughing it off at first, because old buildings creak, don't they? They settle, they groan, they make noise. But then sometime around 3 in the morning, while everyone else was asleep, I was still awake. I've never been a great sleeper, and out of nowhere, I heard it. Heavy footsteps. Not a creak, not a little shuffle. Proper, deliberate footsteps crossing the hall above us. Loud enough that I could make out each one clearly. It went on for maybe 10 seconds, maybe a little more, but it felt much longer when I was lying there frozen, listening. What really unsettled me was that a couple had written in the guest book that they'd heard the exact same thing from the same bedroom. I'm not easily frightened, but that night I turned the radio on just to have some company, and I didn't sleep again until morning. The second one happened on New Year's Eve, or technically New Year's morning, years ago. We were driving a friend of mine home after a party that had been disappointingly dull, so none of us were exactly wild or out of control. My mate Callum was driving, stone cold sober, and I'd barely had anything myself. We were on a stretch of the A5, heading through this well-lit road, just chatting nonsense like friends do when it's late, and you're all tired but still buzzing a little. I was sitting in the middle of the back seat, half listening to the conversation in the front, half watching the road ahead. Then suddenly, This man was just there. Not walking into the road, not stumbling out from the side, just there, right in front of the car. Callum swerved hard, and all of us jolted with it. But the part that still makes my skin crawl is that the man didn't react at all. He didn't turn his head, didn't flinch, didn't even seem aware that a car had nearly hit him. It was like he was in his own world. We all twisted around to look back, and there was no one there. Nothing. No figure, no movement, no sign anyone had even been on the road. We still talk about that night now, all these years later, because none of us has ever come up with an explanation that feels right. The third story goes back to when I was 16, just after finishing my exams. A friend of mine lived in a village where everyone talked about this one abandoned house out in the fields. Locals swore it was haunted. I'd heard bits and pieces, then looked into it and found out it had once been kennels, and a woman had died there alone. It was so isolated that nobody found her for quite some time. You can imagine what that sort of story does to a group of bored teenagers. That night, though, everything changed. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I woke up needing the toilet. The others were asleep, and I remember stepping out of the tent and glancing toward the house. In one of the upstairs windows, there was a light. A soft, flickering light, like a candle. And behind it, I could see the shape of someone moving slowly across the room. I honestly thought there must be a person in there, so I shook my friends awake and told them to look. They were annoyed at first, half asleep and grumbling, but then they saw it too. All 4 of us stood there watching this candlelight drift from one side of the room to the other, as if someone was walking around inside. After what we'd seen earlier that day, we knew that house had been empty. I was terrified, properly terrified. In the end, I rang my dad in the middle of the night and told him I was leaving the tent and waiting somewhere else until daylight. I didn't care how ridiculous I sounded. I just needed to be away from that field. The last one is the story my family still talks about the most, because it felt personal. My granddad had passed away a couple of years earlier, and one weekend my parents were meant to be going away for their anniversary. They were heading to Paris, and my older brother and I were staying with my grandmother. I was about 6 at the time, and my brother Ryan was a few years older than me. In the middle of that first night, I woke up suddenly because I felt a firm push on my shoulder, strong enough to jolt me awake. I remember sitting straight up, thinking it must have been Ryan messing with me, but he wasn't there. The room was quiet. Nothing moved. I just lay there in the dark, wide awake, trying to make sense of it. A little while later, maybe 10 minutes, maybe more, I saw my grandmother hurry past the bedroom door and rush downstairs. I stayed awake for ages after that, too scared and confused to settle. Then, before morning, my dad arrived back unexpectedly. My parents hadn't even made it properly into Paris before they got the call. My grandmother had suffered a heart attack. The strangest part came the next morning, when my brother told Mum and Dad that he'd also been woken in the night. He said someone had pushed his shoulder and whispered in his ear, but when he looked around, there was no one there. Neither of us had said anything to each other before that. We were just children, and we both described almost the same thing. People always say they think it was my granddad, somehow warning us, somehow waking us up. I don't know what I believe, not completely, but I do know that every person in my family remembers that night clearly, and none of us has ever forgotten how it felt. I can still explain away bits and pieces of these stories if I try hard enough. Old houses make noise, roads play tricks on your eyes, teenagers scare themselves, children dream strange things. But even with all that said, there's still a part of me that remembers exactly how real each moment felt. And that's the part I can never quite reason away. So here's something I still can't fully explain. A while back, in late summer of 2019, my partner Evan and I went out for a walk around our neighborhood after having a few friends over for board games. It was one of those soft, warm nights that makes everything feel a little enchanted. After everyone left, we stepped outside just to enjoy it. The streets were quiet, the air felt perfect, and the flowers in the dark looked almost unreal, like the whole neighborhood had turned into a dream. We wandered for a while, just talking and taking our time. It must have been close to midnight when we stopped at the corner near this big old white church in our neighborhood in southeast Portland. What stood out was how bright that block was. The church had this newer building beside it, and both places were lit up so well that the whole corner almost glowed. We stood there for several minutes, just chatting and deciding which way to go next. Then, as we finally turned to leave, I noticed someone across the street. At first, I assumed it was just a person standing near a tree by the sidewalk. They seemed to be wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt and lighter pants, kind of slouched forward, swaying a little. My brain did what brains do, I guess. I tried to explain it away immediately. Maybe someone drunk. Maybe someone trying not to be noticed. Maybe I just somehow missed them before. But the longer I looked, the less any of those explanations made sense. I had been standing there for several minutes already. That whole block was brightly lit. If someone had been there the whole time, I should have seen them. And yet I hadn't. Not until that exact moment. I kept looking for several seconds, long enough to be certain I wasn't imagining it. Then I looked away, because staring at a stranger for that long felt wrong. But this awful fear had already started building inside me, fast and physical, like my whole body knew something before my mind could catch up. A second later, I looked back, and the figure was gone. Not gone in a normal way, like someone stepping behind something or walking off. It was more like what I had seen had dissolved back into the tree and the darkness around it. The pale part seemed to blend into the trunk, and the darker part just stretched into shadow. Even now, trying to describe it makes me feel strange. What I remember most clearly is the fear. It was overwhelming. Not ordinary fear, not nerves, not the feeling of being startled. It was this deep, crushing sense that something was terribly wrong. I felt it in every part of me. As Evan and I kept walking, all I could think was, how do I tell him we need to go home right now? I could barely speak. I was trying to figure out how to say it without sounding ridiculous, and before I could say anything, he looked at me and said, "Did you see it too?" That was the moment everything changed for me, because until then, I was still trying to convince myself there had to be some normal explanation. But he had seen it. He had felt it too. I just told him I wanted to go home. He didn't argue. He stayed calm, told me not to run, and kept us moving at a steady pace. I was too afraid to look behind us. We ended up walking near some other people out with their dog, just because being close to other humans made me feel a little safer. We hardly spoke until we got home. Once we were inside, we finally talked about it. The details matched. We had seen the same shape, in the same place, and felt the same wave of dread. He described parts of it before I even could. There wasn't that uncertainty you usually get when two people compare a weird experience. It lined up too neatly. And the strange thing is, I've been back there many times since then. Daytime, nighttime, alone, with other people. Nothing. No feeling, no figure, no sign of anything at all. So I can't neatly explain what happened. I only know what I saw, what he saw, and how real it felt in that moment. Some experiences don't leave you because they scare you. They stay because, somewhere deep down, you know you brushed against something you still don't understand. few weeks ago, I went on a tour of the old Charleston jail in Charleston, South Carolina, and something happened that I still cannot fully explain. I'm a nanny, I'm 24, and I had traveled there with the family I work for. During the day I was with them, but my evenings were free, and even though I'm not usually the kind of person who explores a city alone, I wanted to push myself a little and do something different. So I signed up for the tour. Not even 20 minutes in, the guide started telling us the story of a woman named Lavina, this infamous figure people say used to lure men in, rob them, and have them killed. According to the legend, she was later executed at the jail while wearing her wedding dress, and ever since then, people have claimed her spirit still lingers there. The guide said she's especially known for scratching visitors. While he was talking, I suddenly felt this intense heat rising in my head and neck. Not just warm, but burning. My skin started tingling, and I got so lightheaded that I had to ask where the restroom was. The guide looked at me strangely and asked if I'd had a red mark on my neck before the tour started. I went into the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and just froze. There was a raised scratch along my neck, thin and sharp, like the mark from a fingernail. I know for a fact it had not been there before. I had checked myself in the mirror not long before the tour began, and I would have noticed something that obvious. The guide even took a photo and said it was one of the clearest marks he'd seen. As the tour continued, it only got worse. Hotter, redder, more painful. It honestly felt like something was still bothering me the entire time I was there. By the next morning, it had nearly disappeared, faded down to a soft pink line near my collarbone. But the scratch is only part of what's been bothering me. About a year ago, I went through a serious medical emergency. It was the closest I have ever come to dying, and it shook me in a way I still don't think I've fully recovered from. Before that happened, I could visit haunted places, hear ghost stories, go on tours like this, and maybe I'd get a few chills or that uneasy feeling people talk about. Nothing more than that. This time was completely different. From the moment I stepped into that jail, I felt overwhelmed by this heavy energy. And after the scratch appeared, it became emotional in a way I wasn't prepared for. It was like being forced back into the memory of that medical crisis again and again, even though the stories on the tour had nothing to do with me personally. I could not stop crying. I mean really crying. I'm sure I looked unwell, or unstable, or both. But it felt as though something in me had opened, like I had let down some invisible barrier, and suddenly everything on the other side could reach me. The guide told me that sometimes spirits are drawn to people who seem vulnerable, and he suggested that being a young woman out alone might have made me stand out. But honestly, I can't shake the feeling that what happened to me last year may have changed something. I don't know whether that means emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, or something else entirely, but I have not felt the same since. I've tried to explain all of this away. I really have. I thought maybe the mark came from my bag strap, but it was hanging on the other side of my body. I wondered if it could have been some kind of rash or skin reaction, but I've never had anything like that happen so suddenly, and definitely not with timing that strange. I'm still naturally skeptical, and part of me keeps trying to find a logical answer. But then something else happened last week, and that's what pushed me from unsettled into genuinely scared. Since then, I've been trying to make sense of everything. With the anniversary of that near-death experience getting closer, I've started wondering if this is all connected to stress or trauma, if maybe my mind is dredging things up in ways I don't understand. But some of these moments feel so vivid, so physical, that I can't easily dismiss them. There have even been times in my apartment when I thought I sensed something nearby, or caught shadowy movement out of the corner of my eye, and I always told myself it was just my imagination. Now, I'm not so sure what to think. I still don't know whether what I experienced was paranormal, psychological, or some complicated mix of both. I just know it felt real. And if I'm being honest, it scared me more than I want to admit. When I was about 8, my mom and stepdad moved us to a rural part of Missouri because they thought life would be better there and the work would be steadier. The house they bought sat near a very old cemetery, maybe a little over half a mile away across a stretch of open land, and there was this weathered little church nearby that had been abandoned for years. Me and the neighborhood kids used to wander through it all the time, just treating it like some mysterious old place to play. Back then, it didn't scare me at all. That changed around my 10th birthday. My mom had me invite a bunch of girls from school for a sleepover, and after cake, presents, and all the usual birthday stuff, we were sent outside to play before it got too late. I wanted to show everybody the old church, so that's where we went. One girl in the group, kind of quiet and off on her own most of the time, drifted away from us and started walking through the cemetery. My mom had always told me never to mess around in there, so when I saw her stepping over graves and acting disrespectful, I got upset. We argued, and I ended up running back to tell my mom. Not long after that, since evening was settling in anyway, she made all of us come back inside. Later that night, all of us were in my room getting ready to sleep, still whispering and giggling the way kids do, when suddenly the bedroom door slammed shut on its own. Every one of us jumped. We screamed, and my mom came rushing in, irritated and half convinced somebody was fooling around. She told us it was probably just the air kicking on, told us to settle down, and walked away. A few minutes later, before we'd even turned the lights out, the door slammed again. This time it didn't stop there. It started shaking against the frame, rattling like somebody was gripping the knob from the other side and jerking it hard. My mom stormed back in, more annoyed than concerned, and accused us of making a scene. We kept telling her it wasn't us, but she didn't buy it. She turned the light off, left the door cracked open, and told us to go to sleep. I was terrified of the dark back then. Really terrified. But because the other girls didn't want a nightlight on, my mom wouldn't let me have mine. So when that door slammed shut a third time and the room dropped completely into darkness, I lost it. I started crying hard, just panicking. Instead of comforting me, my mom got angry. She yanked me out of bed, warned the other girls to be quiet, and made me sleep on the couch in the living room by myself. I remember lying there, crying into my pillow, trying to be silent. After a while, I felt something tug at my blanket. Just a little at first. I froze. Then I slowly lifted my head and saw something I still can't fully explain. It looked like this black, thick, smoky shape, almost hairy around the edges, sliding down the couch. And it seemed attached to a larger mass of the same dark fog that was resting on top of the TV cabinet across the room. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe right. I just watched it. When that thing started coming back toward me across the room, that was when I finally screamed. A real scream. My stepdad came in this time, flipped on the lights, and the whole thing vanished. Just gone. I was shaking so hard I could barely speak. He saw how hysterical I was and told me to come sleep in their room. Once I was there, I finally calmed down enough to fall asleep. But it didn't end that night. That was when the dreams started. For the next several weeks, I kept having the same nightmare over and over. Every time, I woke up sweating, terrified, and ran straight to my parents' room. Then one night, the dream changed. It ended in a way that was so violent and disturbing that even now I don't like thinking about it too long. After that, the dream stopped completely. But so did most of my dreaming. It was almost like some part of my mind just shut down to protect itself. And honestly, ever since then, it has felt like whatever attached itself to me that night never really left. Over the years, strange things have kept happening no matter where I live. keys disappear and turn up in places they absolutely should not be. Not just mine, other people's too. Houses make odd sounds that nobody can explain. People I've lived with have seen things happen. Objects get knocked over, sometimes thrown. The longer I stay in one place, the stronger it feels, like it settles in and gets comfortable. Moving seems to weaken it for a little while, but never for long. It hasn't truly harmed me, not directly anyway, but it always makes itself known. That's the worst part. It lingers, it watches, it makes the whole house feel uneasy. What's stranger is that when I get really upset or angry, the activity seems to spike. Things fall off shelves. Sometimes they even seem to move toward me. Light bulbs burn out. Lamps flicker. I've touched switches while emotional and watched lights fail right then. My hair is constantly full of static, like there's always some kind of charge clinging to me. And lately, I've started noticing shadowy figures and little floating lights around the house and out on the property more often than I want to admit. So when I tell you this, I'm not telling it like a ghost story just for drama. I'm telling you because I've lived with it for years, and I still don't know what it is. Maybe it's an attachment. Maybe it's something I unknowingly opened myself up to as a child. Maybe it's connected to fear, trauma, or some kind of energy I don't understand. I've tried prayers, cleansings, blessings, all the things people usually recommend, and none of it has made much difference. What I do know is that something changed around that birthday, and nothing has felt completely normal since. I've spent years trying to make sense of it without sounding insane, and that's harder than people think. But when you've seen something with your own eyes, when you've felt it in every house you've lived in after that, you stop worrying so much about whether people believe you. You just want to understand what's been following you all this time. You know, this happened in the early 1990s, and on the surface, it was not some huge cinematic ghost story. It was quiet, almost ordinary. But I still believe something in that old building was paying attention to me. At the time, I had just come out of a relationship that really wore me down. My ex had a way of making me doubt myself constantly, and by the end of it, I felt fragile and exhausted. I did not want noise or drama or people telling me what I should do next. I just needed a place where I could breathe, be alone, and slowly feel like myself again. So I found this lovely little apartment in a small mill town in New Hampshire. It was on the second floor of a brick building that had been there forever, probably more than a century. A cafe sat downstairs, and right across the road was the police station. The best part, though, was the river. Just outside my windows there was a short dam, and the water spilled over it day and night. Not loud in a harsh way, just steady and soothing. The ceilings were tall, the windows were huge, and the whole place felt full of light. Even though it was only a one-bedroom, it felt open and airy, like it had room for me to start over. The day I moved in, I was by myself. I did not have much, just a carload of boxes and small furniture, and I kept going up and down this narrow stairwell from the street to the apartment. At some point, I left my keys on the kitchen table and headed back downstairs for another box. When I came back up, balancing it in my arms, I turned the knob and the door would not open. The strange part was this: the knob itself did not lock. The only way that door could be locked was if the deadbolt had been turned from inside, or locked with a key from outside. It could not just click shut on its own. There was also a wide peephole in the door, with a little cover on the inside. I managed to slide it open with my fingers, and tried reaching in, hoping I could flip the deadbolt back. My arm was nowhere near long enough. And this was before cell phones, because apparently human beings once enjoyed raw inconvenience as a lifestyle. I did not have my landlord's number with me. The cafe was closed. The apartment next door was empty. So the only thing I could think to do was walk across the street and ask the police for help. There were 2 officers inside, and they looked about as busy as you would expect in a tiny town on a quiet day. I explained what had happened and asked if they knew how to contact my landlord. They did not. Then I asked, half embarrassed, whether they could help me get into my own apartment. One of them looked at the other and said, "No, but I know somebody who can." That was not the most reassuring sentence I had ever heard. One of the officers drove me a short way up a hill to a small house. He knocked, and a young man answered. He was in his 20s maybe, and he was a little person, not even 4 feet tall. The officer clearly knew him. After a bit of chatting, he explained my situation and asked whether he could help. The young man said yes, like this was not remotely unusual. So the 3 of us drove back. We climbed the stairs to my apartment, and the young man opened a closet in the hallway and looked inside. Then he said, "Huh, there used to be a crate in here." The officer asked, "Need a boost?" He nodded. I invited them both inside to thank them. We talked for a few minutes, and that is when I learned the young man, whose name was Marin, had once lived in that very apartment. Then one of them, I think the officer, said very matter-of-factly, "This building's haunted." No smile, no joke, just stated like the weather. He added that the building across the street had stories too. I had already heard rumors about an old tavern nearby, about kitchen staff seeing a man in an old-fashioned hat, about dishes moving for no reason. So hearing that did not even scare me as much as you might think. It was more like, all right then, good to know. I never even asked what they had seen. I still do not know why. Life settled after that. A woman moved into the apartment next door later that year, and we became friendly. One day she told me, completely out of nowhere, "My apartment is haunted. I know it is." I had never told her a word about what happened on my move-in day. Not one word. She could not explain it exactly. She just felt it. Her cat kept staring into empty corners and reacting to things she could not see. Mine did that too. Then again, cats are little weirdos on the best of days, so who knows? Still, those years in that apartment were some of the happiest, healthiest years of my life. I got stronger. I rested. I picked up hobbies again. I made new friends. I even started dating a kind, steady man who treated me like I was not some puzzle to be broken apart and rearranged. And through all of it, that waterfall was there in the background, every day, every night. Much later, I remembered something a psychic had told me years before. She had said I needed to live somewhere I could hear moving water. I had forgotten all about it until then. But the moment it came back to me, I just knew that apartment had been part of my healing. And the funny thing is, nothing else ever really happened. No flying objects, no shadowy figures, no cold hands on my shoulder in the dark. Nothing. Not until the day I moved out. That day looked almost exactly like the day I moved in, only backward. I was carrying boxes down to my car, going in and out, doing the last of it. Then I came back up the stairs, reached for the knob, turned it, and the deadbolt had locked itself again. This time, though, I had my key in my pocket, so I just stood there for a second and laughed. Then I unlocked the door and said, out loud, "Nice try. You almost had me again." And that was it. It was never a violent feeling in that apartment. Never dark. Never threatening. Honestly, it felt more like something in that place wanted me to notice it. Like it was aware of who came and went, and for whatever reason, it had taken a particular interest in me. Maybe it was just mischief. Maybe it was timing. Maybe it was coincidence wrapped in a place that carried a lot of old energy. But I still think about it. I still wonder what a new tenant would say if I knocked on the door and asked whether anything odd had ever happened there. Maybe one day I will. couple of years ago, my roommate and I moved into the apartment we're living in now, and honestly, it all happened because life kind of fell apart at the same time for both of us. He had just gone through a separation from his wife, and since I'd been living with them, that meant I suddenly had nowhere to go to. He didn't really have another place lined up either, so we decided to get an apartment together. His name is Marcus, and he's like family to me, more like a brother than just a roommate, so living together felt like the most natural thing to do. At first, everything was completely normal. For maybe the first 5 or 6 months, there really weren't any problems. We got along well, the apartment felt fine, and it seemed like we'd landed on our feet. But after that, things slowly started to feel off. Not all at once, just little things here and there that kept getting stranger over time. Marcus has been dealing with a lot emotionally. He struggles with depression, anxiety, complex trauma, and a few other mental health issues. And after the separation, all of that got a lot heavier for him. Around that time, a friend of mine who's always been very spiritually sensitive told us she felt like he had something attached to him. She said it had been there for years, possibly since childhood, tied to trauma he went through when he was young. She also said he seemed unusually vulnerable to attracting things, spirits, energies, whatever you want to call them. What made that harder to ignore was that both of us had already seen these shadowy figures around the apartment before she ever said anything. At first we brushed it off, because what else are you supposed to do with something like that? But eventually things seemed to get more intense. Marcus started having terrifying nightmares. His mood would shift in ways that didn't feel like him, and he said he was having intrusive, violent thoughts, and even thoughts about hurting himself. There were also scratches showing up on him. At that point, he asked my friend for help, and she did something that she said got rid of it, though she never explained exactly what she did. For a while after that, things calmed down. It felt like maybe we were past it. But lately, it seems like everything is building again. We've started noticing the shadow figures another time. Our dog has this habit now of staring into empty corners of the apartment like he's watching something we can't see. Kitchen cabinets have been found hanging open for no clear reason, and one morning I came out and several of them were open again, even though nothing had been knocked over or disturbed. I've also noticed strange smells drifting through the apartment at random times, like cigarette smoke, flowers, or strong perfume, even though neither of us uses anything like that. One thing that really unsettles me is my bedroom door. I always shut it firmly before I go to sleep, and more than once I've woken up in the middle of the night or in the morning and found it standing open. I know I closed it. That part really gets to me because it feels so direct. And to be honest, this past year has already been hard enough without all of this. Early last year, I lost my father, and a few months later I changed jobs because the stress at my old one was just too much. The new job is better, and I'm doing a little better than I was, but I'm still carrying a lot. I'm still grieving, still handling family responsibilities, still trying to find my footing after losing him. I know this all sounds rambling and maybe a little unbelievable, but I'm telling it as honestly as I can. I've reached the point where I don't know what to think anymore. Part of me wonders whether Marcus's mental state is somehow affecting the whole atmosphere in the apartment, or whether stress and grief are messing with my head too. Another part of me feels certain that something is there, something we still don't understand. At one point, I even said out loud that whatever it is could stay, as long as it didn't hurt anyone and kept the peace. But if this thing is real, it doesn't seem especially interested in me. It seems drawn to Marcus, like it wants him to know it's there. I guess what I'm really trying to say is this. I don't know whether I'm witnessing something paranormal, something psychological, or some tangled mix of both. I just know that living in that apartment no longer feels the way it used to, and I'm tired of feeling like I'm losing my grip on what's real. I want to tell you about someone I met when I was very young, someone I've never really been able to forget. Her name was Marisa. Even now, the clearest memory I have is of sitting across from her in a hallway, both of us facing each other so quietly, like the rest of the world had disappeared. I remember reaching toward her hand, or at least wanting to. That moment has stayed with me all these years. Back then, I was only 4. My mother was told by one of the daycare workers that I was always talking to someone who wasn't there. She actually told my mom she thought I was talking to a ghost. My mother was terrified, especially because I kept coming home withdrawn and upset, and no one could explain why. Marissa's face is something I still see in flashes. One side of it looked badly burned, raw in a way that no child should ever have to witness. But what I remember even more than that was the sadness in her uninjured eye. It was the kind of sadness that made me want to cry just looking at her. If you're wondering what she looked like beyond that, the closest thing I can compare it to is this soft, glowing figure, almost bluish white, not fully solid but not invisible either. She was there. I could see her. There was this faint shimmer around her, like light moving at the edges. The nearest thing I can compare it to now is the glow of the northern sky. The strangest part is that we didn't really speak the same language, at least not in any normal sense. I only understood one spoken word from her. No. But somehow I understood everything she meant. It wasn't like ordinary conversation. It was more like feeling her thoughts, or having them placed gently into my mind. Sometimes we would sit together without speaking at all, and somehow I still knew exactly what she was trying to tell me. I remember that when she first came to me, I was carrying something painful inside myself. I'm not going to describe that part in detail, because even now it feels too heavy. But I remember crying, feeling deeply unsettled, like I was holding something no child should have had to carry. And somehow, she comforted me. She calmed me down. She distracted me from whatever hurt had wrapped itself around me. Looking back, I sometimes think she may have helped me survive that period by giving my mind somewhere else to go. Then, little by little, she showed me what had happened to her. I need to explain this carefully because even now I don't fully understand it. It wasn't like watching a movie. It wasn't even like remembering something. It was more like stepping inside her experience. I felt what she felt. I sensed her fear, her pain, even the smell of smoke and heat. I saw a house, though the details are blurred now. I knew she had just woken up. I knew the fire had already started. And for some reason, I had the strong sense that a man had caused it. I can't explain how I knew that. I just did. The fire spread quickly. She was trapped. I remember the panic, the confusion, her trying to figure out how to get out. I remember the horror of realizing there was nowhere to go. Her hair caught first. After that, everything became sharper and fuzzier at the same time, the way terrible things do in memory. I remember her falling. I remember her screaming. I remember the unbearable feeling of heat, though not like touching a flame yourself. It was something stranger, like carrying the echo of her pain inside my own body. And then it was over. After that, Marissa and I were together a few more times. Sometimes we spoke in that strange, wordless way. Sometimes we just sat together and shared quiet. Once, I think we simply looked at each other for a long time, like neither of us wanted the moment to end. In my mind, she became my first real friend. That may sound strange, but it's the truth. She comforted me when I was frightened, and somehow she trusted me with her story too. Eventually, I left that daycare after my mother realized something was very wrong. Later in life, I had other experiences I can't fully explain, but I chose not to keep opening that door. It brought too much into my life, and in time I stepped away from it. Still, I've never forgotten Marissa. People can say what they want about imagination, about being 4 years old, about memory being slippery. Maybe some of that is fair, but I know what I experienced felt real. I know her face has never left me. I know the sorrow in her eyes was real to me, and I know that, in one of the most confusing and painful seasons of my childhood, she brought me comfort. That's why I'm telling you this now. Not to convince you of anything, really. Just to tell it honestly. Because some memories don't fade, no matter how much time passes. Some people, even the ones who come and go in ways we can't explain, stay with you. And Marissa stayed with me. When I was about 2 years old, my mom got remarried, and we moved into this old house at the edge of a quiet little wooded town. Even now, just thinking about that place makes my skin crawl. A few summers ago, I brought my fiancé there just to show him where I grew up, and the second we drove away, he looked at me and said the whole house in that part of town felt deeply wrong. I didn't even have to explain it. He felt it too. I was a very quiet kid back then. I liked being alone, making up my own little world in my room. That was around the time I started talking about an invisible friend. My mom used to say it was just a childhood thing, but to me, he felt real. I called him Jasper, and I used to say he was a little boy who lived in the walls, and sometimes in my closet. My mom would hear me talking to him all the time. Then when I was 5, something happened that I still haven't forgotten. I was downstairs with my mom in the basement. It was only partly finished, with this small sitting area, a workbench room, a couple storage spaces, and my parents' bedroom down there too. At one point, my mom asked me to run into the bedroom to grab something. The light was off. I remember standing in the doorway, reaching for the switch, and then I saw it. There was something standing on the far side of the bed. It was huge, maybe 7 feet tall, maybe taller. It looked draped in fabric, or maybe like it was wearing some kind of hood. It wasn't solid exactly, more like pale smoke shaped into a person. White, almost transparent. But what I remember most clearly was the feeling. It felt heavy, ominous, like something I absolutely should not be near. I panicked, completely. I ran back to my mom screaming that there was something bad in the bedroom. She held me while I cried and tried to calm me down, told me maybe it was the dog. But our dog was this tiny terrier, so even then I knew that explanation didn't make any sense. After that, I refused to go into the basement ever again. That was when the night terrors started. I became absolutely terrified at night. I mean, truly terrified. I would curl up as tightly as I could under the blankets and stay frozen there, even when I was uncomfortable, even when I felt like I couldn't breathe properly. I was too scared to move, too scared to even peek out. And when I did finally fall asleep, I'd wake up screaming. I still remember one night after months of this, my mom sitting on the edge of my bed in tears because she was so exhausted and overwhelmed. I wouldn't let her turn off the light. I wouldn't let her leave the room. I just could not sleep. When I was around 7, my mom left her husband, and we moved out of that house. But for a few years after that, I still had to go back there a couple times a month for visits. Every single time, sleep was awful, and I still wouldn't go anywhere near the basement. I'm 25 now, and honestly, some of that fear never really left me. I'm still afraid of the dark. I still have night terrors sometimes. And whenever I think back to that moment in the basement, it still sends a chill right through me. All I know is that the memory still feels real. I haven't been back there in years, But even being near those woods or that side of town still makes me uneasy in a way I can't really explain. It's like stepping into the atmosphere of a nightmare you thought you'd outgrown, only to realize your body remembers every second of it. I've been drawn to ghost stories for as long as I can remember. Even as a kid, anything mysterious or unexplained had my full attention. I was around 11, maybe 12, and my parents took my sister and me to stay at the Hotel del Coronado. That was nearly 20 years ago now, but I still remember the feeling the place gave me the moment we arrived. It was beautiful, of course, but there was something else in the air too. Something heavy. Not exactly bad, just unsettling in a way that made my skin prickle. At the same time, I was thrilled. The old-fashioned elevators were still running then, with an attendant operating them, and downstairs they were little shops and long hallways that felt charming and eerie all at once. I especially remember one lower-level corridor that gave me the strangest feeling, like I wasn't supposed to linger there too long. I kept asking my parents if the hotel had any ghost stories attached to it, or if anyone had ever seen anything unusual there. They didn't really know, so we went to the front desk and asked. The staff handed me a brochure about a woman said to haunt the hotel grounds. Her name, according to the story, was Katie Morgan. She had come to the hotel many years earlier, sometime around the turn of the century, and she was supposedly waiting for a man she loved. After several days alone, she died from what people believed was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I remember reading that it happened somewhere near the steps leading from the hotel down toward the beach. I was completely hooked. I must have read that brochure 5 or 6 times. Later, back in our room, my family was settling in for the evening. My dad decided to go down the hall to get a bucket of ice, and when he stepped out, he left the door cracked open. My mom, my sister, and I were each lying quietly on the beds, reading. Then, all at once, the whole atmosphere changed. I remember feeling this sudden chill move through the room, sharp enough that I actually looked up. And before I could say anything, the door slammed shut with this violent bang. Not a soft swing, not a draft nudging it closed. It slammed. Hard. Loud enough to make all 3 of us jump. A few seconds later, my dad came back and found the door shut and the 3 of us just staring at it, completely shaken. He laughed and said something like, "What happened in here? Did a ghost stop by?" And the second he said it, my stomach dropped. I was a pretty logical kid, even then, and I wanted there to be a normal explanation. I got up and tried pushing the door myself to see if maybe it had just caught the right angle, but it only drifted gently. I checked for windows, for air coming through somewhere, for anything that might explain that kind of force. But everything was closed tight. It was winter, and I remember there being a huge Christmas tree in the lobby, so there wasn't some ocean breeze blowing through the room. That night, while everyone else slept, I stayed awake turning it over in my mind again and again. I went through every possible explanation I could think of, and none of them quite fit. I couldn't understand how that door had shut so suddenly and so hard. I still can't explain it, honestly. Maybe there was some perfectly ordinary reason, and I just never found it. But part of me has always liked to believe it was Katie, just making herself known in the gentlest way she could manage. Whatever it was, that moment stayed with me. It scared me, no question, but it also filled me with this strange excitement I've never forgotten.